How you doing, folks? Good morning. Halloween with the kids was good. Here's the picture. Yeah, this was this was me with my oldest and my youngest, Declan. Declan was too cool to be unicorns with us, so he wasn't in the unicorn picture. Haley wanted other unicorns to accompany her, so Jacob and I obliged. I think Declan was a fish stick from Fortnite. Something Fortnite related. Alright, there's like new shop stuff or something. I think I saw a news announcement. Wonder Pick Event 1 underway. Chansey and Meowth promo cards are coming to Wonder Pick. During this event period, there will be missions where you can obtain event shop tickets by Wonder Picking and collecting certain cards. These are on the mission screen. Okay, so these are not mechanically unique. They are a couple of Meowth accessories. I think Chansey might be playable. I'm not sure that Chansey or Meowth are playable. Oh, that's interesting. So, these hourglasses are still here and timed out, but these say monthly. Oh, they readjusted the rates. That doesn't surprise me. They had a lot of these. But it's also interesting that they left the cheaper ones in for everyone. Hopefully they hide this section once you buy it out. It doesn't surprise me that they increased the rate, because these things are really... Yeah, the first few are just for new people then. There are 10 on these still? There are. So that, I want to do an economy video for this game at some point, but I feel like we need to see how a couple of the other things are going to play out like this. Like, this is a relevant metric, right? Because what this is, 60, another 60... 70 and 70 is like another 6 packs a month on top of the other things that you get. These are the Wonder Pick tickets. Display board. No cost bonus pick. I mean, if you're gonna twist my arm. It's difficult to afford 36 tickets per pack. You get 5 per day, right? So that's 100, you get 100, 180 per month, yeah? Is that how the math, that's how the math works out on that, right? We are on super early today. We're supposed to have a front page, a slot somewhere on the front page for starting at 6 a.m. through 2 p.m. my time. So I wanted to be up and live before then. There's no guarantee like where exactly you'll be at in the front page, so it might not be that big of a boost. It might be a lot. We'll find out over the course of it. It might fluctuate too over the course of the 8 hours I'm up there. What is the quick math on the shop with these? So this would be... It's 180 to get all of these, and then 3 times 10 is another 30, so it's 210. You get 5... You get 150 a month. So you actually can't even buy out the pack hourglasses, right? Are there other places you get these blue and pink ticket from? Do you get some from missions? You get five a day from doing stuff in client, which can be 150 a month. Do the missions give you some? Missions and Wonder Picks. How do you get them through Wonder Picks? Oh, you get one from the daily login in the shop too. Yes, that's true. That's 180 per month. But that's still not 210, right? It doesn't quite get you to all of them. Yeah, it's 180 per month at base value, and then 180 that you get. Any advice for Wonder Picks? Not really. Just use ones where there's more cards you want that you're missing. Yeah, you can get 5 from the saying thanks per day that way, Kamikaze. So 5 from combination of playing and doing stuff in client, and then 1 from the login. Gets you 180 in 30 days. Alright, I want to dep our first Twitch ad of the morning before our front page segment starts, and we'll play some games when we get back. Thanks for hanging out, gamers. Good morning, good morning. Happy Friday. There's a bunch of one-time ones in the solo battle. There are, yeah. The Chansey one's not free. The Chansey one takes 2 currency. There was a random Meowth one that had a couple of things that was free. Morning, Droz. I don't even know that I want to spend Wonder Pick currency on it. I guess I have extra. It cost me four of my 327. I guess. Oh, that's what all these other promo slots are here in this first set. Got it. They're gonna be for different events and stuff. I'm gonna give you the best piece of advice you're ever gonna get on the internet. It's perfectly okay for you to not like things. Showing up into other spaces where people are enjoying the thing you don't like and then needlessly crapping on it because you personally didn't like it is not particularly welcome. And reasonable people are gonna show you the door when you do it. I think if you came into this game expecting a carbon copy of Paper Pokemon, you are definitely going to be disappointed. I think a lot of the reasons why I like this game are because it's not a carbon copy of Paper Pokemon. There is already a digital version that's a carbon copy of paper Pokemon, and that digital version is not popular for a reason. Paper Pokemon is incredibly obtuse and difficult to break into and convoluted and involves a ton of waiting while your opponent takes their turn. And this game is redesigned and reimagined very explicitly to not be that. As someone who's tried to get into paper Pokemon and played it before, enjoy this a lot more. Yeah, I've heard people levy the complaint that they can just log in and they're not obligated to grind games or ladder or something to get progress. And I'm just like, you're missing the point. The point is not having to grind games if you don't want to is a feature, not a bug. Like, gamers are so injured by games that make them feel obligated to play when they don't want to, that like when they run into a game where the only reason to play the game is because you enjoy it, they're just like paralyzed by the concept of it. Coughing into Mewtwo is lovely. One of the many reasons why Weezing is great. Mewtwo is popular. We talk about that a lot with other games where, like, you know, inevitably all games hit like that bad balance or rough patch. And, you know, a lot of other games you feel obligated to keep playing them despite not having fun with them. And I think the fact that Pocket is structured in a way so you can continue building your collection by just logging in and grabbing packs and not having to log in, you only need to play games when you want to play games is huge. Opponent notably putting energy on their secondary Mewtwo in the back so it won't have damage on it. It's probably smart. I think with the Weezing pull here, we're cracking them for effectively 70 a cycle though, so should hopefully be able to pressure them out of this game. So the EX knockout here gets us 2 points. Actually, do you want to Sabrina them now? I think I want to Sabrina them now. So Sabrina either forces them to put up their backline Mewtwo with energy on it to let us start putting damage on it sooner, or it puts up the routes, which means we get to knock it out because we deal 50 with our attack plus 10 from poison. So I think we Sabrina, which makes them put somebody else up. Did the red card help you? The red card was kind of neutral. I like had Weezing and then they red carded me and I still had Weezing. We only need 3 knockout points total to win the game. So the routes gives us 1, and then if we knock out either Mewtwo, we get another. Putting the same Mewtwo back up is interesting. They have like double potion or something? No, they're just dead. Yeah. Sabrina kind of closes their window there. Yeah, the knockout means their engine can't get online and get a Gardevoir to support the Mewtwo. think the game would break if they added some kind of 6 prize mode. Yeah, I think that's kind of against what the game wants to be. Why? I don't know why you'd want to make it a copy of Paper Pokemon. Like we were talking about a second ago, I think the game is good in part because it's not a carbon copy of Paper Pokemon. Coughing into Weezing when we're going first is exactly what we're looking to do. Going first in this game means we have first evolution advantage, so these stage 1s that attack for a single energy absolutely love going first because we get to evolve and then hit them with their 1 energy attack right away. Looks like Weezing Nidoking from the opponent. Nidoking reads like it should be a relatively solid pocket card. It deals 90 for 3 plus poison. I'll play the Arbok out just in case they try and red card us. Notable that these stage 2s, if they have them on curve, tend to be all right against Weezing. Because every time you evolve, you heal status conditions like poison. So, Nidorino, if they have it, is a 90 hit point character, which means they'd survive another round from the Weezing. Are the cards in pocket ones you can pull from real boosters? They are not. The artwork is reused from some of the cards in paper. Not all of it, but some of them. But the mechanics are different on them. There's that red card we were playing around. You want to think about that card whenever you can, because it tends to see a good bit of play. Shuffles our hand away and gives us 3 new cards. The reason why I evolved that Arbok proactively. Opponent just giving up this knockout on the front Nidoran to give us our first point of this match. Koga's a lovely redraw off of that. This lets us pull Weezing back to our hand, which effectively resets the damage on it, which is quite potent. Extra coughing off the Pokeball is actually quite nice because it means when we Koga reset the Weezing, we can queue it right back up again on the second coughing if we want. Don't even have to attack here, the poison clears. You still have the opinion that red card is bad. I mean, did you watch the red card happen this game or the game before? It's atrocious. We're 2 for 2 on red cards this morning, making our hands better. Pokemon Pocket's not like regular Pokemon TCG. The decks in this game are only 20 cards. So the odds of you meaningfully changing their hand with red card are incredibly low when you're drawing into such a small deck. I think I'm just putting coughing up. They're forcing me to change out. Yes, it's also not like regular Pokemon where like when you redraw your opponent's hand, there's a chance they just have a bunch of energies and brick off. In Pocket, the energies are in the energy zone, so you're never getting resource flooded in this game. I think it's definitely energy onto the Arbok here. I think it's Energy onto Arbok, X speed, pull the coughing back, Weezing their Weezing. They have 2 cards in hand. Good chance one of them is a Koga. Generally speaking, you don't play Weezing without the way to pull him back to hand. The Nidoking they have building up in the back could be problematic for us. Are you enjoying Pocket so far? It's really great. I had really low expectations going into this game, and it's pleasantly surprised me. I think they did a phenomenal job of keeping the core parts of the Pokemon TCG that are interesting and good while stripping away a lot of the noise. Okay, so I think I need to start getting pressure on Nidoking in order to win this game. So I think I'm gonna Sabrina them here. Nidoking has 150 HP. So if I Sabrina up the Nidoran and I poison it and tap it with the Weezing tackle, we would hit them down to 110, and then Arbok does... We're in kind of a bad spot if they have the Nidoking on curve. I think I need to pull it up and hope they don't have it, but there's a good chance they have it here. It's unfortunate that I don't have my Grimer or my other Weezing. Grimer to set up Muck would be a good finisher here. They don't have the Nidoking. There's only 7 cards in their deck, so good chance they're playing 2 Kings and they have one, but they brick on it, we'll get to clear them here. Yeah, looks like we are a little bit fortunate they're missing their finisher. Looks like we were missing our starter. Yeah, I'm playing a singleton Grimer and Muck. They're like an extra finisher in the deck. I'll let us have one big setup attacker to let us clear through things like Venusaurs. I actually just heard back from the person that maintains the existing bot that we have, and they're going to be able to work on putting pocket cards into it, they said. Looks like some Charizard here from the opponent. See if we can fish up a Weezing. Or Coughing to go with Weezing. Ekans a little sad. Or Coughing. Opponent having first energy advantage on Moltres is a little bit scary. The Inferno Dance here lets them charge up their backline, which is often Charizard. Sabrina is helpful though, because she can let us pull a Charizard up front. While it's still a Charmander or Charmeleon. The big thing to note if you're coming from something like Snap is that Pocket, while it's definitely different than the regular Pokemon TCG, it's definitely closer to a more traditional card game than Snap is. So things like tempo and board presence and those types of concepts matter a whole lot more here. Second Sabrina is awesome because it means I can use this first one kind of aggressively. I'm going to evolve this Weezing so red card doesn't bite us, and I'm going to go ahead and Sabrina up this Charmander and put some damage on it. I'm going to cut this little tyke off before it can evolve into a big scary dragon monster. Yeah, we played a little bit of Omastar. I think Omastar is a pretty competitive card. It's a very, very reasonable top-end finisher with its 3 energy attack. X speed to pull it back. Getting the X speed out of them isn't nothing though, because the Moltres often enjoys that when it's getting out. If they don't have Charmeleon this turn, we actually get to get them with the double Sabrina now, because the Weezing does 40 total poison plus a tackle for 30. So we'll get to swap back to the Weezing, Sabrina the Charmander back up and put it down, and at that point that might be the game. They do not have another setup here, and their Moltres, while being an all-right attacker, is a far cry from Charizard in terms of how threatening it is. You're currently 6 on my front page. Sweet. It looks like I got my eye up on our metrics here. It looks like we've got some people in here that normally wouldn't be. This is a little bit early for my normal stream time, but we'll be right on into my normal stream segment here before long. Almost feels bad poisoning the adorable Charmander. Almost. Omastar Tentacruel. Yeah, it seems reasonable. Tentacruel seems like a card that's like this close to being good. I think if Pikachu EX ever became less popular, Tentacruel would be an incredible lead. Tentacruel's big problem is that 110 hit points means that it dies in 1 to an EX Pikachu because of its weakness. Koga is lovely here. Means I get to buy a turn. So we'll leak some gas. We'll pull Weezing back to our hand, resetting its health pool. The Ekans is gonna go down in 1, but we'll be able to get the Weezing back up afterwards. We put some damage on here, so I think this is fine. What do you think of the longevity of Pikachu EX decks? I'd be surprised if they get power crept anytime soon, but I wouldn't be surprised if the metagame adjusts around them and they're not the absolute best thing to be doing. I think currently from the established decks of this game, Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Charizard are 1, 2, and 3 in some order. But I think that order could definitely be fluid as people explore more things. The metagame in Pocket feels a little underdeveloped. It feels like a lot of people aren't exploring that much. And I think as we have more tournaments and stuff post-launch, we'll see more innovation that pushes the metagame around. We had, there were 4 different tournaments that had over 100 people signed up for them before the launch, the official launch happened, and post-launch, the first community tournament tonight has over 600 people signed up for it. So bigger events like that. I think it has a $300 cash prize pool too, so as there's more innovation and more incentive to try new things, we'll see more decks get worked on that can try and combat the top decks that people are playing now. Alright, there's another basic for them. All of the Pokemon of the Charizard deck take a while to get going. They need 3 energy for Charizard or Moltres to attack. Ooh. This Sabrina is rough. This gives them their second knockout point. I think I'm giving up Grimer. It's unfortunate that I didn't have another evolution set up on my bench. No Muck, no Arbok here is. It's unfortunate. So the opponent has 2 knockout points now to our 1, but their Moltres is an EX Pokemon, which means we get to secure 2 knockout points if we take it down. As we're getting it close to gone, we're in a reasonable spot. And if they have Charmeleon in the back, I've already played both my Sabrinas here. We might be in trouble if they have Charizard on curve, having played both my Sabrinas already. I won't have a way to force up one of their weaker backlines. Yeah, this one might slip away from us. Our lack of Arbok or Our lack of Arbok or Muck could be our unraveling here. Yeah, opponents played this game well. I was a little aggressive with my Sabrinas to start, and I'm not sure we're going to get paid out for it. Phantom, thank you for the 17 months. Yeah, let's let them charge up that back line. If they end up having Charizard here, which is likely, we could be in trouble. Koga is actually the draw we're looking for, because there's 2 Arboks in these 4 cards. So if we find an Arbok next turn, we can Koga the Weezing out, and then Arbok locks this Moltres in, which is what we need to have happen to have a shot here. If Charizard gets up, it's gonna take the game. Phantom, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. If the opponent is heads up here, they're gonna have an X speed. Yeah. And that gets us here with the 4th energy on the Charizard. We needed no second X speed for 1 turn. Hitting Arbok Suitor is pretty key in this matchup, so you can prevent this retreat out into their finisher. That was a close set. They had our big snake, one turn fast arena, but all right. Hey, J-Mac, thank you for the 17 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Good morning, good morning. Phantom with the 17 as well. So, let's play some fire Pokemon for a little bit. Shore's an alright Pocket Monster. It struggles into some of the more meta decks, but I think it's what I refer to as like a pub stomper in these games, where like the established good decks give it a hard time, but it's really good into the non-meta decks. So Blaine, the powerful supporter trainer this deck is built around. Let's Ninetails Rapidash or Magmar correct for 30 extra damage the turn you play it. So it gives you a solid burst. Their Moltres stack, but sort of a different backline than Charizard. Or here. Yes, you are guaranteed to have a basic Pokemon on the first turn of the game. One of the decisions you'll frequently hear me talk about is waiting to play. Oh, that's a Blaine. I almost talked about Professor, but that's actually our second Blaine. The cards threw me off. Yeah, there's some decks people have worked on that only play like 2 basics to guarantee you get a specific one, but I think those ones tend to be a little bit inconsistent still, because you'll just often get stranded with only one. Yeah, the 2 basic Articuno deck basically lives or dies by did it hit, what's it called? The double Blaine here is really strong. So Rapidash does 40 for 1 at a base level. It's a quality draw for us. And then Blaine kicks it up to 70. So double Blaine in this instance lets us crack them for 140 over 2 turns, which would let us secure 2 knockout points on the CX. Potion's an interesting one. So Potion saves them from the second Blaine breakpoint, but it doesn't save them from 2 turns of 40. But this will give them enough where they can take it. Wait. One of the dynamics you want to think about from a strategy point in this game is breakpoints refer to how many turns does it take for certain attacks to knock out certain Pokemon? How long can they survive in that active slot? Sabrina-ing me. I think that's fine. We'll put up Magmar. Because they played at X speed, so they're retreating back to their other Moltres here. Ideally, we would like to find our stage 1 for Pidgey. We're working towards a Pidgeotto. So they'll crack Magmar for 70. I'll crack them to 90. They'll knock me out. I'll put Rapidash up. The Rapidash art is sick. The full arts of this game are so well done. Research is stellar. That was our best draw outside of the stage 1 because it lets us more likely to find the stage 1. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and burn this Pokeball so that way we thin our deck to make us more likely to find the Pidgeotto. Another Magmar's not a bad pickup. I'm going to go ahead and put the energy on here so I can crack it for 50. One of the things I like about this build of Blaine is it's very resource light. All of its attackers are only 1 and 2 energy. So getting something like Magmar knocked out here. Oh, you know what? If I would have Blained this turn, a top deck Pidgeotto would have, or Pidgeot would have let me clear this Moltres. Oh, I couldn't Blaine though because we researched. Never mind. You only play 1 supporter per turn. Opponent hit Charmander here. So yeah, they went into the tank trying to decide, okay, are they building up Charizard EX or are they gonna crack and knock out the Magmar? And they decided they want to try and build the Charizard up, and they get rewarded to 2 energies here for them. There's the Pidgeotto though, which is great for us. So Pidgeotto has a Pokemon ability called Drive Off, which makes them switch one of their bench Pokemon to the active slot. Gives us basically a free Sabrina every turn. And then with the Heatmor here, I think I just go ahead and Blaine and get my knockout. Just like, okay, I'm gonna take my first match point here. They have Charmeleon Charizard queued up here? They might. But notably, they don't have any knockout points here. So we're likely going to be in a position to be able to take over this game with Pidgeotto. We get to use that Drive Off every single turn if we want to. Ooh. The Moltres is actually problematic, potentially. Because it gives them another 1 knockout point Pokemon to switch into. Having more bench Pokemon is strong in this game. A lot of the decks that don't play a lot of them are making a mistake. So I assume they're going to put up the Moltres here. Oh, that's interesting. I was expecting the other one. But yeah, I guess this tracks. Yeah, that second one knockout point they have in the back, I think, is going to be the twist in their plans that means we're going to have a hard time getting across the finish line. I was expecting our Pidgeotto's drive off to be able to force one of these Moltres up into the active. There's the other one out. Sorry, for people that aren't following, this is a Moltres on the bench as well. I expected them to put this one up. Yeah, I'm not sure we have a route. I'm not sure I have a route to victory here now. Because of this. A lot of the more meta decks people have been playing only play a limited number of basics, which makes Pidgeotto really strong into them. But just the fact that they have an extra one to switch into here that I can't clear through with Wing Attack. Yeah, this deck building choice got him the game. Well played by the opponent there. They need X speed in hand. The X speed doesn't do anything. Or I mean, they don't need X speed. They can just attach an energy and switch back organically, Trainer. I don't have, so they can't beat me the next turn without the X speed, but they beat me in 2 plays. So yeah, that it's not about just living one turn. It's about not having a path to victory in general over the course of the game. Yeah, the Moltres basic is 1 retreat. And even if I knocked out the Moltres basic, I only had 1 knockout point, which meant I was gonna have to get through one of their EXs, and by the time I knocked out the non-EX Moltres, the Charizard was gonna be charged up and take me down in 1. That was another part of why the Moltres basic was so key, is it gave them another Pokemon that was only worth 1 knockout point. So their deck building choice of including multiple 1 knockout point Pokemon got them across the finish line there 100%. Not terrible when going first. If we find the stage 1 on curve, it lets us, a lot of Charizard this morning. Well, like, Pikachu and Mewtwo were more popular yesterday. Been a bunch of Charizard matches today, though. Picked. Another person running some backup alternative Charizard Pokemon. I see Scorch here. Or Sizzlepede that evolves into Scorch. I mix up the Zoomer Pokemon sometimes. You should spend pack points buying cards you want to play with. I'm not using Professor's Research because most of the Charizard decks play red card. I would like to not incentivize them to red card me. You have the Pidgeotto already lined up in here. There's the Scorch. 130 for 4 discards of fire energy to do it. Yeah, in general, Silence, when I'm playing other games, people who have never subbed to support the channel, if they're going to come in here and demand, why won't you play game I want you to play? I was going to go ahead and move them along. 3 heads on the Moltres is a lot. It means the Scorch can threaten. Yeah. Oof. Huh? Well, I'm gonna start on this and see what we draw, but if they had even one less hit there, it would be very good for us. The problem is the Scorch even one hits my Pidgeotto. So I think I'm pulling back and putting the Rapidash up to pressure with now. Just because I have to worry about this deal 130 for 1. Hey, Savi, thank you for the 7 months. Welcome back. Man, it's really unfortunate. I think our draw this game and last game would have beaten the greedier all-in on Charizard Moltres deck. But these folks trying the other single knockout point Pokemon are giving us a hard time here. The fire animation on Rapidash is a flare cosmetic. Well then. Tuesday is election day in the US. Coming up on it real fast. Alright, so I get to claim 2 knockout points here. But I don't know that we're gonna have a path to getting through this Scorch before we... I don't know if that's allowed. Go vote. Go vote is 100% allowed and encouraged here. Wholeheartedly. If I hit a Blaine, what's our route here? So Blaine this turn lets us deal 70 down to 60. Now we're still short no matter how we slice it. We would have needed like another Rapidash on deck to be able to top deck another Blaine. That's just chunks us for 130 every turn. They have the Charizard geared up in the back too. Let's do some Greninja. This has been what I've enjoyed. Some Greninja Alakazam. I definitely want to fish for an Abrah on 1 here. I think I'm gonna research first. I wouldn't mind coming up with 2 basics. A Kangaskhan and an Abrah would be nice. We found the other Pokeball, so we're guaranteed 2 basics here. Unfortunately, it's in our second Froakie. Also not the end of the world necessarily. Frogadier here. One of the questions I have to make here is, do I want to invest in this Froakie that could be getting Marowak EX next turn? Let's open on research and see what we pull. I think with the guaranteed Greninja, I'm gonna go ahead and evolve this one on the bench. I don't want to evolve into this one and get it knocked out before I can get to my stage 2. Yep, there's the Marowak EX. Like with any card game, key to being good at a game like Pocket is understanding which cards are in your opponent's output ranges and what they do. So, it's a little bit of a high roll. They only needed 1 though. So Marowak does an average of 80 damage per hit. Flips 2 coins and does 80 per. So 75% of the time, my Greninja lives an attack from this Marowak. Greninja also notably only needs 1 water energy to attack and then 1 of any type. That's what that white star means. So we can put the psychic energy on the Greninja and get attacking here. Its water shuriken lets us do 20 anywhere. So they get to tap this for 20 and then attack for 60. So even if they have a single potion, we get to knock this Marowak out next turn potentially. Unless they high roll a little bit and hit 2 heads. They have double potion is the question. Playing the first one implies they have a second. They do not. So it's a bad potion for them if they don't hit double heads here. They did not. And there's a critical failure after their critical win. So they're averaging 50% here, but not in the order they wanted them. And now we've each taken 1 knockout, but my knockout knocked out something that was an EX, so I get 2 knockout points, and I'm taking 2 energy off of their board with my knockout, whereas they took 0 off of mine. So we're up in terms of knockout points and tempo, more importantly, because we put more of their energy in the trash can. Now, one thing that's going to be a little bit up to variance here is I need this next energy underneath this water to be a psychic, so I can attack with Alakazam. Alakazam, again, friendly to 2-color decks, can attack with 2 colorless, but he needs 1 psychic. So my frog's going down here on the following turn, and I need a psychic to get set up on this Alakazam before then. Yes, which energy you get is random each turn, 50-50. Survey says, oh, that's a brick. That could lose us the game. I did draw Kangaskhan off of their red card though, is noteworthy. So Greninja here, gonna go ahead and put this Sand Slash down to 20, which means Mama Khan here knocks it out with a single heads flip, which is statistically probable. Not guaranteed, but probable. I am completely confused by your statement, Bez. What changes happened to the Pokemon Pocket economy this morning, and why are you saying they are dire? They added an extra thing to give you more free stuff every month this morning. Yeah, 75% of the time we win here. That being said, if we brick on this attack, the Marowak EX probably means they win. Got him. So we missed on the Psychic Energy to guarantee the win, but then Kangaskhan gave us a 75%er afterwards. Alright, it's about that time, gamers! Twitch needs their dollars, and so do I. We're going to take a 2-minute quick ad break here. I'll throw our deck list up on screen while we're doing that. We're going to play some more Alakazam and Greninja when we return. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Hourglasses are 50%. I'm going to correct a little misinformation because I think that's what people are complaining about. They did not increase the cost of anything. They added a new thing with a different price. So when you go into the shop, the original priced hourglasses are still here. They're just a one-time purchase. The new ones that will reset monthly have a different ticket price. No, I would assume the base ones are cheaper and more accessible to start, so that way you get more packs faster to begin with, while the recurring ones, for people who are playing longer term, yes, it is not a price increase, it is a new stock, and I'm sure a lot of people who are looking to be disingenuous about what's occurred are going to frame it as a they increased price, when in reality they added a new thing with a different price. If they got rid of the starting ones here that I'd already bought that ran out, I would agree with you, they increased the price. However, they did not do that. They added a new one with a different cost. Let's go ahead and take our ad break. We can talk more about it at length after if we want, but I don't really think there's much to say here that I didn't already say. They should remove the originals if they're not refreshing. I would agree that after I buy something, if it's not going to refresh, it'll disappear. And I bet they'll add that long term. Because when I bought the paid things in the Pokegold thing that were one-time purchases, they disappeared afterwards. So I would assume that this section not going away when you fully buy it out is an oversight, not an intention. But that's just like a small quality of life thing. That's fine to call out, but let's not act like it's the end of the world or things are breaking because of it. Framing this change as dire is some big Reddit energy. Then I put the deck list up on screen. Let's do that. This is one of my favorites. This deck list actually top forward one of the deck list top forward one of the community tournaments last weekend. It's definitely got some competitive legs, not just frog legs. Gene, thank you for the 10 months. Welcome back. How do you get the currency to buy the hourglasses? You can get one of those each day from the login reward in the shop, and then you can get 5 more from doing other things in the client, such as playing games or doing wonder picks and things like that. So you can get up to 6 of them per day or 180 per month. And then there's also extra ones from doing things like the AI battle missions that give you free rewards. Yeah, Greninja and Alakazam are both incredibly flexible Pokemon. The fact that they have 2 colorless energy in their attack means that you can splash them in second color decks quite regularly. Like, this is playing both. There. One of the many reasons why the Charizard pack is the best pack to be opening to start, in my opinion. Abrah, the opener, is not the droid we're looking for. We really want to pull especially when they're on a dark type. Really hoping to pull Kangaskhan to be able to lead on that. Our ideal start in this deck is Kangaskhan up front to buy us time with her tanky health pool while we set up our backline. What's going on, Pythrion? Good morning. That is an unfortunate pull for us. Although the Dratini tells us that they likely don't have dark energy and they're just playing the Weezing to stall, which is better for our bad start. The opponent's deck is a Dragonite deck, so it looks to front line with the tanky Weezing, not attacking with it, just using the poison gas ability. While it sets up Dragonite as a big finish of the backswing. So, I think your pessimism about the economy of games is based on other games that are not Pokemon games. And for reference, Pokemon TCG Live and the other Pokemon digital client before it were both Live still exists, are both incredibly consumer friendly to the point where you can't even put money into them. Paper Pokemon TCG is also one of the only TCGs in paper that consistently has a player-friendly economy. So if you're setting the bar, comparing it to other things like that. I also just, again, I disagree with your framing that changing that adding a new hourglasses says they're making the economy worse. It's weird to me to levy the accusation that they're making things worse when they added a new free way to get resources. So like, I don't understand a world where the action they took was add a new mechanic that gives you resources literally for free and be like they're making things worse when they did that. Like that logic doesn't track for me. It's the same mechanic but more expensive, but that only tracks if they got rid of the cheaper option. They added a secondary way past the one that was already there. So again, I'd be inclined to agree with you if they got rid of the one we already had, but that's not what happened here. They added an additional one. Our lack of Froakie is sad here. Average on the Kangaskhan, 60 on one, 0 on the other. Turd Ferguson, welcome back from Prime Purgatory. Thanks for the 18 months. Yeah, it's very common for this style of game to front load the amount of resources you give players. So having the first batch of get extra packs for free be cheaper gives players who are new to the game access to those resources faster. Which is a good, reasonable thing, generally speaking. I'm actually torn on if I want this knockout here, because this lets them put the Dragonite up without the what's it called, and I don't have Alakazam ready to go. So Dragonite, heavy hitter here, does 50 damage 4 times at random across all of my Pokemon. So we're actually kind of hoping that it, like, just puts a bunch into my active Kangaskhan, and then we top deck Alakazam would be ideal. Okay, the poison takes us down, giving them their second knockout point. So this game's gonna come down to, can we peel the Alakazam here? Alakazam will one-hit KO this Dragonite. That's a research. All right, two Alakazams and 9 cards. There's our boy. So Alakazam, really powerful finisher against these other decks looking to go big. Does 60 plus 30 for every energy attached to the Pokemon. This does a whopping 180, clearing this Dragonite in a single blow. And now that's our second knockout point, so we're 2-2. And notably, our opponent does not have another attacker lined up and ready to go. What is the difference between paralyzed and asleep? Paralyzed wears off after 1 turn. Asleep, they can flip a coin to get out of it. Yes, art is very, very good. Love the full arts in this game. One of the conundrum that you always hear with digital card games is that players simultaneously want all of the cards instantly for free, but at the same time, they also want to be able to log in and get rewards every single day. And those two desires are at odds with each other. If you give the players everything, suddenly they no longer want to log in because they don't have anything meaningful to collect, but then they also want everything right away. I am reserving long-term judgment on the pocket economy until we see what the trading mechanics are going to look like. I feel like that mechanic will make or break my opinion on how good or bad they want things to be in terms of acquiring specific game pieces. I think the current economy structure seems all right, with low rolls being exceptionally bad. But trading has the potential to make low rolls level out in a way that will feel less bad. Digging for an Abrah here. Kangaskhan would also be welcome. 2 Pokeballs is great. 1 Kang, 1 Abrah would be perfect here. So this is 66% to grab a Kang, 33% to grab another Abrah. Nailed it. I think I'm actually gonna let this frog take the first hit, and then next turn we'll X-speed back to Mama. So I'd like Mama to be healthy when she starts swinging. So, I assume one of the reasons why trading hasn't been implemented yet, Wilker, is because when they figure out the details, they're gonna make it so third-party marketplaces likely aren't sustainable or profitable. I expect trading will be like limited to your 3rd plus copy of a card, or it takes some type of trade dust or something, because they'll need to structure it in a way so people can't endlessly roll free-to-play accounts to generate trade value. And I wouldn't be surprised if working out that detail / nuance is why it hasn't been implemented yet. gonna get my evolutions out here. So that way we don't have to worry about getting them red carded out of our hand, even if we're not gonna use them for a little bit. Is Farfetch'd a worthwhile placeholder for Kangaskhan? So, your Pikachu EX and Starmie EX matchups will be a lot worse with Farfetch'd over Kangaskhan in this deck. Morning, toddler girl.
Daddy, look what Mommy found that I lost from Christmas.
Mommy found your Christmas dino. That dino's as big as you. Oh. Look at this girl and her dino, gamers. You have a good sleep?
Wow.
Oh, you got a Pokemon shirt on. Look at that. Pokemon shirt.
But Daddy, I have to take off my shirt.
Did you go to school? Put a clean one on? Yep. Oh. Thanks for coming down to see me. I love you. You should get ready for school with mommy, okay? I think I'm gonna... So Greninja can deal 20 to anything. I think I'm gonna put the 20 on the Coughing, because then if we high roll on the Kangaskhan here, we could knock it out. Mama threw hands. Get him. Yeah, that's why we pulled it out when we found it. Mommy's up. She's looking for you. Have a good day at school, baby girl. The kangaroo and her frog artillery support. Yeah, the flavor of what's going on in Pokemon as an IP is definitely something to savor. Yeah, to the regulars coming in, we're currently enjoying some front page time on Twitch. Appreciate people that are stopping by to hang out from there. We'll be in and around the front page for the majority of the day. So, because I am only need one more energy on the frog, I'm gonna start building up the Kadabra / Alakazam because it needs 3 long term. I'm gonna be a little bit conservative here and put 20 damage on the Ekans, so that way if Mama doesn't high roll 2 heads again, we have more damage for the Arbok. But that's fine. Chat, as is always the case, it's wrong to be conservative. Make sure you get out and vote progressive this fall. Mama's gonna throw hands, and we're gonna be in a great spot. And that honestly, this right here is the reason to put the 20 damage on their Ekans, because if the Kangaskhan high rolls here, the game's probably done regardless. Favorite Gengar deck? Unfortunately for Gengar fans, I don't think Gengar is a competitive card in Pokemon Pocket currently. I've tried a few iterations of Gengar, and it feels worse than the alternatives most of the time. Morning, Boomflex. Been remarkable success with the deck that you're playing. Thanks for always brewing solid decks. Yeah, that's what's super reasonable and consistent. Where are my decks? You can find a bunch of different decks like this one that I've built on my Pocket YouTube channel. This game only launched globally on the 30th, a couple of days ago. But it had a soft launch in New Zealand before that, so I've been playing and throwing some videos up for the last month or so now. Morning, Ben. Chubby Pikachu. The first time I loaded this game up and I saw this artwork from my childhood, I was like, oh, they know exactly what they're doing with this game. It is prime millennial bait. So, I think because I already have the Froakie and Frogadier, I'm actually not going to research here because I'm not in a huge rush to find Abrah with the Froakie teed up already. And I want to play around a red card by waiting on my research. That's fine. Mama's tired from the last match. She'll get us in a second. Let her rest. Do you play the standard format? I'm not sure what you refer to. Pocket only has one format to play right now. Unless you're talking about paper Pokemon, in which case it's been a while since I played that. Pikachu EX here, which is one of the many reasons why Kangaskhan is the ideal starter in this deck. Kangaskhan's hefty 100 hit point pool makes it durable enough to survive a 90 damage hit from Pikachu EX. Abrah going. Let's put the Frogadier out. I'm torn here on whether or not I want to get energy on the Frogadier or the Abrah. I think it's the Abrah. That's close though, because Greninja eventually needs 2, and that's a water energy. But working up towards the Alakazam seems important. Whoo, Kanga. All right, so we need to dodge X speed plus Giovanni this turn. If they have X speed and Giovanni, they knock out Kangaskhan in one go, and they get to do it this turn, which would put us on a back foot. Yes, this deck is card for card, the same as the Greninja Alakazam deck from the video. Haven't been any changes. There's the X speed. Lets them swap out to the Pikachu. The question is, do they have the Giovanni supporter, which would let them knock out Kangaskhan in one? One card left in hand. Did they have the perfects? They did not. Sweet. This extra turn with Kangaskhan attacking is a big deal. If I high roll with this Kangaskhan and hit 2 heads, the Kadabra actually attacks for 60 and can finish it next turn. Yeah, mama! She got 4 tails in a row against the Raichu, but when push came to shove, mama put up. That's what we need. That's what we need, gamers. Only hit 2 heads out of 6 flips, but they were the ones we needed. Would much rather have damages on their EX Pikachu than their Raichu. I wonder if we're gonna see a retreat here. Yeah, they swapped to the Zebstrika. This is well played on their part. Zebstrika gets to deal 30, which finishes the Kangaskhan here, and now their Pikachu EX is not at risk. I think this means it's a shame I don't have the Alakazam. If I had the Alakazam, we could put Kadabra up and just crack them, but I think I have to put Kangaskhan up. And the problem here is Kangaskhan has a retreat 3, so even if I draw the Alakazam, we're locked in now. Lukey. No, mama! I needed hits on this Zebstrika. Uh-oh, should have gambled, chat. Should have banked on hitting the Alakazam. Was a 1 in 5. The song says you're supposed to kill the man, mama. I am really surprised they are attacking Kangaskhan and not my Frogadier. So the Zebstrika deals 30 anywhere each turn is its power. So they could be going after my frog on the bench if they wanted here. Yes, my record for Kangaskhan misses is 9 in a row. Bricked. You did the Alakazam? Yeah, that's fair. I guess you could set the Alakazam up so it dies in 1 to Pikachu. Ninetide pressing the button or Ninetails? Ninetails. Alright, 2 Greninjas and 6 cards here as well now. This does 100 and does 30 to one of their benched. Weird attack. I think that's a weird gotcha question, Rising, that I refuse to answer for you. Try again next time. Right, that's their second knockout point, but Alakazam's ready to start trucking through them here. Oh, why are there no Greninjas in my deck yet? Why are there no Greninjas? Or lose all their tempo. Not quite all of it. So they have 1 energy on this Pikachu EX, so it can crack for 90. What's their line to victory here? Their line to victory is Zebstrika deals 30 to Alakazam, and then Pikachu plus Giovanni clears. I really enjoy tempo gameplay and resource management, which often go hand in hand. Tempo gameplay refers to like trading card advantage for gaining resource advantage or denial early. Night Gale, thank you for the 11 months, appreciate that. Actually, just not a single Greninja in sight. All right, opponents navigated this game really well. We lose the game to Giovanni plus third bench electric on this Pikachu EX attack. It's been a close set, but that is gonna take us down if they have it because our Greninja's been buried. Yeah, they might not have room for Giovanni. It's true. If they're playing Lieutenant Surge with the Raichu, they might not have space for that. All right, and Professor's research should mean this game is done. They can't play another supporter like Giovanni. Yeah, grindy match. X speed is scary. It lets them save an energy. That's their second X speed, yeah. So Raichu here threatens to get their last knockout point in a single blow. And they can surge onto it. Oh my gosh! We're actually dead, yeah? Because if I drew Greninja this turn, we wouldn't have been dead. Let's Sabrina and see if they play around the Greninja. But if they just put up the second Raichu, we lose. But putting the second Raichu up loses to us having Greninja, which we were 50% to draw this turn. There's other research in our deck too. Our bottom, we were 75% to draw Greninja this turn. I am standing, yeah. I split my time streaming, standing, and sitting about 50-50. Really well played on the opponent's part. We'll let them show their finisher here in the Lieutenant Surge. If our bottom three cards had been anything other than Greninja Professor's Research, we would have gotten him here. I will have an economy overview once we know how trading works, so no TBD on that. The long and short of the economy in the short term, though, is unlike Marvel Snap, it's kind of hard to shoot yourself in the foot in this game. It's not like you could just rip Spotlight caches and get nothing. In general, spending all of your resources every turn is good and correct. Yeah, that was a great game. And honestly, I often talk about that. I think the number one sign of a game being a good game that I enjoy is that I can lose a game and walk away from it being like, man, that was interesting and close. And then the corollary to that is the number one sign that a game is miserable is I can win a game and be like, man, I won that and it was still kind of awful. It feels like it's hard to acquire cards for decks. It's high variance to acquire specific cards. Because that's how booster packs work. You are correct in that. Trading being implemented will be instrumental in smoothing out that variance. So the person who opens 9 copies of Executor EX can turn them into other useful EXs they actually need. Yes, what someone in chat just said is how you need to take it. You're supposed to build decks with the cards that you open, and pack points are there to smooth out the last couple of cards for decks you otherwise opened cards for. Pack points are not plentiful enough to be like, oh, I'm going to build my entire deck from pack points. I opened 0 of the cards. The system is Snap adjacent in a way like that you're supposed to play with what you've got, as opposed to allowing you to explicitly target a single thing. Pikachu. Oh, this red card's actually really good for them, unfortunately. There, the Alakazam line was good for us. They give us a Froakie, though. If we find Kadabra with the research, we're in a fine spot. So, because I want to draw a stage 1 with research, I want to Pokeball before I research to thin the basic out of my small deck size. Okay, no no what's it called, Kadabra, but we have the full Froakie line, which is not bad. There's Mama, averaging out some variance. 2 tails last turn, 2 heads this turn. You have Sabrina up my other Kangaskhan. While this looks a little silly on the surface, I think this is actually a good play from the opponent, because this lets them get 20 damage marked on both of my Kangaskhan's, which means both the Kangaskhan's die in a single 90-point hit to Pikachu. So I'm not super familiar with Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, so correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Duel Links is the same rules as regular Yu-Gi-Oh, but it's just a smaller card pool, right? Can I get a fact check on that? Anybody familiar with Duel Links? Is what I just said accurate? But it's not, there aren't digital only cards, and there isn't a different way to build decks in a different rule set, right? Are the decks the same? Are the hit points the same? Or is the deck building different? I genuinely don't know. Okay, so it is smaller. Yes, then comparing this to Duel Links would be accurate. I've never touched Duel Links. Yu-Gi-Oh is one of the few paper card games I never really touched. I'm a former Magic the Gathering player, chat, which means I can't read, and Yu-Gi-Oh cards have too many words on them. This Sabrina is weird, because they're just like trading one Kangaskhan for the other. This was a bad use of resources from the opponent. I'm really surprised they didn't switch to the Pikachu and knock out Kangaskhan here, but surprised in a way that's beneficial for us, because the more time they give us to build up to our stage 2s, the less likely they are to win the game. Yes, unlike the Marvel Snap Economy crazy, you should basically just always spend your resources in Pokemon Pocket. It is not beneficial to sit on your resources endlessly in this game. Spend your stuff, open your things. The only reason to stop spending hourglass is when you have all the mechanically unique cards in the game. Yeah, so I am currently not spending my hourglasses, so I'll save them for the next set once I have all the cards. I'm basically just using Kangaskhan to buy time here. Just setting up the Alakazam. Even if Kangaskhan full misses here, it's not a big deal, because Alakazam's gonna one-shot this Pikachu even if it was at full. In fact, I think I messed up the one turn I put a Greninja into the Pikachu. I should have put the Greninja into the Zapdos. Yeah, sure. If you have all the cards you actually want and there aren't any more cards, it's the same as being functionally complete. Functionally the same, but technically different, so asking is a average TCG player, actually. So there's their second knockout point. But they shouldn't be able to clear Alakazam or Greninja here in one turn. And Alakazam's gonna pick up this Pikachu knockout, giving us 2 knockout points, tying the game up. And then we're positioned to be able to clear something off their board next turn. So again, Alakazam does 60 plus 30 more for each energy they have. So we get to just put this Pikachu down. Yes, Greninja's ability can be used from anywhere and does not require it to have energy on it. It's one of the reasons why it's a stellar card. One of the many reasons. Data mines say Pokemon Pocket will have a small set get released at the middle of December, and then we'll have another big set similar to the size of Genetic Apex at the end of January. When do you switch for opening one type of pack to another? When you have all of the cards you want, or when you have enough pack points to finish crafting the cards you want and can move on? There is definitely an optimal number of 3 and 4 diamond cards where you're supposed to move on if your only goal is to maximize the number of mechanically unique cards in your collection. But the reality is definitely you should maximize your ability to actually play the game if you're interested in playing. So there's a spreadsheet pinned in the Pocket channel in the Discord server that helps you figure out those stats if your only goal is to maximize mechanically unique cards. But switching off just because it's statistically optimal when you can't actually play the deck you've been wanting to open towards doesn't make sense. All right, looks like it's time for Twitch ads. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're gonna play a different deck when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out for some Pocket today. Don't go anywhere. We had some folks yesterday asking about viewer submissions. So I think if we have any folks lurking that want to send in a tip to have us do some build-arounds, we'll open that up for the day, because we're going to be streaming for a while. Switch up to something else in the meantime and play Greninja for a little bit. What's going on, Boo Shoes? Thank you for the almost 3 years. Welcome back. Are there any decks that are mostly Charizard, that use mostly Charizard, that Giovanni is a staple in? No, Charizard's the one deck that basically never wants Giovanni. You don't need an extra 10 when you're dealing. Charizard pack. You can splash Giovanni in most decks, but I don't think it's necessary. I think if you cut Giovanni from basically any deck it's in and replace it with an X-Speed or a potion, it's about the same. Have you done Greninja Dragonite? I have not done Greninja Dragonite. That sounds ambitious, but I'd be willing to try. It's probably a very similar dynamic to this, right? Where you frontline Kenga. Mewtwo is the deck that most wants Giovanni. Yes, and conveniently it's in the same pack, right? Which is nice. Can you run Charizard EX without Moltres? I think you could lead like Kangaskhan and Rapidash and be okay, but it's definitely worse. That's an interesting thought, Dance. Playing fewer than 2 Dragonite in a deck where it's you're more likely to be happy with the middle one. I like that idea. Dragonair is a pretty solid poke on her own. That would let the Alakazam Greninja shell play another X speed, which it definitely wants more X speed. Let's build that real quick. My kingdom for flares to have defaults in this game. You're fine, not my dance. We'll get building here. Ball research, a Sabrina, 2 X speed. I think X speed is pretty important in these Dragonite decks, so you can sub the Dratini back when you start on it, and it's not ideal. Most of the time, it's not ideal. Patches? Yeah, I've got some front page time this morning. I think we'll start here. Go around for Primeape. Dragonite Greninja. Sounds good. Do some Primeape after this one. And will Alakazam yet? Are there other good decks I can play with Greninja? Yeah, definitely. You should check out my my budget decks build. It's got both a mono blue and an Executor Greninja build in there, depending on what you got in your collection. I think Greninja is one of the most flexible cards in the game. The fact that Frogadier attacks for only colorless and Greninja only needs 1 water means you can pair it with a lot of different stuff. Shit. Oh, almost forgot to set my cosmetics here. Name this viewer dex for the sake of clarity. Is it sad? Thanks for being here. Do you want a Misty instead of an X-Speed? I don't think so. I think X-Speed is really good in this archetype. Being able to reposition Froakie or Dratini back when you start on them and then draw into Kangaskhan has a lot of value. I have not played anything Monster Hunter related, no. That's also true. X-Speed helps you retreat Kangaskhan sooner in the event that you need to pull her out of the active. It's very helpful, so it works well with Kangaskhan in both directions, essentially. So I'm gonna have on-curve Greninja. It's just a question of, do I want on-curve Greninja taking damage up front? I don't think I do. just gonna let Froakie be a punching bag. So, the second Frogadier here is actually a really good draw because getting to attack for 30 this turn means that Greninja gets to knock out this Arbok next turn. Because Arbok has 100, so it'll be at 70, and our Greninja deals 20 plus 60 or 80. So they need Potion here to not go down. And again, seeing the strength of that Frogadier gets to attack for a colorless. I have the Potion. Arbok does hit for 60, yeah. If I'd have known we were gonna draw both the Greninjas, we'd have gone in on the first one. We just couldn't know. Now, the good news here is, if they don't have second potion, I get to finish the Arbok with a Shuriken, and then use Mist Slash into the thing that they switch up into to get some damage going. They get to murder my Dratini. Which, I don't know, mixed feelings about that, I guess. The Greninja's my finisher here. I can't retreat the Dratini because it's cornered. I could evolve it and knock out the Arbok. I don't know that that's great. I guess evolving it lets me retreat it next turn, which has value. Oh, that's not true if they have the Weezing though, right? I haven't played it yet though, so maybe they don't have it. Oh, I can retreat. I forgot evolving removes the penalty. I forgot evolving removes the penalty. It clears statuses, and that counts as a status. So we get to live the Weezing here too. Right. Oh, no Weezing. We are super done here. Oh yeah, Big Mama has another backline now too. Yeah, somewhere in the back of my mind, I knew that we could clear with evolving, but I didn't connect that. That was, the Arbok was one of the things that I cleared. I don't play against a lot of Arbok. Solid frog carry that game. Greninja is my second favorite card behind old Smoky Boy Weezing. I mean, those two play together nicely as well. Having first energy advantage against Mewtwo is good. Yeah, Jolteon's a very, very solid Pokemon for sure. Mewtwo decks love playing red card, so I am not going to research on one here because I want to play around that. Red card shuffling my hand away is much worse when I haven't played a copy of research to begin with. He's not bad. We're gonna go digging for the Frogadair now. I think I'm gonna switch to the Kangaskhan. Mama is ready to put hands on this Mewtwo. I will 100% be doing a red card math video next week at some point. We will very likely be doing an election night stream, yes. The election night stream will probably end up being an early one, though, because Harris is going to win Texas and/or Florida, and we'll be done pretty quickly. Full co-pope. Not a Frogadair in sight, unfortunately. That's fine. We'll just keep flipping all heads with Kangaskhan and it'll be fine. Which version is your favorite Greninja deck? I like Executor and Alakazam equally. They have slightly different matchup tables. If there's a water energy under this lightning, our Dragonair could get frisky on this Mewtwo. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to put Froakie into the meat shipper, I think. All right, there's a water underneath. So I am explicitly not evolving into Dragonite because I want the option to Tail Smack next turn. Serum Sign drive the Froakie? That doesn't matter. So, Dragoneer clearing this first one, and then they are not set up to deal 150 next turn, and then this lets us evolve into Dragonite to win the game afterwards. Statistically. Do I burn the X speed to make it so it's less likely red card bricks my Dragonite? Is that crazy or crazy like a fox? Because that's their path to victory, right? Is red card be out of the Dragonite? It might tip your hand. Yeah, but how do they leverage me showing them what my plan is? If they have red card, they're playing it either way. But what are they gonna do? They might read that. What's the line? If they have red card, they're playing it. So people are saying like this reveals what your plan is, but like how are they getting around it? Oh, this means Sabrina gets me. That's a fair take. They haven't Sabrina'd yet. Yeah, that's a good take. Now I lose to Sabrina. Actually, just crazy is the answer, not crazy like a fox. Giovanni, all right, we're done here. Well, I guess statistically we're done here. Dragonite could swing and miss. It's fine. Your Dragonite at home might swing and miss. Mine does not. My Dragonite ends the game every time here. Yeah, buddy. Got him. To the person that's asking why I didn't attack on the first turn of the game, I was talking to chat and clicked through and hit end turn instead of attacking for 10. It ultimately didn't matter, so I didn't mention it. That was a sweet game. Dragonair into the Dragonite getting to flex. Alright, I think I need to take a minute and go check if I can get flares on Dragonair. Because she's gorgeous and crushing nerds for us. I think I have enough for flares on Dratini at least. Actually, not that much. Let's take 3. That's so many. We get shiny on one of them. We'll have to keep an eye out for him on Wonder Picks. Dratinis and Dragonairs. This is what the end game is hunting for cosmetics. You can turn extra copies of things into things like this. So I need 3 copies. I think I'll probably do stars. I prefer the ones that flare when they hit the board to these ones that just like stay on them. I like the bigger flourish. So I'll need 4 more copies of Dratini to get 2 of these. And then how about Dragonair? Can we get any flares for her? I have 6. These are 2 per cosmetic, because these are a little bit more expensive or rare to get. What does the good Dragonite deck look like? I don't know that we have a guaranteed established best Dragonite deck that's been found, but you can find both a Weezing Dragonite list in my budget decks roundup, and you can find a Kangaskhan Farfetch list that's a little bit more expensive in my other one. Oh, and for Dragonair, I think I'll probably push for this one because it's the same one my Dragonite has. They're cute though. Do I want her to match the Big Mama, or do I want her? We have to go through Bubbles to start. This one's locked until we do. So we'll get Bubbles here. I'll have to stew and if I want a second Bubbles or 2 of the one above. I think I prefer the Kangaskhan build to the Weezing build. Oh, the Chansey Meowth picks just keep resetting. Oh, and the bonus pick keeps resetting too. That's interesting. This one's free. This one costs you 2. I might pull for this. I need one more Kangaskhan for Purple Flare on both. I'll take the 1 and 5 for that. Start keeping an eye out for dragons in here. I'm looking for like Coughings, Weezings. Oh wait, there was a Dratini down there in an expired one. I don't know that I want to burn the Hourglass on that though. Alright, I'm gonna spend some of my saved up currency to take the 1 and 5. So the Wonder Pick for people that are new. These show you packs from random people and folks on your friends list. And you can spend a resource to get one of the cards in them at random. So basically I have a 1 in 5 to get what I want here, 20%er. Unlucky. Making rare cards 1 in 5 is a good deal. Yeah, it's a reasonable supplement to what's it called? Let's put our flares on our dragons real quick here. One for Dratini and 2 for Dragonair. The bubbles are growing on me the more I see them. Tipsy, thank you for the gifted subs. Appreciate that. Being on Dratini. We have our X speed here, notably though. So if we could fish up a Dragonite or a Kangaskhan, we can switch to it. Appreciate those gifted subs, Tipsy. It's very generous of you. I think I'm going digging. Brokey and a Pokeball. 2/3 to get Kanga out of this one. Unlucky. I don't think I want a second Dratini. I would like potentially 2 Greninja lines. So I'm going to leave my last bench slot open in case we top deck Kanga next turn. Ooh, Moltres Arcanine. No, 2 copies of Kangaskhan. I like 2 copies of Kangaskhan in these decks that want to get set up a little bit more because it makes you better into, Pikachu EX. Frogadair? Frogadair. We're just passing. I'm choosing not to evolve because I want to use the attack from Dratini on curve, I think. Because they're going to, energy back up here. I'll put an energy on Dratini, crack for 40. Then the following turn, I can evolve into Dragonair, crack for 80. And we'll just get to, attack as we curve out our evolutions now. Could hit a kink if they, super high roll this Moltres and the Arcanine threatens to knock out Dragonair, but unless they hit 3 heads here, we should be in a decent spot. on head speeds, we should be pretty well off. And Kangaskhan's a nice draw because it means should they high roll a little bit next turn with the Moltres, we can X speed back and put Kangaskhan up to take the first hit. Alright, I think the plan now is we go this into Evolve into X speed. And I actually think I'm gonna put the Froakie up. Because I'm never gonna have two Greninjas this game, and having the Kangaskhan back as an extra attacker potentially has value. Yeah, the bubbles look pretty good. I think we might be bubbles on Dragonair. So they get to knock out the Froakie, but then I just get to ranch them with the Dragonite next turn, yeah? Dragonite's got 160, so I don't have to worry about them clearing us on the backswing. Two Dragonite attacks is almost assuredly lethal. I'm kind of really digging this deck, not my dance. Giovanni potential. Arcanine only does 120. You're looking for my preferred build of Mewtwo and thoughts on how you can build it in different ways. Check out my best DX deck on the Pokemon Pocket YouTube channel from yesterday morning. Greninja honestly kind of works with... Greninja kind of works well with Dragonite 2 in a way, because it gets to, like, get to break points on 50. Like, this Water Shuriken into their benched Arcanine means I only have to hit it once instead of twice to win the game here. Yeah, like, we don't win here without the Greninja breakpoint. And, like, we might have won the following turn despite the Dragonite going down, but the fact that we just, like, don't have to ask that question, the game's just over, is really clean here. Yeah, we're definitely taking notes for a highlight with this one. This is gonna make it up to the YouTube side for sure. Two beloved Pokemon that feel sweet and good together. Have some adverts, video gamers. We'll see you in 120 seconds. We're gonna play a little bit more with this one when we get back, and then we're gonna be building around some Primeape as our next viewer submitted deck idea after this. Thanks for hanging out, and thanks Not My Dance for sending this one in. Put it up on the screen for you. The one maybe less than intuitive thing we're doing here is I'm only playing one Dragonite. Dragonite deals 50 damage 4 times. Shows it at random across all your opponent's Pokemon. With the one important thing to note about Dragonite's attack being that it can technically select the same Pokemon 4 times and overkill it by a lot. Yeah, I actually think one Dragonite makes a lot of sense. You have plenty of time to find it. You could win the game without it with Kangaskhan and Greninja, and Dragonair is a pretty all-right attacker. Dragonite's in Mewtwo packs, right? Am I remembering that correctly? That is cool. I've been opening Mewtwo packs with my free packs, so I can hunt for Weezings, but now I'm hunting for Dragonairs too, so that works. Thoughts on Charizard, Moltres, and 2 Kangaskhan? I think trying out Kangaskhan and things like Charizard EX and Mewtwo EX is a great idea. I would be surprised if those decks are optimal with as few basics as they're playing. The decks that play 5 to 6 basics have consistently felt the best to me. Why are some of the packs in my pack section flipped? Because that's how people open packs on YouTube videos with paper products. So they wanted people to be able to do that digitally as well. I'm starting to think that Mewtwo versus Charizard packs ignoring fun is very debatable. I think they're very close. I agree with that. I think Pikachu's clearly the bottom, and I think you could make a reasonable argument for Mewtwo or Charizard outside of that, depending on which ones you want to play. And I think if you really want to play cards that are Pikachu packs, that's also a fine first one to open. Like a lot of economy decisions in the game, it really comes down to what's going to bring you joy, what cards do you want to play games with. Just accidentally added a Weedle to my deck with my fat finger. Garfield! Thanks for hanging out for an entire year. Garfield. I can read. Let's get a sword to go with that shield. Welcome back. And Sack, thanks for the 5 months. FYI, talking about packs that are flipped around versus not, you can flip around or re-flip around any packs that are in your carousel. There's Kanga. I'm gonna Professor here because I would really like to play a Froakion one to get working towards that evolution ASAP. And then a lot of these Articuno decks are red card decks, so I'm gonna go ahead and X speed right now just to make that less appealing. Make my hand smaller and get the Kangaskhan up. Pokedex likely implies that they're playing one of the only 2 basic EX cheese builds of Articuno. But the only cards they play are 2 Articuno EX. Frogadier is lovely. You get to play Greninja on curve while going first is quite strong. Kangamama gets to start throwing hands here. This Misty kinda doesn't matter. It would let them start putting damage on my bench a little bit sooner, but Kangaskhan still takes 2 hits to knock out. And getting an extra 10 on my bench Frogadier is kinda whatever. Oh, they're Dragonite. Interesting that they have room for Pokedex and Dragonite. That seems loose. Also, playing Articuno EX in a 2-color deck is a choice. If I hit with 1 Kangaskhan head, I'm trying to decide if it's correct to put Greninja damage into the Articuno or the Dratini. If Kangaskhan hits with 1 head, I can still finish with the Greninja next turn. If Kangaskhan hits with 0 heads, I can't finish with the Greninja either way. It could be right to put 20 into the Articuno to play around a potion. Come on, Mama, hit once. Cool. It might be right to play around the potion. The best way to spend pack points is on cards that you want to play games with. I would heavily encourage you not to optimize your fun out of the game. If you're asking what pack Greninja is in, I'd highly recommend checking out my best pack video, where I highlight the best and most interesting and competitive Pokemon in each of the packs. Clear this Dragonair out so we don't have to worry about a Dragonite from them. Why not taking out Articuno instead of Dragonair that turn? Because they could evolve into Dragonite and then attack with it on curve, not my dance. I need a water energy under this lightning, or I need to draw a Froakie or Kangaskhan. So unlucky. Did they only have 2 energy? Yeah, so just to walk it out for people that can't think 2 turns ahead. If I knocked out the Articuno instead of the Dragonair, this again, all of you are showing why you can't think 2 turns ahead. If I knock out the Articuno instead of the Dragonair, they can evolve the Dragonair into Dragonite and put a 3rd energy on it. Then I don't knock out the Dragonite. Then they get another turn and put a 4th energy on it. So you can't just be thinking 1 turn ahead in Pokemon Pocket. You need to be thinking 2 and 3 turns ahead with the information that's face up on the board, plus what's likely to be in their hand. Now, it's unfortunate that I'm unlikely to win this game because we both missed on a Water Energy and Froakie and Kangaskhan. I can still top deck Kangaskhan next turn to win, but it's unlikely that that's going to happen. Yeah, this game, I know there's coin flips in this game, so people will try and say it sounds funny to say this, but this game is very chess adjacent. All of the plays are face up on the board, and your job is to think multiple steps ahead into how your opponent's likely plays line up into what you're doing. If I would have had a water energy under this lightning last turn, I would have been able to switch up and finish them with Dratini. If I would have drawn Froakie last turn, I would have been able to evolve it into Frogadier this turn and finish with Water Drip. If we would have drawn Kangaskhan, we could have thrown hands and been able to win the game that way. We're still in this. I don't think that's true, because this has a retreat cost of 3. So we are deterministically dead here. And you know, just because we died doesn't mean we made mistakes. Sometimes you're going to make good choices and still die. But I honestly think that's a good game that's still going to make the highlight for this deck, because it's a good example of talking through that Dragonair knockout especially. Because if I knocked out the Articuno and they were able to evolve into Dragonite, I lose to the Dragonite every single time. Whereas with my line, knocking out the Dragonite meant I won the game if I drew Froakie or Kangaskhan, or I hit the water energy underneath. Which, if we go back and look at the number of cards in my deck, we had a 50-50 to win on the energy, and then we had a, I don't know, there was a Professor's Research in my deck there still too. So I had 3 draws plus a Professor's Research. We were probably another 50-50s, or like 75-ish% to win with my line. If you evolve You survive one blizzard, and then you could hit your professor's research into exactly Kangaskhan plus X speed. Sure, there was a 1%er out there. That's a good call out. And that type of game, and the way those permutations work and thinking 2 turns ahead, is one of the things that it's a lot of people have told me incorrectly they don't think this game has depth. And I think when people are saying things like that, it's showing that they don't understand what they don't understand. Basically, they don't know enough about the game to understand where the depth is coming from. They don't know which choices they're supposed to be looking for and making. So again, the Dragonite at the end lived an extra turn, but I would have had to draw exactly research into X speed plus Kangaskhan because Dragonite has a retreat cost of 3. So there was a very small chance, but we were at a point where it would have required us to draw 1 in 7 and then draw specific 2 out of 6. So I could have taken one more turn, but it was very unlikely. I would love to start on Kangaskhan. Thank you for asking. Yeah, that's true. Even if we hit on the oak into the 2 edge, we'd also need to hit a head on Kangaskhan. I got my second full art Charizard this morning. No Moltres in sight. No joke. My wife's account, where the only thing she's bought is the premium pass, has 4 immersive Charizards on it last night. She was showing me her polls while we were brushing our teeth before bed. And she's like, I'm gonna save my dust to put a flare on one of my immersive Charizards. And I was like, how do you have enough immersive Charizards to put flare on any of them? And for reference, the more rare a card is, the more pack dust it costs to put the flare on them. Putting flare on immersive Charizard for the fanciest one costs 26,000 dust. X speed here, getting to flex why it's one of the best cards in the game. It costs 90k dust to flare a crown. Yep. Excuse you. That's the big whale, chat. If you're wondering what the whales look like and do and play in this game, the Leviathans in the bottom of the sea are putting flares on their crown Pikachus. They're spending that $100+ a day every single day. I'm really surprised their Zebstrika's not going after my bench here. Oh, they're just switching out to the Pikachu right away. Interesting. They only have 1 card in hand, so the odds that Kangaskhan goes down in 1 is really low. They need a 3rd bench Pokemon plus Giovanni. I think I'm going to start working up Dratini because Dragonair, if we pull her, is real solid for dealing 80. Mama! I need you to strangle a mouse, Mama. Come on. Yes, 100% if I had 3 crowns, I'd be waiting to see how trading worked out before I did anything with it. I actually have 3 full art Sabrinas, and I'm holding on to that because I am crossing my fingers and hoping that I'll be able to turn one of those Sabrinas into like a Koga or something else long term when trading hits. Yeah, I think I gotta give up Froakie here since I put the energy on the Dratini. Good Sabrina for the opponent. That replacement frog. Exactly what the doctor ordered. Come on! Mama! No, Mama! The duality of Kangaskhan, yep. I mean, unironically, if we spike Dragonair, all of these low rolls on Kangaskhan might not matter. Like, if we find Dragonair this turn, that's a good one too. Now we could find Dragonair. We need to hit 1 heads here and draw Dragonair next turn, and then we could still be in a fine spot. Okay, there's 1. 2 Dragonairs and 11 cards and 2 researches and 11 cards. So about 1 in 3 to find a Revolution. Still 1 in 3. Then the basic here. 2 Dragonairs and 9 cards, 2 draws at him. Yes! Oh my gosh, I finally hit it out for the first time in my life. This is so good. Holy. I think this deck is real, Dance. I think this deck is real. It has a ton of lines. And just like that, we're not even, we're ahead. They're super dead. All right, I want to get along to our next viewer submission, but I'm gonna leave this one in the deck editor. I liked this build a lot. Can you explain how the sleep and poison mechanics work? Thanks for the 5 months. Yeah, so poison does 10 damage every time the turn is passed to Pokemon that are poisoned. So think of it as an extra 20 damage per turn, full turn cycle. And sleep, if you're slept, you can't retreat or attack. And every time the turn passes, you can flip a coin to wake up. Dragon Ninja, we're saving that one. Paralyzed. Paralyzed is guaranteed to wear off after a turn and also can't retreat or attack. The way I like to think about it, this is actually a good deck building game theory strategy point, is that flip a coin to paralyze and sleep a Pokemon are the exact same thing. So what do I mean by this? So to compare two Pokemon, Electros, who's deal 80, flip a coin to paralyze, with 140 and 3 energy. This card is very similar to Vileplume, who is deal 80 for 3, guaranteed put them to sleep with 140. So slightly different mechanic that they use. You cannot retreat while slept, no. The difference being, on the paralyze, you flip to paralyze, and on the asleep, they flip to wake up. So it's still a 50% chance to stop their turn the following turn. They need more incentive for battling this game. Excuse me. I actually completely disagree with that. One thing that this game has really reinforced in my mind is that it is fun and freeing to not feel compelled to play games because there's a hamster wheel ladder for me to run on. I am enjoying the fact that the incentive to play games is that I'm having fun playing games. And if I don't feel like playing games, I don't have to. And I actually think for the longevity of this game, one of the really good things that they have structured for it is that you, longevity, one of the things they have structured for it is that you can log in and clear all your dailies just by opening packs and wonder picking. Meaning if you don't have a deck you love, or you're not enjoying the format, or you're short on time, you don't feel compelled to do chores or get behind. Speaking of the event, let's see if our new free wonder pick is up. It is not yet. Sedge. No dragons in here. No dragons in here. Why does this reset? Resets in 29 minutes, so the new free one probably comes up then. Zapdos, Marowak plus Pidgeot. That sounds fun. Yeah, we could do that after our Primeape build. You see, I don't even know that that's strictly the case. I think calling it a collection first game because they haven't put predatory pressure on you to be obligated to play games when you're not having fun automatically makes it collection. One of the things that doesn't get talked about enough in the mobile gaming space is that it's accepted that things like loot boxes are predatory and that random mechanics and login things are predatory. But no one ever talks about how ladder systems are deeply predatory. Predatory systems refer to things that psychologically manipulate you into taking things or taking actions you wouldn't otherwise be taking if you weren't feeling compelled to. And the existence of a ladder in games like this exists to make you run on that rat wheel and play games when you're not having fun for the sake of collecting rewards and or making a number go up. And I wouldn't be surprised if long term they add a ladder, because it's an engagement driver that makes people play more. But I also think it would be fine if they never added it and didn't put that rat wheel in the game. Primeape's an interesting one. This is one of those cards that reads as very powerful, the potential to deal 100 for 2. There's actually a data mined Mankey that I think has 50 HP, and it deals 10 to both itself and the opponent for 1 energy. And when that Mankey drops, I bet Primeape's gonna be ripped. I think it's potentially still playable as is. But if the data mined Mankey drops as data mined, it's gonna be pretty freaking good. Yeah, there's counterplay to it, Steric, on the deal 40 for 1. So the build around request here is just Primeape. So what do I want to pair with this? We could be Marowak EX. We could do Dugtrio stuff. I've been a pretty big fan of Sand Slash. Oh, you can see it. Oh, you can't zoom in on it because it's bugged. Yeah. It does 30 and it does 10 to itself while having 50. So safe to assume that's gonna be coming. No, you can't craft it with pack points. Pack points are restricted to just the genetic Apex set, so you won't be able to like save pack points for the next set. But yeah, so you'd be able to reckless charge for 30 on 1 and then fight back for 100 on 2 for 130 over 2 turns. I'm gonna do Cubone Marowak here as our secondary line with the Hitmonlee for a splash. I've enjoyed Hitmonlee. Hitmonlee stretch kick pressures their bench Pokemon, which is nice. I think we'll fill in nine trainers from here. 5 to 6 basics is usually my preference. Usually 2 Pokemon with evolution lines, 1 Pokemon that's just a basic, and then some item cards from there. Default flares when, Pokemon. Hey, Thorals, thank you for the Prime support. Streaming here on Twitch is my full-time gig, and folks like you are a big part of why that's possible. Thanks for keeping me around. A bunch of new people passing by while we're on the Twitch front page this morning. You're stopping in to check out what's going on. We are playing Pokemon Pocket. It's a newly released digital Pokemon TCG client on Android and iOS that I've been absolutely loving. I stream card and strategy games full-time here on Twitch. You'll find me here Monday through Friday during the week and occasionally on the weekend as well. In addition to Pokemon Pocket, Marvel Snap's another card game I've been playing a lot of recently. So, one of the things to understand, Kai Bun, is that games like this almost always have what's called MMR accounting for in their matchmaking. However, when a game first launches, everybody's MMR is the same, right? So, like, the matchmaking will level out and start giving you better matchups that make more sense for your MMR once the game has had more time to exist, and you've played more games that it can assign you a reasonable MMR based on the games you've played. I've been loving the game. It's finally a game I feel like playing. I agree. I'm playing a bunch of this both on stream and off. So they will have an MMR system. They haven't officially commented on anything matchmaking related, but it would be incredibly silly for them to not be taking MMR into account in 2025. This is not Dina's first video game. I think it is a very reasonable, safe assumption that MMR is going to factor in. $9,000! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That's super generous. I appreciate that. Happy Friday. Do you have a favorite card or favorite card art in the game? I'm a huge fan of Weezing and Executor as solid stage 1s. Marowak EX is pretty good into the Articuno EX deck that's trying to cheese. If this research finds us X speed, we get to crack them with the Cubone this turn. We missed. I'm gonna put this up here and I'll growl, which means they do 20 less next turn. Hey, Anpu, thank you for the brand new tier 1. Appreciate that direct support. Oh, by the way, something I haven't plugged today. In an effort to move off of Elon Musk's bird site a little bit, I've had a Discord server for a very long time, but it's always been completely private. You have to be subscribed to join it. Or did I not? I thought I made a Discord command. Did I not? My commands not stick last night? I put some commands here. I'll put it up in a second. It's linked under the stream. I'll make a chat command here in a second. The Discord server moving forward, the announcements and giveaway channels, when I do those, are going to be public to anybody, even folks that aren't directly supporting. So if you want a way to follow my content off of Twitch, and you'd like updates on things on like when I'm going live and stuff, you could pop in the Discord server and get updates that way. Blue Sky is okay. I tried to make an account on Threads, but I'm just too old, chat, to start a new social media platform. My Twitter account is almost old enough to vote in a presidential election. Like, it long predates Musk, and hopefully it'll be there after he eventually gives up on his site. I'm at a point where I want less social media in my life, not more. If he successfully runs Twitter into the ground, I'm not going somewhere else. I'm just gonna have one less addicting piece of software in my space. Yeah, the bot must have messed up and lost my commands from last night. I totally made them. Still linked under the stream. It's like, was that a fever dream? Shit. Alright, if we don't low on this Marowak EX, we get to beat their cheesy deck. Because they only have one basic. This Mono Articuno EX deck is something that went around that is really not good. Unfortunately, we've just flipped 4 tails in a row. So I'll still have one more shot here, but they can redraw another one. They found the other Articuno here, and they have the thing. Some of you think you're unlucky, chat. You'll never be 4 tails in a row. Unlucky. Alright, let's try one more here. That's fine, it wasn't a Primeape showcase anyways. Just made it 5 in a row. My record for tails in a row was my Kangaskhan hit 9 tails in a row one time. And fun fact, I actually won the game I hit 9 tails in a row. So Mankey does 20, and then Primeape could do 100. But that combined is not enough to put down Articuno, unfortunately. The Giovanni here. Do I Sabrina them to buy time? Let's crack them. I'm sure the coins are bugged today. That's really going to be the shuffler conspiracy for people who are unlucky and have bad statistical understandings, huh? The coins are rigged today. You think about holding Hitmonlee in hand versus playing against unlikely red card decks. I would always assume Articuno decks are red card decks, just as a for clarity's sake, but I think in general enough people are playing red card that you generally want to play your basics out early. This game pay to win / play. Yes, you can spend money to get cards faster. Interesting. They're choosing to build up the Starmie instead of being more invested in the Articuno. That's a good line, I think. Primeapes are a little shy today. Yeah, we flipped 4 tails in a row last game, which means I'm due to hit 4 heads in a row, right? That's how cumulative variance works. See? We'll cash in 2 of them now. Basic physics. Is the meta just Articuno? The number one thing you can do to get better at card games is learn something that I've worked really hard on my 4-year-old with, which is what we like to refer to as object permanence. Meaning, something can exist even if it's not inside of your immediate line of view. So no, the metagame is not all Articuno, despite me playing against Articuno for the last 2 games. I'm gonna retreat out the Marowak EX to the Hitmonlee. And I'm gonna go ahead and Hitmonlee crack the Golduck. And then they can knock out Hitmonlee. And then I can Sabrina up the Golduck and win with 1 heads on my Marowak. I don't think the Articuno deck is a top 3 deck. I honestly wouldn't even be surprised if it wasn't a top 5 deck. I think the 3 best decks in Pokemon Pocket right now in some order are Mewtwo, Charizard, and Pikachu, and I don't know what the order is there. I think it's up for debate which of those 3 is the best and by how much. We had another double head saved up. Why not just knock out the Starmie? Exactly. All right, 25% of the time it works. 75% of the time it works every time. Unlucky. Live by the whack, die by the whack. Yes, 2 EXs in the same pack is very fortunate. What are you gonna do with all this variance? It's true. When we unleash it, maybe I'll buy a lottery ticket later. Speaking of being unlucky, everybody who's not subscribed to the channel right now, pretty unlucky that you're about to get hit by these Twitch ads. If only there was something you could do to change that luck, like subscribing. We'll see you in 120 seconds for some more Primeape Marowak. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Tipsy! Thank you for freeing 5 of our gamers from adverts for the next month. Deck list up on screen while we take a quick pause for the cause. I'm not saying that subscribing would let you share in the cumulative variance I have and let you get some extra heads on your coin flips, but I'm not saying that either, so, you know, ball's in your court. Is there a difference in the cards you get for the 3 packs? There is, Rog. You should make sure to check out my best packs video, where I break down which packs have which cards in them and talk about the best ones from each. Gotta make your decision on which ones you want to move into. Opened 2 Dragonites in my opening packs and a Dragonite State. We actually just got done playing Dragonite Greninja, and it was kind of awesome if you have frogs. Thanks for the over 2 years. Yeah, I think Starmie Greninja is solid. Starmie Greninja is my favorite Starmie deck. I think Articuno is mostly high roll nonsense. It's real mediocre when you don't misty with it. Crafting Greninjas, if you haven't been fortunate enough to open them, I think is a great use of resources. There are so many Greninja decks. It was 100% BM, Kevin Areno. Crafted mine yesterday. Good shout, Weedle. Oddly on the open isn't necessarily what we want to see. They have a bench Pokemon for us to poke at least. Meowth, that's right. Our promo Meowth for the event that's going on right now. I am about to do terrible things to this Froakie chat. Terrible, terrible stretchy things. To live up to the Game Boy Color days of the TCG. I feel like for a lot of people that was the peak of Pokemon TCG before now. Definitely logged a lot of hours on that one as a millennial. Yeah, as someone who has tried to get into Pokemon TCG in the past, but always ended up bouncing off of it, Pockets kept me hooked in a way that the regular card game hasn't. Skeevy, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate that. Primeape evolution. Let's go ahead and Professor here. There's a Cubone. Lovely. I am not playing on PC. I'm currently playing on my cell phone. That's why you see me look down when I'm taking game actions. Why do you have normal Marowak? Because EX Pokemon are not always strictly better. They come with inherent risk of letting your opponent collect 2 knockout points when they get KO'd. Like here, I'm not even sure that I want to evolve, because I might want a regular Marowak to shift it at some point. We'll see. How do you build the Mewtwo deck? Mewtwo deck is largely in Mewtwo packs. Need to make a command for my my EX Pokemon video. Keep wanting to reference that one and not having a link. He put damage on my Primeape? Oh, honey. Oh, honey. The second Mankey were probably good to Marowak EX here. Am I just gonna keep stretch kicking the Greninja? I think so. I want to force him up and force him to clear this Hitmonlee. And if they clear the Hitmonlee, the Primeape puts the frog down. Yes, I think we are committed to kicking the Greninja. I agree. Yep. Am I going to mainly play this game now or still do Snap from time to time? So I'm focusing on Pocket this week because it launched this week. And then starting on Monday, I intend to start splitting my stream time between Pocket and Snap. In my Discord server last night in the announcements channel, I posted what I intend my loose schedule to be, but TLDR, I plan to do about 3 hours of each day. On normal days, I stream for 6 to 7 hours. I think we'll split it about halvesies. Oh, I drew X speed there. That was probably better than burning an energy. Yes, this game is a very good example of why Meowth is much worse than Farfetch'd or Kangaskhan. If this Meowth had been Farfetch'd or Kangaskhan, this game would not be close. Or we would not be ahead. They gonna switch to the Frogadair? We did start earlier, currently enjoying some Twitch front page time. I cannot believe they did not knock out this Hitmonlee. That seems like a huge mistake. take your frog off the board. Now, they have drawn their whole deck here now. So they have a second Greninja. But you know, it'll be a lot better than one Greninja, two Greninjas. There is currently no hamster wheel in Pokemon Pocket for you to run on. If you're going to play games of Pokemon Pocket, you have to play them for fun, like some kind of casual, or you have to enter a tournament. There are a large series of community tournaments for Pokemon Pocket that have been being run. I even played in one last weekend. It was fun. I enjoyed competing. Honestly, playing in the Pocket tournament last weekend reminded me that I enjoy tournament play so much more than I enjoy ladder play. Ladders compared to tournaments really aren't skill testing. Ladders are literally just hamster wheels encouraging you to run on them. They are designed to make you play more, not measure how good you are at the game. Anywhere to go to learn the new Pokemon anymore? A very old player getting back into Pokemon. What do you think? I would recommend just downloading the app. You'll get a feel for it pretty quickly. All right, if they don't have another bench Pokemon here, my Primeape on my bench gets to finish this game with the help of Sabrina. I would expect that trading will only allow you to trade your third plus copies of cards. Because they'll want it so trading doesn't make it. They won't want people rolling infinite extra accounts to try and min-max trading. So they'll make it so fresh accounts can't trade right out of the gate cleanly. Pokemon might be a gateway for going back to Magic. Magic the Gathering, on top of changing their standard rotation to 3 years, just announced they're going to be releasing 6 standard sets per year, including sets like Marvel, Spider-Man, and Final Fantasy. So I think there's an approximately 0% chance I feel incentivized to ever touch a Magic the Gathering card again. You want to talk about expensive and inaccessible? I had someone share some bits and tell me I should open a 10-pack on them. So I think I'm gonna take them up on that. We're gonna rip 10 Mewtwo packs looking for some cosmetics here. Come on, capture card. Play a fan of Commander. I think Commander is too expensive of a game to play casually. I would much rather play board games with my friends than have everybody figure out decks that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars and then also proceed to have to argue with those friends about what the appropriate power level for everybody's Commander deck is. Because even if you play with proxies, you also have to figure out what the power level of your group is going to be, which is tedious and can lead to arguments. Give me Pocket Monsters! We're looking for Dragonairs and Weezings. I'm looking for a full art Weezing. There's a Bulba. Coughing, coughing. Yeah, there's a Dragonair. I need 2 Dragonairs to get a Bubble Flare on Dragonair. Also kind of need coughing. Oh, I need Dratinis too, actually. A lot of good ones in here for our cosmetics we're looking for. Come on, give me dragons. Dragons and smoke clouds. Okay, I need to be more specific when I say smoke clouds. I forgot Ghastly is also in this pack. Getting actual lead by my Pokemon Pocket Boosters. There's something good in this one, chat. Golbat's gonna be very playable when Crobat releases in the next set. Not Cope at all. Golbat. I'm gonna want cosmetics on my Golbat. We got 2 Dragonairs, chat. I get to get Bubble Flares on my Dragonair. Successfully obtained cosmetics. What is Crobat? Crobat is a stage 2 that evolves from Golbat. Dragonair is in Mewtwo pack, so once you have all of the cards, the things for whales to chase are cosmetic finishes. So we take our 2 extra Dragonairs that we just got, and we turn them. I think I'm gonna go with the bubbles. I think the bubbles are the vibe. Yeah, I think I like the bubbles. We're done chasing Dragonairs. I got enough Dratini. Let's hit the next one. Oh, I did get enough to hit the next one. I think I actually want the stars on this one. Cool. So I need 3 more Dratinis to get a second stars, and then we'll be done with Dragon Shinies. Because I already have cosmetics on my Dragonites. I want the stars or this one. I really like the ones that flare up when you play them out. They're my favorites. Sign those before I forget. Play a couple more with Primeape here. Wonder picks ready? I feel like my Wonder picks are almost ready. Nope, not yet. Brokey! Need Frogadair's chat at Brokey's. Mission done from opening those packs? Alright. Preview missions. Look at all those goodies! I like free stuff. Well, free stuff. Came with the pass. The flare effects are similar to stab splits that you unlock as you obtain more flares for the card. Yes, Doom Buggy. There are things to do as you acquire more. The tough part about waking up at 5 a.m. so we could be live by 6 for our front page slot, as I'm starting to feel hungry again at 9 a.m. Real secret to weight loss, chat. Sleeping an appropriate amount so you eat less. Are far easier to overeat when you're not getting your 8 to 10 hours a night. I do still have the bag of chocolate pretzels behind me, that's true. If we wanted to reach for something dangerous. I'm gonna go out on a limb and suggest that our Mankey deck is probably not good against Mewtwo. Although, I suppose if I hit... what's his name? If I hit Primeape on curve here, it's actually pretty good for us. Because Mewtwo doesn't knock out Primeape in one, and we do 40, they do 70, we would knock out. Eight to 10, surely you mean 6 to 7. No, I mean 8 to 10. Twitch tells you beforehand when you'll be on the front page. So yeah, so they've iterated on how front page works a few times over the years. And like bigger companies can like pay for front page slots, but the way it works for partners like myself for the last few months is at the start of each month you can apply for front page time the following month. And you could be selected to get that front page time once every what's it called? Once every 3 months at most. I really love the Greninja decks, Kaibun. Are my favorite. I'm gonna Sabrina here to buy tempo because it means they have to have X speed in order to knock the Mankey out. And if they have the X speed to knock the Mankey out, it is what it is. We'll switch the Marowak up, but if they don't, this buys us time. Tempo Sabrina, not the most incentivizing use of the card, but we need to do it sometimes. Oh, I guess 1 X speed doesn't even do it because I switched to their Mewtwo, huh? There he is, gamers! I mentioned that our Primeape deck was bad into this, but it actually kind of lines up nice, right? Like this does 40, and then if they hit me for 70, they die on the backswing. So they actually can't attack me here. They have to wait and save up for the side drive OTK. If this would have been the promo Mankey, we would have given them the business. Alright, assuredly I draw Giovanni every time here, yes? Assuredly there is a Giovanni on top every time. 1 in 12. 1 in 12. Angry Monkey needs an extra 10. Interesting. Promo Mankey is you can actually see it in client and Primeape's related cards. It's a 50 HP that deals 30 to its opponent and 10 to itself. So it sets up Primeape really clean. I think we're dead at this point. They took the unreleased cards out of the client while they were doing server maintenance. I really wish that someday I had the confidence with which people on the internet are wrong. Like, I just can't fathom walking into a place and being so incredibly confidently incorrect. I'm gonna pull it up here and get on stream to justify my timeout a little bit extra. But just like, not an ounce of certainty. Just like, assert something that's very much just wrong. Without being like, I think, or I thought. Can't spell this card's name. Primeape spelled? Oh, it's Primeape. So as I said, the unreleased Mankey is right here at the bottom. It's Primeape, not Primeape. So there's the unreleased Mankey like we looked at a second ago. They did not remove it from the client in a patch. You are wrong. The Dragonite Greninja deck was honestly kind of awesome. I liked it a lot. All right, let's do one more with this. And then we'll build Marowak Pidgeot as our next submission. I think my verdict on Primeape is it's waiting for that promo Mankey. And that doesn't surprise me. There's a number of cards in this game, and this is very common in card games. I would wager they probably have 3 or 4 sets of a mixture of promo cards and full sets ready to release for this game that integrate with this first set of cards. And we see things like the metal Pokemon, for example, and dark Pokemon that like don't have EXs or have smaller character pools overall that I expect will get more fleshed out in the first couple of sets. How will we get that promo? So there's currently an event going on right now that has people getting promos from Wonder Picks. So it could be something like that, or it could be something else. We don't have details on it yet. Like to growl. Destiny Cloud, thank you for the 18 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. The promo Wonder Picks every 24 hours. They're more frequently than that. I've already done 2 since I've been on stream today. I don't have an exact frequency count, but it's definitely more than once per hour, or once per day. Alright, average Marowak EX variance wins the game. My Marowaks are a lot less cooperative than my Kangaskhan's. Yeah, if you got something else, Zapdos, that's fine. Take a breather from Marowacking. Yeah, I think Blaine with Pidgeot is solid. We played a bit of that. There was a highlight on the Pocket channel. It is worth noting the established Blaine decks that have been finding success in tournaments are not playing Pidgeot. They're just firm fire decks. This game is available on Android and iOS only. Marowak still in bed. It didn't know the stream was early today. LOL. So I think, well, 1, we're Sabrinaing. 2, I think I'm potioning this Marowak. So that way, if they knock me out, they have to use the Blizzard to put damage on the Mankey. For the year and a half, Destiny. Padden, I feel like I missed your tier 3. I'm sorry about that. Thank you for the 16 months and for that absurd level of support. I am not a fan of the Weezing Dragonite deck. I think it's a fine budget choice if you don't have Kangaskhan, but I definitely prefer Kangaskhan Farfetch'd. I think we're dead here. Move on from the monkey, I think. How do you know when the promo Wonder Picks are available? I don't. We've just been checking mine periodically. Someone said they're every hour. I haven't confirmed that. I actually really like the idea of playing Mewtwo EX with not Gardevoir. Let's try that. Like I think Mewtwo EX with one knockout Pokemon is super underexplored. Mewtwo EX is right. Do you know any polar ones? I don't think we've played any Mewtwo on stream, because we're an off-meta stream. Mewtwo's one of the top decks. Is it just this and then max trainers? I kind of like the idea of 6 basics max trainers. I guess I have 2 slots left over after that. I don't know that I want another Pokemon though. What do we think about playing some fossils? I think this card... I think this card is somewhat reasonable. And Fossil could play around Sabrina in spots. Let's do this. I think Aerodactyl's a real card. Venusaur Weezing. That sounds fun. Thanks for the biddies, Spunk. You'll be our next one after we're done with this. I am very much not a Drowsy believer. I think that card's probably bad. So, fossils give your opponents points if they knock them out. However, fossils have the ability, you could discard this from play at any time. So if they Sabrina it up and can't immediately knock it out, you can discard it from your active slot, giving them no points and get your card right back up again. So it is a card that provides counterplay into... to that. You have Farfetch'd in your deck and didn't put an energy on it to attack on one. Bold strategy, Cotton. How do we feel about double X speed and start throwing hands with Kangamama? Too aggressive or just the right amount of aggressive? Yeah, I have 2 of all of our traders. Our one-ofs are Old Amber and Aerodactyl. Mama's like, put me in, coach. I'm about to ruin this duck's day. Thanksgiving come early and we're having stuffed duck. Weird use of X speed. I think Meowth is not a super strong card because spending turns doing no damage is not something you can generally afford to be doing in Pokemon Pocket. It is way too much tire spinning. Yeah, if Meowth drew you 3 cards, it did 30 damage where Farfetch would have done 120 is the exact comparison you want to make. I agree. I can't decide if I want to evolve the Aerodactyl or not. I think the answer is no. Is Meowth Adam Warlock? Yes. Yep. What about Caterpie? I think there is a world where I could believe Caterpie is better than Meowth, but I'm not convinced it's a world where that card is good. You feel the same about Nidoran Female? I mean, Nidoran Female is played because Nido King exists, not because it draws, right? Just like Meowth would be different if the appeal of playing it was related to getting into Persian. But I also think Nido Queen sadly isn't very playable. I think there's a chance Nido King is playable without his queen, but expecting you to get 2 stage 2 lines together is just a lot. When you have to potion your EX because Mama is putting hands on it. I think if Persian had 100 health, so it could survive a hit from Pikachu EX, Meowth into Persian would be very playable. I think in the current Pokemon Pocket metagame, the breakpoint difference of 90 versus 100 is a really big deal. Not living a hit against one of the more powerful cards in the game matters a lot. And now we're set up pretty well here. Mewtwo EX OTKs an opposing Mewtwo EX. So if at any point they knock out my Kangaskhan, my Mewtwo's going to finish them in 1. Your coin flip loss record is 9. What's your win record? I mean, I'm unlucky, so I would never keep track of that. It's probably 4 or 5. But a good beat story is way less good than a bad beat story. Nobody wants to hear about your good luck. You want to commiserate the bad beat. Can you call 1 a streak? Asking asking the real questions. Ooh, yeah, that's true. There's video evidence of me hitting 7 Misty Heads in a row. There is a video of me hitting 7 Misty Heads. Someone stopping by the stream and you think you might check out Pokemon Pocket, make sure you check out my Best Packs video on the YouTube side. Best ways to maximize your start is doing where you're spending your early packs. Tell if they're DC'd or they wanted to pass there. Do you think they'll ever add rank? I hope they don't. I think this game is better without a rank mode. A record for Misty Heads is 15. That's a couple. Yeah, I think our opponent might be griefing us because they lost to our Actal Mewtwo deck. Oh yeah, can I get a wellness check on the opponent's cell phone? Anybody in chat, I need a quick wellness check for their cell phone. In my experience, Mewtwo players are the most likely to AFK. RIP. It's tough losing when you're playing the sweaty deck. Alolan Sandshrew is not in this game. He's just my favorite Pokemon, which is why I requested in my banner artwork underneath me. They now have a folding phone. It wasn't intended to be one, though. Oh, that's great. Oh my gosh! They are actually griefing us on every action. They're here and just max running the clock down. They waited till it said 1 second and then they took a game action. Oh man, can anybody translate their username? Does it translate to sodium?
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all salt. The ceiling's salt, the floor is salt, the walls are salt, and to an extent, the air is salt. And you breathe that in, and you can constantly taste the salt.
So much sodium, so little time. Oh my gosh, they're actually griefing it again. It's unfortunate too, because Kangaskhan missing on the heads means that they get to grief us for longer. Definitely need a report player function. This is my first time I've ever experienced someone full roping like this. We played for like 40 or 50 hours at this point. They're just like pure salt about the fact that they're getting beat by an off-meta build. Kangaskhan can't hit heads to save her life. And it doesn't matter. Keg is roping us also. It's fine! Next turn, the Farfetch plus the Giovanni knocks out the Meowth, and then we won. But the Kangaskhan actually roped us for like 6 extra minutes. I didn't wail for my crown wearer to lose to this nonsense. No, Panda, thank you for the 5 years. From gathering to snapping to pocketing, enjoying the games and the politics. Thanks for keeping me around. I agree 100%. The individual action timer and total match timer needs to be shorter in the event that people behave like this. It does say waiting for opponent to return. Now they might be fully gone at this point. No, I'm very confident I don't want a 7th basic in my deck Zapdos. I want my Pokeballs to be more consistent. Genuinely, I think if you played a bunch and decide that the fossils aren't worth the slot, I would rather play like Red Card or Pokedex. You voted for the first time yesterday. We love to hear it, CS. Much sodium. Goody, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Where's a good Miss Marvel emote when you need one? Alright, well, we beat the Meta Mewtwo deck so badly, they salted off. So, that seems like a good first indicator for our pile. Unfortunately, I was hoping to play a couple of games where you take an ad break. But that one took a little bit. So here's what we're doing. We're trying out Mewtwo with no Gardevoir. 6 basics. All the traders that are useful. And then an Aerodactyl and an Old Amber here. So we're gonna take a quick pause for the cause to run some Twitch ads. I'm gonna stand up and stretch my old man back, and we're gonna grab a caffeine too, I think, so you're up early. I'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Kanga is in Charizard packs. One of the many reasons why I recommend Charizard. Beer me. One of the top signs you're a father, chat, is as you walk through the house, you're just like turning off lights everywhere. Why are there so many lights on in all of these places where no people exist? Why? Why, chat? Why are all the lights on? It's the most dangerous time of year for a parent, chat. Candy season. Fun size candy doesn't have calories, right? That's the fun part. Chat, you have to teach your kids about taxes through the parent tax on their Halloween candy. Because you don't want them to grow up to be sociopathic billionaires that think they don't need to contribute anything back to society. It's honestly crucial to their development that you teach them this lesson. We gave out 1,000 pieces of candy and 400 glow sticks yesterday. At one point, we ran out of regular candy and had to give out fancy chocolate my in-laws brought home from Canada. We actually were super light on trick-or-treaters this year. I put the buckets out on my porch with the take two sign like I do every year, and after 2 hours, they still had stuff in them, and they still had stuff at the end of the 3 hours here. I was a little surprised. My favorite Halloween candy. I'm a nuts guy, so I like peanut M&Ms, and I like peanut M&Ms, and I like Almond Joys. Almond Joys have two kinds of nuts. That's true. You gotta check your kids' candy for safety. You never know all the crazy stuff going on. You find some marijuana or drugs in their candy, and then you ask your child which house they got it from so you can go back and get more free drugs. So that's always the funniest part of those conservative horror stories that are nonsense. It's like, nobody's giving your kids free expensive drugs. Like, that's just not a thing that's happening. Stop it, get some help. Oh no, you didn't give out the gummies in my medicine cabinet, did you? LOL. Lawyer Lewis, thank you for the 1.5 years. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Does Mewtwo keep disconnecting your bones? You know, I've actually never played. We played a Charizard deck a little bit during the soft launch, but I haven't played any Pikachu EX, and this is our first time playing Mewtwo EX. I wonder if just playing the good meta decks makes people sodium in this game. We played against them a ton. It could be coincidence, but we are now 2 for 2 on our opponents having connection problems here while we're playing the good deck. Connection problems. This one might be legitimate. I don't think they're in a terrible spot. Mewtwo undefeated against internet connections today. Oh, you know what? Well, we're on the front page and we've got people hanging out that aren't familiar with Pocket. We should show off a couple of the immersive cards like Mewtwo before the next game. They really nail the cosmetics in this. Two people in my neighborhood were giving treats to adults. I did have a very delicious caramel apple jello shot while out walking around with the children last night. Those were not being given to the children. But I enjoyed mine, and then I enjoyed the rest of Christy's after she didn't like hers. What were their costumes? I can share, actually, before we do that. Oh, you know, I don't have a whole family picture. I should grab one of those from Christy. But Haley wanted to be a family of unicorns, but Declan was too cool to be a unicorn. So Jacob and I were her unicorn family last night. My 10-year-old and my 4-year-old. So they're also excellent costumes for cold Halloweens like we have in the Midwest frequently. It was a little chilly last night. Not quite snowing like we've had in some years, but cold. For sure. Let me show some of the immersive cards are sweet. So these ones are not only full art, but when we tap into them, you get a whole movie. It was 80 in New York. Wild. Yeah, it was down to like close to 40s with wind chill last night. Here. I really feel like they did a good job with the range on these artworks too. Like they all feel pretty unique. Crank up the tunes. I'll show one more. The Pikachu one's whatever. I like the Mew one. The Mew one has a really great... I'm excited to see the range of art styles they intend to do, because like the Mew one is so different. Very Paper Mario vibes. Mew is a promo card you get when you've collected all 150 Kanto Pokemon. So it does not come out of a booster pack. Once you have all 150 other folks from Kanto, you get this one from a promo achievement. Yeah, the Charizard one's very intense. Very different vibe from the Mew's just gonna float along here in this paper cutout world. All right, we'll show the Pikachu for posterity's sake. I'll take 30 more seconds. Might as well. Chill Pokemon Forest. Yes, the Mew achievement doesn't matter which Kanto versions you have, just one of each. So you can mix and match the promo versions and none. Yeah, the sound design's really good. I like that all the menu music is very like lo-fi beats. And then the range in the immersions there is really fantastic. All right, let's see if we can get a non-sodium opponent with the Mewtwo deck. Got the lead on King. I should lead on Farfetch'd, actually, to do more damage faster. It's an interesting discussion. Hey, Mr. Plastic! Shout out to Mr. Mime doing his best in that Charizard immersive. Appreciate the entire year. Welcome back. Making a Pikachu immersive. That's fine. We let on Kangaskhan because Kangaskhan's about to hit 4 heads in a row and put this Pikachu in a box on the ground. No, Kanga! It's the opposite of what we want, Kanga. Well, not a Mewtwo in sight's a little unfortunate. Okay. Okay. Average variance on the con here. They need a Giovanni to put Kangaskhan down in 1. If they don't have that, we're in a pretty decent spot. I actually have 3 full art Sabrinas. I'm hoping when trading implements I can turn the 3rd into a Giovanni or a Koga. All right, Mama. I need 50%er here, girl. Oh. Hey, Giggity. Thank you for the biddies. Chat, Giggity's sponsoring some Pokemon deck ideas. Throw me out 2-card Pokemon combos we should consider. Take them under consideration. Thank you for your generosity as always, Giggity. If you count the last attack, that was a 50% hit rate. We've attacked 3 times though and only done 60. Do you mean Mew or Mewtwo, Service Slot? Omastar and something else. That's not a bad shout. I think we're just dead here because we haven't drawn Mewtwo. Ooh, Greninja Bruxish is a good one. I'm gonna take that one down. Ditto. Ditto is not a playable Pokemon. That is a metagame card. We'll have to do Omastar something. I like Omastar. Oh, you know what? Dr. Grindle had an Omastar Jolteon deck that looked pretty good. I'll do that for one of them. Did you see fossils are good to fast swap? It's so funny to me how many people like read this thing on Reddit or wherever someone posted this, and apparently that thought had never occurred to them before. I would be very surprised if running a bunch of fossils in your deck as a minor way to play around Sabrina in some edge cases is worthwhile. No, there are no energies in your deck in Pokemon Pocket. You only have 20 cards in your decks, and your energy each turn comes from the energy zone. I think Weezing decks tend to be strong into the Mewtwo decks, because Weezing's a generically good card that also has a type advantage over Mewtwo. Weezing's also pretty good into Pikachu, which is another popular one. Giovanni in hand licking its lips with our Farfetch'd. About to put this duck in a box. Yeah, like, genuinely, I think anybody telling you the 2 EX 18 trainer Pokemon decks are playable, I think I would take anything else those folks say with a huge grain of salt. I think they're missing some fundamentals when it comes to evaluating cards and decks. Those decks don't have any metrics in the early Pokemon Pocket tournaments, and they are bad from just a pure theory perspective as well. Weezing Omastar. That actually sounds great, too. I'm gonna put that on the list. Kabutops good. I think, unfortunately, Kabutops is not good in a format where Mewtwo and Charizard EX are two of the top decks, just because those two cards knock them both out in one. I don't think there's really any reason to research here. Some Blaine Ninetails. I haven't done that in a minute. It's a very good deck. Alright, so they've knocked that out, but we should be done here at this point, right? Mewtwo claims my second knockout point, and then we're primed to be able to... We're primed to be able to just clear their next one with the other one. Which again, I think there's so many things that people just like haven't explored in this game, and I think from a deck theory concept, this deck is probably good. Just good early aggressors with one energy attacks that lets you organically build up Mewtwo into a finish like this. Just torched. Good weakness variance too is accurate. Yeah, we've got a good spread of fighting, electric, and dark as your 3 weaknesses here. Old Amber evolves into Aerodactyl. gonna be streaming for a while. I'll leave the deck submissions up in case there's any other ideas people have that they want to send. Gonna be a long one. We're gonna be on front page for another 4 hours, and I imagine we'll want to hang out past that if we have folks hanging out. We'll see what noon bars look like. Seeing the Dragonite deck auto-concede to me benching Mewtwo EX really reinforces the fact in my mind that Weezing Dragonite seems like it's bad. Playing one of the best Pokemon is really a different experience. We've basically only been playing Brews. The amount of salt and auto-concedes is really funny. We're supposed to open on Duck when we have Kang and Duck together. Because if they knock out Duck, we switch into Kang, and Duck does more damage on average to start, so it has a lot of upside in a few places. This is the first time I've played a deck that's all basics, which feels really good and is interesting. Unfortunately, the QR codes from paper Pokemon packs don't apply to Pokemon Pocket. They're only for TCG Live, which is the paper copy. Pokemon Pocket is a digital re-imaging of the Pokemon card game, so it's not one-to-one with paper. The decks are different and the cards are different. Alright, do they have the Weezing on curve? They have the Dark Energy in their Energy Zone. The Alakazam, or the Kadabra, there's the Weezing. This Weezing Alakazam deck placed in one of the early tournaments during the soft launch as well. Alakazam's simply one of the better non-EX Pokemon along with Weezing. Do I want to give them a knockout on Farfetch'd? The answer is no. I'm kind of feeling Mama throwing hands in my bones, chat. I think we're due. No! Kanga! Why, cruel world? Why? Wrong 25%. Luckiest streamer on Twitch.tv. Kangaskhan isn't terrible. Research here and see what we get. Do I want to build towards Aerodactyl? I think the answer is no. I think I'd rather just try and jockey so my Mewtwo could come up and OTK the Alakazam. Is the best possible. Next turn might be X speed, X speed. Put the other Kangaskhan up. Yeah, here's the Koga to buy a bunch of time here. They get to tap this Kangaskhan to 10. Oh, I put the energy on the wrong thing. The problem here is the poison knocks us out. Yeah, I should have double X-speeded to pull the Kangaskhan back. I don't want to do it when I can't attack though. I should have double X-speeded and then put the energy on this other Kangaskhan. I think we're probably dead. Yeah, I would love an undo action on the energy for sure. Oh, they're just taking their second knockout on the duck. I think this is fine. Breeding. I think we're torched here, but it's kind of close and I want to play it out. A couple of Kanga flips that could have broke our way and didn't. Great, Pepsi Man. Thank you for the half year. I appreciate that. Appreciate everybody hanging out today, by the way. If you're new to the channel, dropping by and you're wondering who I am, I'm Jeff Hoagland. I stream full-time here on Twitch. We play a lot of strategy card games. Pokemon Pocket released recently, so I've been focusing on that. Also played a lot of Marvel. Snap is another game in my rotation. I've been here streaming on Twitch for it feels like an eternity, sometimes over a decade now. Been doing it as a full-time job for close to 7 years. In a former life, before I was a full-time meme here, I have a graduate degree and undergraduate degree in mathematics, and I spent time teaching at both the high school and college level. You'll find my streams tend to be very analytical, often trying to improve our game and work on and optimize different things. It has been over a decade. My channel's been, how long have I been partnered for? Was it over? It's over 100 months, over 8 years. Coming up on 110 months as a Twitch partner. So that's 90. God, what is 110 in years, chat? Math. A little over 9 years as a Twitch partner. How many zeros can we roll? All of them. This one's done. I think the opponent played this very well, and their deck seems to match up well into ours, and our Kangaskhan didn't cooperate. With better Kangaskhan's, we might have been more competitive there, but that one we did not have much of a shot. It's a lot of dog years. Thank you, Kipros. Mr. Bob, thank you for the third of a year. Appreciate the transfer of wealth from Jeffrey Bezos to Jeffrey Hoagland. Oh, I forgot to tap the thanks button. I played well. When the Weezing player has their Kogas on time, it can feel impossible to muscle through. I agree, Sterk. Card's very strong. Did you do anything fancy for your 10-year Twitch anniversary? Maybe. Got some time to think about that. Back in my day, this was a diaper changing and spreadsheet stream. Yep. Back before we were full time. We'll be back to mixing Marvel Snap into my content on Monday. If you're in the Discord server, I posted a loose schedule in the announcements channel last night. At least keep up on things. The big question on Farfetch'd into Mewtwo is, do they have the Giovanni to make us sad? So, my wife and I actually kicked around doing tournaments for Pocket like I used to run for Magic the Gathering. But the problem is, it's hard to expect people to be able to screen share on a game that's mobile. And you can't run coverage of a tournament without people being able to screen share. Like when we ran the Magic Arena tournaments, it was a requirement that you had to share your screen to play, but most PCs are able to do that. I mean, no, I really wish we could. There's been a ton of community tournaments and I've been playing in some of them, but from a running a tournament as a content creator's perspective, it just feels like it's tough to not be able to do coverage of the whole thing. Dinksy Poo here, getting healed, cracking for 50. I think the game plan here is retreat the duck and then try and high roll with Kanga a little bit. Kanga's got owes us after the last match, chat. Give clips of one of those tournaments. Yeah, if you dig back on my YouTube channel, you'll find full cuts of the Magic tournaments we used to run. They were very professional. We did a very good job with them. We had a whole team of people. In addition to a second caster and my wife running the management back end, we had 2 or 3 other people helping me record and clip matches. One of the metrics I was most proud of is that by the time we were at the end of running that tournament series, our average tournament had over 90% uptime when it came to showing matches of the game on screen. As opposed to just constant filler and we'll be back soon. So, the Aerodactyl hasn't accomplished anything meaningful, but we also haven't queued into Charizard, which is the best matchup for it, and I also don't have any other cards that could slot into this deck that would be useful in that slot. So this is one of the things that Old Amber could do, is Old Amber is useful here because I can discard it and they don't get a point for me discarding it. That's better than official Yu-Gi-Oh! Tournaments. It's better than official Magic the Gathering streams too. Our match uptime was unparalleled. Nobody did it better than we did. Part of the reason we had so many people working on the coverage was because while I was playing coverage of a live match, I had 2 other people recording backup matches. So as soon as the live matchup finished, we jump into a backup and then we jump into another backup after it. We're a well-oiled machine. They have Gardevoir here? If they have Gardevoir here, we're in trouble. They don't have Gardevoir, so they're dead. Yep. It's not quite as bad as missing your Gardevoir and losing the game, but if you're not subscribed, you are going to miss about 2 minutes here. We're gonna take a pause for the cause and just have a conversation and talk about the deck list. We'll be back with some more Mewtwo games after this 2 minutes of ads. Thanks for hanging out, don't go anywhere. Someone asked, how deep is the deck queue? I have 1 more that's locked in after that, but I'm flexible from there, if you have a submission. I think that's your most viewed clip from Hoots, the hot singles one. Yeah, I think so. We can play that one on stream during the break. Just show off some of that. What the old tournament coverage looked like.
It's still a very powerful card, that's for sure, but... And just casting the front half is completely fine.
So see something really aggressive from our black-red player here on the side of the board, and this is embarrassing. There appears to be some hot singles being advertised on the corner of our stream. I'm really I try to keep things professional around here, but oh wait, we saved it. Don't worry. If you need hot singles delivered directly to your door, cool stuff. This is a deep. Speaking of 9 years later, this clip is a deep Magic the Gathering lore dump from forever. How old is this clip? 4 years old. So. For people who weren't here, because Magic Arena didn't have an official digital way to spectate, they ran their official tournaments via screen shares. And one of their players in one of their Pro Tours or World Championships or something had a virus on their computer, and it popped up one of those hot singles in your areas adverts on the official Magic the Gathering broadcast stream. And it was just hilarious. So this was a riff on that we used to give the sponsor of the event an extra plug. Believe it or not, I wasn't Wizards of the Coast's favorite person when I was playing Magic. They didn't care for me. You actually, I forgot my office used to be the other way. My webcam I'm still in the same room as this, but my webcam is pointed in the opposite direction now. Which is helpful because now my wife and kids can come in without immediately being on camera. Was the primary driving incentive there. I think we're always leading on Duck when we have Duck and Keg in this deck. Gosh, Duck is so good. Just puts the War Turtle down in 2. Oh no! Please don't turn my 3 random cards into a Mewtwo. How will I ever win the game if you do that? Gosh, red card is so embarrassing. So I've worked with a lot of big game companies over my decade plus in this industry. And hands down, not close, to this day, Wizards of the Coast remains the singular worst company I've ever had the displeasure of ever touching a product from. Just really, really terribly managed. And for reference, past doing official work with the Pokemon Company, I've also worked with Riot Games, I've worked with Second Dinner, who makes Marvel Snap. Like, I've worked closely with a lot of game companies at this point. And Wizards of the Coast is the stone cold bratwurst, not close. I think I'm waiting to put this other Kangaskhan down because Articuno's D-Lady. Honestly, maybe I should have waited on the Mewtwo too. What did you think of Riot? Riot was pretty reasonable to work with. I never had any explicit issues. I'd say they were mostly neutral. I think not close Second Dinner is probably the best company I've ever worked with, but I also wager part of that is how small they are. And then to sound like a bit of a brown noser while I'm playing the Pokemon game, I think Pokemon Company is the best larger company I've ever worked with. They were always been very reasonable to interface with. What made Wizards of the Coast the worst? Wizards of the Coast literally had a blacklist of content creators who said or did things they were unhappy with. And at one point, I had a phone call with a rep from Wizards of the Coast, and their direct quote was, "The feedback you provide makes you a liability to work with," end quote. They are just the thinnest skinned, or and this was a while ago. Maybe it's very different there now. I haven't, that was probably 5 or 6 years ago at this point. It was basically you're critical of our products, and that's not okay. I think I actually potion here. Do I potion here? If I potion here, it plays around Giovanni. However, if I save the potion, drawing another potion lets me beat 2 blizzards in a row on my Mewtwo. I think I give up a hit to the Giovanni 1 turn sooner to play to the out of drawing the other potion here. Because there's no guarantee they have the Giovanni. Yeah, NetEase from Marvel Rivals. Honestly, I forgot about NetEase. NetEase might actually take the #1 negative cake from Wizards of the Coast. For reference, NetEase sent me a contract that said in order to get game codes from them and be part of their creator program, I wouldn't be allowed to talk about politics on any of my social media anywhere ever if I wanted to be in their creator program. Which is just like a huge, gross overreach of that. And then obviously, what constitutes politics is subjective and not defined. Was there no ending? It was just if you wanted to be in their creator program, you weren't allowed to post about it. I'll have Giovanni here because I could draw another one. And for reference, for people who are new, you might have noticed that my stream type description talking about what I do here mentions progressive politics very explicitly. We'll be doing an election night stream, and we talk about issues that are important to me periodically, like people deserving bodily autonomy and trans rights being human rights, and marriage equality, and all the other important things that we should work towards in the United States as a society. So being told that we can't ever talk about politics is a big non-starter. Whoo, this Sabrina is huge. This Sabrina means I need to draw the other potion. We're dead. We're dead. Damn. GG. Thank you, Race Car, for the deck submission. Some fun coin flippers. I actually think Seeking's a pretty reasonable card. Kingler's one that is close that I've been meaning to play, so I'm excited to see how that one feels. But I think Seeking's legitimately reasonable. We're not dead yet. We didn't die that turn, but we have no outs we can draw. How about Beedrill? I think Beedrill is lacking something on your... I think Beedrill and Gengar have the same kind of problem. They're kind of lacking something on your bench you want to build up. Maybe Gengar could be okay in a Mewtwo deck. Maybe. But the thing about a high damage one energy attack is that you want to have something else that you're building up towards on the bench. Did you or will you vote? You know, I know some progressives are sitting out. So you're definitely very new here to ask that question. I will definitely be voting, and I think people who are sitting out this election are devoid of any common sense and understanding of what is going on in the world and how politics works. You casting your ballot doesn't mean you agree with everything the person you're voting for stands for or will do, but it means that person is going to move you in a positive direction. The Biden administration has accomplished a ton of good, from the infrastructure bill that got passed to capping the price of insulin for Medicare. People on Medicare are looking to extend that past it. And they've really mucked up some other things that I wish they did better, but they are definitely moving us forward in a direction that's going to be helpful for our country. I just want to live in a world where people don't go bankrupt because they got sick. I want to live in a world where my grade schoolers don't have to run a drill in case someone walks into their school with a rifle. I think things like that are achievable. No one is perfect, and don't let perfect be the enemy of good is exactly my mindset. And that's even before you get into all of the bad. I think it's very easy to talk about all the bad things Trump and the GOP have done and will do if they get back into power, and it's very easy to forget that there are actively good things Biden and the Democrats have done. And I don't think you encourage people to get out and vote and support you by focusing on the bad things that your opponents are doing. Like, if you want to encourage people that you can do good things, you should talk about the good things that have been done. And there are good things to talk about. If Trump loses this election, he can definitely run again in 4 years. If Trump wins this election, he might run again in 4 years. You know? Those are the things you're betting on. So just so we're clear. Amber counts as a point, right? Amber counts as a point if your opponent knocks it out. It does not count as a point if you choose to use its ability and discard it. Urban Mechic, thank you for the 18 months. Welcome back. I think it's incredibly ignorant of Harris's voting record to say Harris is never moving to the left. Did you know when you look at votes cast inside of the Senate, Harris has one of the most progressive voting records the U.S. Senate has ever had? Her voting is very similar / in line with Bernie Sanders. So again, it's very easy to ignore reality and not look at the facts, but the facts are that. That's the reality. That's what I am happy to cast a vote for. Noab, thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. I think I'm gonna Giovanni here, because the Giovanni here dealing 60 means that I can retreat Mewtwo to Kangaskhan and high roll 2 heads on Kangaskhan to put the Pikachu away. It's a good potion here. They have the second Pikachu set up. I think we're gonna end up being too slow this game. I get to retreat with the X speed and save an energy at least, but I'm not super excited about our chances here. Am I using both X speeds to keep the energy on the Mewtwo? I think I am. I think I am. Because these Kangaskhan's might be able to buy us enough turn and do enough damage that the 150 finisher for 4 could be realistically within reach here. I'm gonna play the Pokeball just to thin the deck. Obviously, we can't put another thing on the bench. I played out the second Kangaskhan rather than waiting to try and get the second Mewtwo, because if they Sabrina me, I want a second Kangaskhan on the bench to switch up to. This is exactly why we put the Kangaskhan on the bench. I think my line to win this is knock out this Pikachu EX with Kangaskhan's and then finish with Mewtwo. Kangaskhan's having none of it, chat. She's like, you know what, Jeff? I'm tired. It's been a long day. We've been at this since 5:45 in the morning. I'm out. Peace. Listen, chat, Kangaskhan took the kids out trick-or-treating last night. They were not listening. She's very tired. You can't expect her to show up and punch people the morning after. I think we're dead. I think that brick means we're dead. Yeah, so the way Twitch does front page, you pick an 8-hour slot that are predetermined, and I wanted to do an 8-hour slot that most overlapped my normal stream time. So my options were like 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. my time, or like 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. my time. So I decided, because that overlaps most. But normally, for people that are new, I typically stream about 9 a.m. Central till about 3 or 4 p.m. Central. Kanga can't. Yep. Okay. Kangaskhan does at least 30. Mewtwo finishes for 50 while getting a third energy, and then Mewtwo's big attack gets us the last knockout point. We had a path. We no longer had a path. GG opponent. Sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles. All right, I'm gonna give this deck one more because I feel like we've had a very bad run of variance. And then we're gonna slide along. We have Venusaur Weezing as our next deck request here. I'm sorry, Jeff. I stole all your Kanga flips. I hit 12 heads in a row last night. Unfortunate for me. I'm gonna be honest, ZXCV, I've been really unhappy with the way you've politically engaged recently, and your comment there trying to say that Trump has distanced himself from Project 2025 and is not involved in it is misinformation. You're right that Trump has publicly realized that being attached to that conservative roadmap is toxic for his brand, but in no small part, J.D. Vance was appointed his vice president at the behest of the people who are designing Project 2025, and he has said point blank one of the lead architects is someone that will be involved in his administration. And other people that helped write 2025, like Stephen Miller, are people that were involved in his previous administrations. So the idea that he's not involved with that and it's not going to be involved in how he governs is absolute nonsense. Just like Donald Trump during 2016 said he was going to build a wall and Mexico was going to pay for it was an outright lie and nonsense, saying he's not involved with 2025 and it's not going to be part of how he governs. Absolute nonsense. That was a lot of words to say that the serial sociopathic liar is a liar. I know, but like, we got there. Playing the Amber might be wrong. It's possible I should wait for Kangaskhan. Oh, that's interesting. I think I'm kind of happy with that, yeah? Oh, wow, they didn't have the evolution. That's exciting for us. So the Giovanni here makes this real clean. To get our knockout. And then our Duck's on 50, so unless they have a Giovanni of their own, their Articuno can't finish Duck in 1, which gives us time to put damage and power up Mewtwo. We have Old Amber in the deck because I didn't want to play a 7th basic, and there's literally no other item cards that are useful that I can play. Where can you download this? You can find it on Android and iOS in the App Store. I also have the Giovanni, so we traded some basics here. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'm supposed to put the Amber up and then fish up a Kang or a Farfetch and then retreat it. Discard it to retreat it. That might have been the line. I haven't played a potion yet. I think I'm digging for second potion so I can survive 280 cracks here. Playing Kang out now actually might be wrong because this does 10 damage to my bench. There are 7 cards in my deck, one of which is a potion, and one of which is a research that could dig us to the potion. I do have double X speed though, so if they hit me with the Blizzard this turn, and we brick on the potion, we might just retreat this back. I think that's the play. What are the odds they have a second Giovanni? Low? They'd have to be playing one, and it'd have to be in their top 13 cards. I think I'm not going to potion this, which is a little bit greedy, because if I hit the double potions, it could be good for Mewtwo. Kanga finally dealing some damage. You know what Pokemon is advertising this game? I have not seen any advertising for Pocket yet. But I also wouldn't be surprised if they wait until more of their events are ready to roll out before they do that. But I'm also not super familiar with Pokemon. I feel like Pokemon doesn't do a ton of advertising, right? Like, I don't remember ever seeing anything for Pokemon Unite. It feels like they try and live purely on just, like, IP recognition. You've gotten some ads on some mobile games for Pockets. Okay, good. I'm glad they're doing some. They have done ads for mainline Switch games. That's true. I've seen those. I guess the potion here actually doesn't help, right? Because the double potion would only put me to... The double potion only puts me to 90. Which means the Blizzard still gets me. No ranking system in this game, which I actually really enjoy. Ranked systems are one of those predatory hamster wheel type things that keep people running up and down on them. I think this game is much better when people are playing it because they want to have fun. I think Pokemon Pocket will replace the traditional Pokemon TCG, not at all. I think Paper Pokemon has a thriving tournament scene, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. I expect Pocket to be much more popular in, like, the Twitch and YouTube spaces as far as gameplay is concerned, because the gameplay is a lot more accessible.
Is it?
It is. But...
How accessible is it?
Anybody can pick it up. Have you played any actual
games? They can pick it up and put it in their pocket?
In their pocket. You played any games against people yet?
No.
I was telling Chad about your 4 immersive Charizards earlier today, and they were jealous.
Why is that not common?
That's not common. For reference, my 600 plus pack account only has 4 immersives on it.
What is 4 divided by 534?
She only has 534 cards, Chad. My account has almost 3,500 cards, so I've opened approximately 7 times as many boosters with the same amount of immersives.
I got 2 packs in a row that both had 2 premium cards in them.
Nice.
Can you scoot over?
I can scoot over. Share my standing map.
You didn't answer my question.
What was your question?
I sent you a question on the Discord.
Oh. Oh, I don't know offhand. Chat, what pack has Chansey and Meowth in it? Christy wants them for the event. Anybody know offhand? If you go to
I
Pocket...
don't actually play games, I collect. And play missions.
Or careful not to bump this. They're Wonder Picks. Yeah, but you can get...
Can you only do the mission through the Wonder Pick? Like, I saw the Wonder
I think
Pick.
the mission just says open Chansey and Meowth, so I think you can get the regular ones from the packs to count too, or do they have to be the promo ones? Do the non-promo ones count for the missions? The mission is only the Wonder Pick ones. Okay. So you have to wait for those to come up every little bit. So
Somebody said
save
this
your points.
refreshes every hour, but mine didn't refresh. When does the Wonder Pick refresh?
I don't know. Someone in chat said an hour earlier, but I couldn't verify that.
Liars! They lied to us?
Now you understand my life.
Chat would lie to us?
They would lie confidently, no less.
Ugh. Jerks.
What are you gonna do for lunch? My salad stuff. You're tired of salad stuff? Oh. You wanna get takeout then?
I love takeout.
I've been awake since 6 a.m. though.
That
So do you want
sucks for you.
you want early lunch? Is what I'm saying. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying I would eat lunch sooner rather than later.
I thought this was gonna reset.
So we thought they were gonna reset too.
this one.
They added new ones that are slightly more expensive.
So is this one just
Those
never
ones are gonna be permanent, we assume.
and you'll never get to exchange them again?
Not for that cheaper rate.
So if I just buy them all, can they just go away?
It doesn't go away currently. Hopefully it does eventually. That's gotta be an oversight though.
They are more expensive.
Thank you for the 5 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back.
And of course the limited time event has another currency.
It does have another currency.
What should I buy with my gold tickets?
You'll eventually have enough for all of them.
Oh, will I?
Yep.
I'll buy them all at once. I like to do everything at the same time. It's like when I buy my Genshin banner after I reach level 50, so I get all the rewards at once.
Yep.
It's more fun that way.
Is there any reason to Giovanni? I think there's a reason to Sabrina. You get one of their backlight up and kind of stunt their drinks. This also has a retreat cost. No, it's retreat cost. That's fine. What's wrong? Hey, Fear One, thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Wow, I'm really surprised they decided to let me get damage on the Charmeleon here. That's their finisher.
You ate that whole bag of chocolate-covered pretzels yesterday?
I did not. They're right there behind me. I put them in the view of the camera so Jack could keep me honest.
Well, somebody asked about it. I saw you grab them. That was the one that melted, right?
That was, yep.
Solid chunk of pretzel at the bottom.
Okay, so they switched to the Charizard because they're gonna slowly build it up. That seems real ambitious here, with Mewtwo already on 2. Yep, okay. So now I need another X speed in order to keep energy up. How does this race work? Even with 1 X speed, we're winning the race on this Charizard, yeah?
If they don't count, if the Chansey and the Meowth and the regular packs don't count, how are you supposed to get them? Because
You have to keep logging into Wonder Pick.
but like
They must reset a few times a day. It's a login incentive event.
but it's not any of the Wonder Picks, it's only the super secret special Wonder Pick.
Yeah, it's supposed to happen a few times a day. Our kiddos e-learning say they are not. We shipped them off all sugared up.
Why would they be e-learning? Use the stopwatch.
I timed my last one. The free event Wonder Pick refreshes an hour after you opened it. Okay, so they've only used 1 potion here. So I'm going to Giovanni this turn. So that way, if they play another potion, they die to my second Giovanni. So this Giovanni use is playing around them playing Potion. Because they're gonna go 4th energy, burn 2 energies, knock out my EX, and I want my second Mewtwo to switch up and take the knockout point here. And then we're gonna be tied in knockout points, but we'll be up in terms of tempo because we're gonna have a finisher with 2 energies and they're not. So the EX Pokemon are more powerful and award 2 of the 3 knockout points you need to win the game. A second Sabrina could be bad for us here. I'm actually gonna wanna dig. We're hoping to find a fossil or a duck here. So that way Sabrina is worse against us. And they didn't have the potion, so I don't need to Giovanni this turn, which is great. Hey, look, I got everything I wanted for Christmas, gamers.
Yeah, I hope you know he's screaming in my ear.
You know how loud I am. And I can't be quieter. All the levels are adjusted for me being my normal volume.
I didn't get a new Wonder Pick, and I did my first one over an hour.
You did it over an hour ago, you sure?
Yeah. Because I did it when I asked you that question. It was at 8:39 and it's 10:43 now.
Well, did you check it immediately an hour after?
No, would it have disappeared?
It might have, yeah. It might not show. I think it had a 30-minute timer. So if you missed it an hour after, and then it had 30 minutes, and then it would be, so check.
So then is it another hour from when that 30 minutes expired?
Yeah. It might be.
Can they just, like, put the rules somewhere so that I know what they are?
That's true. Having it defined inside of the client would be ideal. That's definitely quality feedback for the Pokemon Company.
It's okay if you have weirdo rules, but like,
just tell us.
I need to know what the rules are.
The rules are. Okay. I suppose if they have another Charizard here, their Charizard lives a hit from Mewtwo. Because it's on 100, it's 180. But they only have 2 energy on it. I guess they have X speed this turn, we could die. And they have X speed this turn, I need to top deck Sabrina. They have 3 cards in my deck. Yeah, they have the X speed. Okay, so now we're on the 1 and 3.
Should I save up for?
No, you should just buy the pack tickets.
Seems wrong.
I'll have to sit down and do some math, but I bet if you're always doing those, it's more efficient to get full arts from the thing. Survey says, unlucky. GG opponent. We'll sit here. Our second Sabrina is unfortunately buried in our last 2 cards, and we could not survive a hit from the Crimson Storm.
Ask chat which one I should pick.
Which pack you should pick?
Mm-hmm.
Which pack should Christy open, gamers?
First person wins. No. 6th comment.
6th comment. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Charizard. That's fine. Charizard's the best pack. Nobody told you Pikachu packs because they're all champs. They know Pikachu is the worst pack.
Why?
It is. Has the least good cards in it. Christy's just collecting those. She's not really playing, so the packs are mostly indifferent for her. Honestly, you have 4 immersive Charizards. This might be the worst pack for you from a collecting perspective.
You got a Frogadier. I heard you say yesterday that nobody gets
Nobody ever gets Frogadiers. There's never a Frogadier in my Wonder Pick. All I want is 3 more Frogadiers.
We got one. Maybe I could trade it to you someday.
Someday. I open my Wonder Picks looking for Frogadiers every time.
How many Frogadiers do you have?
Never there are any Frogadiers.
Why do you need more?
Because you turn them into glue and get cosmetics with them.
I understand that. Are you looking for a certain cosmetic?
Yeah, I need 4 more. Or 3 more to finish the cosmetics I want. Alright, gamers, it's about that time. Let's go ahead and roll the ads on Twitch. When we get back, we're going to build Weezing, Venusaur, and we'll be on our way. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Yep. You have 1 Greninja, too? Only 1 Froakie. Alright, we're gonna retire the Mewtwo pile. Put together the next one. probably don't need potions. So it's going to be an Erica deck. Might want X speeds. We're gonna have full art Bulbasaurs. I don't think I have full art Venusaurs.
It's ridiculous when 2 out of my 5 cards are the same.
You can search for Frogadair in the picks. I mean, you could look for them, but they're never there. Nobody opens Frogadair. They're a myth. No, but really, what do you want to do for lunch? I'm hungry.
Use chat, 6 comment wins.
Ask chat 6 comment. No, you can't say 6 comment wins when asking for lunch. We're gonna eat something atrocious. Snooky, thank you for the 3rd of a year. Welcome back. Appreciate it.
My favorite Halloween candy is all of them. Candy is my favorite food group.
Candy is my favorite food
Maybe
group.
candy is my second favorite food group, and chips are my first favorite. I think chips are my first.
Christy's actually a small child. Chips and candy. 2 favorite food groups. So, the question on this deck, if we're gonna play Weezing Venusaur, is are we interested in having dark energy in our deck? I think the answer is yes. Venusaur's big attack takes 2 colorless. I think with Venusaur fighting with 2 colorless, that means we can afford to play Dark Energy on average variance.
I love Venusaur.
I think with being a Koga deck, we're not an X speed deck. We'll not a 2 X speed deck. We'll fit in an Erica. Where are the steel decks? So my next highlight on the deck channel is actually going to be a Maui Melmetal deck. It's not great, but it's like the least bad Melmetal deck I've played. Least bad being a low bar to clear, just so we're clear.
I'm falling.
I got you.
I'm thinking.
You want sandwiches?
No.
You want the chicken place?
No. No. Not that one either.
This is how trying to pick something for takeout usually works, Jeff. Unfortunately, there's a grass energy on top of our pool, and not dark, but we're still leading on Weezing here. We'll just get Bulbasaur going a little sooner. When you're playing a 2-color deck, you're 50-50 to have each energy on the top of your deck each turn. Venusaur, conveniently one of the few Pokemon with enough HP to survive a hit from Side Drive.
Is there anything where I don't have to go get it?
I mean, you're allowed to DoorDash anything you want, but I know that it goes against everything you believe in.
Trust the dash.
Christy thinks delivery people are going to mess with her food.
Or they're gonna take 45 minutes and it'll be cold and I don't like it cold.
I'm pretty sure 45 minutes later ice cream will be warm. Dark energy. Yeah. So, at least Weezing can start poisoning them, but no dark in our first 2 is going to put us pretty far behind. Especially against Mewtwo. If we had dark on top, we'd have been so ready to go here.
Nachos?
Oh, you're getting nachos from? Oh.
Like her.
Oh, does Vera not do nachos? I do her Dura. The mushroom quesadilla?
That's...
Oh. Yeah, let's do that.
That one is online ordering.
Online ordering's the best, chat. Our typical solution when we're in a deadlock and can't decide what we're getting to eat at all is, we'll have one of us pick 3 things, and then the other one has to pick something from the 3.
I liked the variation of that somebody said.
What was it?
The like, I pick 3, you eliminate 1, and then I pick from the 2 left over.
Alright, if they have the Gardevoir on curve here, we're probably dead because we were missing Dark Energy. Yeah, this lets them just one-shot everything. So, good curve for the opponent. Bad resource variance for us. On to the next. That game kind of confirms for me I definitely want Dark Energy in our deck. Weezing is a lot better with Dark Energy. Appreciate everybody hanging out. If you're dropping by for the Twitch front page looking for something to watch today, we play a ton of different strategy card games here. Pokemon Pocket released this week, so it's our big focus today. We also play Marvel Snap and some other things from time to time. Pocket's been a ton of fun. I honestly was surprised at how well they took Pokemon Card's core gameplay and kind of stripped away some of the noise and left the good bits of it while not having some of the clunkier, more difficult parts. The small deck, similar to Marvel Snap, they nailed a lot of the cosmetic aspects too. Feels like they've got something real great on their hands here. Games like this make me go back and forth on whether or not I want the Erica or the second X Speed, because anytime we start on Bulbasaur, we kind of want X Speed to switch back to the Coughing. Coughing is ideally always the first character we're attacking with in this deck. Finally hit the second Greninja. Greninja Executor has been awesome. I'm glad you're having fun with that. It's definitely one of my favorite builds right now.
Anything else?
Rice beans and... Yep, I'm pretty sure it comes with rice and beans.
1 mushroom quesadilla.
Yep, that's perfect. Thank you, lovely wife. I mean, you could have it delivered.
6 hours.
Okay, go get it. Thank you. You're my favorite Dasher. And once again, asking for my Prime to go towards the upkeep of the Prime Playground. That it will. Thanks for the support, Moose. Appreciate it. Did she get me a burrito too? Asking the real questions. Well, thanks to our weakness matchup here, not having Weezing isn't too terrible. We get to clear... I guess we don't fully clear it, huh? You know, actually, did I mess up here? Was I supposed to Sabrina? I'm gonna blame Wife Aggro for being a dip here. So one of the questions people often ask is, Jeff, how do I know when not to evolve a Pokemon? So this situation here is a good example of when not to evolve a Pokemon. And the reason is the retreat cost here. So Bulbasaur retreats for 1, Ivysaur retreats for 2. And in general, having at least 1 Pokemon with a low retreat cost on your bench has value when playing against the card Sabrina, because your opponent can force one of your bench Pokemon up into the active. So because I already have an Ivysaur working up, I want to leave this Bulbasaur a Bulbasaur, so that way we can have a cheap retreat cost on the bench. Weezing is a phenomenal draw here. It lets us clear the Jinx and not worry about getting knocked out on the backswing next turn. Weezing also means that this Koga can bounce this back to my hand and reset the damage on it, which has value as well. Jinx does 30 plus 20 more for each energy on the Pokemon, so it's really good into Ivysaur and it's really mid into Weezing. Doing Mewtwo stuff. Not surprising. So I'm gonna go ahead and toggle the gas leak here. And then I think the plan is Koga back the Weezing to wipe this damage off of it and deny them the knockout point. I'm gonna put that Bulbasaur up, and we're gonna get rewarded for what we talked about a moment ago, where it has that lower retreat cost for us. I'm gonna go ahead and put the Dark Energy on the Coughing, and we'll let Bulbasaur just take a hit here for a turn. And then next turn we'll be able to put an energy on it and retreat it back. It's harder to pull Crown Rares than Immersives. I believe Immersives are 1 in 120 packs, and Crown Rares are 1 in 500. Just to emphasize how incredibly hot my wife was running to pull four Immersives and 500 cards. I actually really like that they made the decision that Crown Rares would be the most rare, because they're not that visually impressive. And the Immersives are sweet, so I'm glad people actually have access to the sweet ones. And now, because of the way the Poison has worked out this game, my Weezing tackles for 50 here, and then the Poison knocks out the Jinx, which is perfect. The Mewtwo EX on my opponent's bench is still 3 energies off of attacking with its big one, so even with the Gardevoir, they are not going to be able to get a knockout this turn unless they also have Sabrina. And can we find a Venusaur? They're in our bottom 4 cards are Professor, Venusaur, and one other. Erica. A little cooked. If they don't have Sabrina, we're in a fine spot. They only have 1 knockout point, gamers. Yeah, there's our big dork. This is a really solid game for us. We had a little bit of awkwardness at the start, but we were able to play through it. I think I just give them the knockout point here. Them picking up a second knockout point on Weezing is like not a big deal, because the Venusaur is going to give them 2 if I put it up anyways. Here. Nice red card. Good chat. The fact that you can't resource screw your opponent in this game with a card like red card really just reinforces how terrible it is. Because, like, I'm just guaranteed to have my 4th energy. It's not like they can shuffle it away out of my hand here. And the fact that they're poisoned means they can't even have a Sabrina next turn, so there's not a next turn. I think seeing how that game played out, I'm going to swap the Erica for a second X speed. I think the flexibility in the early game is more important than the sustain in the late game. The poison helps in a lot of breakpoints, agree. Opening packs is so fun. They really did a good job with the UI on that for sure. Which requires us to include the politics and sensitive social issues content classification label. I mean, honestly, we'll toggle that on and always leave it on. That's a good thing. It means it's extra when people come in and complain that we talk about it on occasion that, like, obviously the tag's right there. We could have told you. Although it's funny, it says a lot about society that when I look at the other things that have tags, let me make sure this is correct. Content classifications. In addition to politics and sensitive social issues, the other things that I could have tags for are drugs and intoxication, gambling, mature rated game, significant profanity, sexual themes. That's where we're lumping that in with. I think I'm vibing on the professor's research for the turn. Sign us up, yep. Oh, is it gonna pop a warning up before they click into the stream then? That's interesting. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right that that's what it does. I agree. I'm not a huge fan of that perspective of it. No dark energy, no Weezing in sight. Unfortunate. So if they have an X speed, they can start chunking us with Mewtwo this turn. What determines what energy you have in your pool? It's a choice you make during deck building. So this deck, I've elected to have Dark and Grass. Not that you would know that from these games. I just X-speed back and crack them for 60, right? And then I'm finishing on 100? Although I suppose, because I never had a Weezing or Poison, if they have a Potion, which is likely in their archetype, they could survive. The Devil's Lettuce, yep. Rico, thank you for the quarter of a year. Welcome back. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Insane. Okay, so I Sabrina now, so this way they need an X speed to swap it out. Oh, I guess that's not true. Yes, this was bad because I'm just knocking out their thing. Yeah, we're just dead. If there would have been a Dark Energy as our 5th energy, we could have Giant Bloomed the Mewtwo for 100 and then finished it with Weezing. Oh, I guess I could have top decked the Weezing. Either way, the Sabrina is bad. The Sabrina was very incorrect. Maybe I win that if I don't play the Sabrina. Definitely win it with the Dark Energy, but maybe still win it through the bad variance with the Sabrina.
Yeah.
Gruff McGruffin, thank you for the 60 buds. I appreciate it. Welcome back. I have no idea what you're talking about, Barbie. Oh, someone else just brought up another good point on Twitter. The different classifications for the streams based on politics or mature content or sexualized themes or alcohol limits the advertising that's able to be put on the stream too. I didn't think about that. Politics ad means no crypto ads. If that's true, that would be an upside. Okay, that would be an upside. I'm kind of hoping to draw one of our 2X speeds here, so you can move Weezing up into the active. Lovely. Yeah, definitely sold on the second copy of that. Geono that can evolve here. No, Ivysaur Insight is sad, but we've got some time before reading it. Thanks for the 2 buds, Barbie. Ace here, thank you for the 14 buds. Does watching a rocket launch count as politics because of Elon? That's true. Does shooting Nazis in Wolfenstein count as politics? Nazis are bad is considered a political opinion today, right? Like I need some further guidance. It might be all done here. That's honestly a good question too. Evolution in Pokemon game is Darwin's theory of evolution. I'm pretty sure evolution is classified as political for certain groups of people. Do we need a politics tag for playing Pokemon? Is Pokemon woke? Is talking about what is politics? Oh no! Alright, I think we just start eating their lunch with Venusaur here, yeah? It's just like, Koga, my friend back, and start taking names. It explicitly calls out in the politics tag. The things it lists are civic integrity, military conflict, and civil rights. Talking about civil rights is tagged inside of it. Yep. All right, at the risk of being taken off the Twitch front page in real time, let's send this tweet together while I'm thinking about it. Grouping discussion of civil rights alongside being drunk on stream, being sexually explicit, oh, whatever else we got here. Drunk on stream, being sexually explicit, using extreme profanity, and other such things is... Another such things is, how do we want to say it? Extreme profanity and gambling. Seems pretty not okay. Especially if these tags are going to be used to demonetize channels / restrict access to advert revenue. Civil rights, discussions of civil rights alongside being drunk on stream, being sexually explicit, using extreme profanity, and gambling seems pretty not okay. Especially if these tags are going to be used to demonetize channels / restrict access to advert revenue. Alright, send tweet. We'll see. We'll see. Hopefully we'll still be on the front page after we said that one. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Make sure you follow the channel just in case. We'll be here on Twitch regardless. We'll just see if we're on the front page and if we have advert revenue. Shout out to my wonderful subscribers who keep me supported directly. Wouldn't be here without you. Oh my gosh, I have a dark energy on one. It's like Christmas, gamers. It's like Christmas! My favorite Pidgeotto deck. I think I like it in the Blaine deck the most. So I can't evolve Weezing this turn anyways. So I think I'm just gonna chill on the Professor again to play around red card. It does, yeah, I do still have a Meta 5 page. If you want a place to support that doesn't put money through Twitch. I actually really like Wigglytuff EX inside of Weezing decks. I think Weezing is an awesome front line for that character. You like lead on Weezing to build up the Wiggly in the back and then finish on it after they've knocked out 2 of your other Pokemon. Alright, I would like to go fishing for a Weezing. Ivysaur would also be nice at some point, but Weezing's our goal this turn. Alright, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometimes, you just might find you get what you need. Alright, if they have Giovanni, we're gonna be in trouble here. Giovanni, let's Magneton clear our coughing. Should we Sabrina them to force the Pikachu up? Nah, I think rolling for the Weezing is better than pushing on the Pikachu. The Venusaur might legitimately solo our opponent, though. Hang on time, Weezing. Welcome to the party. Well, Sabrina to buy a turn here, hopefully. And we'll play this out to play around red card. But if they can't clear the Bulba this turn, Venu's gonna get start hitting for 100 every turn, which is great. I'm not playing Erica. I put in an extra XP because it's better for the early setup. How much money did you spend on this game? I spent about 400 USD. But that was also before the conversion, because I was converting it to New Zealand buckaroos. So it's about 300 USD now, without having to convert. Holy shoot! You should hear the fact that I've spent $25,000 on Marvel Snap. 400 USD is nothing, chat. It's like $3.99. I'm gonna Sabrina my opponent here. All their things have 60. So I get to do this. I get to X-speed the Bulbasaur out, and I get to knock out one of their things. How does one get to a point where they have $25,000 to spend on a digital card game? I actually posted a video of my second year making Marvel Snap content full-time, where I not only talked about how I spent that much money, but also explained that this is my job. And I broke down how much money I made on Twitch and how much money I made on YouTube. So if you're curious how much a content creator like myself makes in this line of work, feel free to check that out. So they could Raichu into Lieutenant Surge, crack me for 140. Oh, they messed up by playing their energy here. They should have Lieutenant Surged and then played their energy, because Lieutenant Surge moves all the electric. This is actually a really big mistake for them, because it means their Pikachu can't attack next turn. What's the name of that video? It's year 2 in review. You can check out the link here in chat on the YouTube side. It's on my Marvel Snap YouTube channel. Not playing Snap today. We'll be doing more Snap next week. Wish this X-Speed was an Erica, but, you know, comes the beach sometimes. This puts us up to 80, which means our opponent needs 2 bench Pokemon. They're also not going to be able to attack next turn because of their mistake, which is nice. Yeah, I really don't need to spend more money on Snap. I have enough resources on my Snap account to get every card the game releases for like the next 4 years. I just need to buy the season pass every month. Jeff providing an appropriate, thorough financial disclosure is some top tier content. Yeah, there's a habit I've noticed from people in the space to talk about how much money they've spent on games like these, but then never talk about how much money they've made. So it really feels dishonest. It is not a one-to-one comparison when like someone's complaining that they've spent thousands of dollars, but they've made tens of thousands. Yes, disclosing how much money I've made counts as politics. For some people it would, yeah. Again, getting rewarded for not evolving the Bulbasaur. I'm leaving it Bulbasaur so it can retreat for one. It's a solid game for our plant monsters. This is kind of a sweet build. I love Weezing, and Venusaur's, I don't know, the Executor lead on Venusaur feels okay, but Weezing feels a bit better, I think. Adding a little bit of inconsistency overall, but it's powerful when we hit our colors. Knockout point and the win. Can you explain the strategy of using Weezing and Koga decks where you don't have Dark Energy? I think generally speaking, Weezing is not good in decks that can't make Dark Energy. We need to roll a Twitch ad, and I need to run to the bathroom really quick. And I see people asking about details on the deck list. So I'm gonna throw the deck list up as big as possible on the screen. We're gonna roll them Twitch ads, and we'll be back to play some more with this when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We got a bunch of Pokemon Pocket coming up today. BRB. No, Erica. Yeah, I think X speed's pretty important in this deck. Any game where you start Bulbasaur, which is going to be half your games, you want to retreat it to the coughing basically every time. If we had room to play another basic, and so you're not starting on Bulbasaur as often, I think you could trim an X speed. But I think in these decks that have a Pokemon they never want to start on, 2 X speeds is pretty important. And while I like Weezing and it's very powerful, one of the downsides to Weezing is that it's a stage 1 that takes 6 slots in your deck, because you basically always want to play Weezing with Koga, because part of its power is that reset that Koga offers. So let's see some more with this one. Feeling pretty good. You can trim a Sabrina for an Erica. I could see that being okay too. Split them. Starting Dark Energy. Lovely. Viewership for Pokemon Pocket's been pretty similar to Snap overall, Mason. We got a little bit of a front page boost on Twitch today. Not a fully organic 4K. My little stats tracker here says we have about 1,300 people or so here organically. We're about plus 2,500 thanks to the front page jump. Yeah, I expect Pocket will build up over time as well. Yeah, I intend to split my time streaming Pocket and Snap about 50-50 starting next week. You're in my Discord server. I've got my loose schedule that I plan to do starting next week in the announcements channel. Kind of unfortunate that we bricked on the Weezing. I think I'm gonna power up the other coughing here so we can finish the duck and trade 1-for-1. My next energy is a grass energy, so I want to get the dark on the coughing now. What determines getting on the front page? Once every few months, you can send in an application to get a front page slot as a Twitch partner. You're not guaranteed to get it, but sometimes they do. Despite losing 50 pounds this year, I'm big enough that typically when I make the request, they give it to me. How does the depth of play for Pokemon seem? Pokemon, I've enjoyed the depth of play. It's a little bit different if you're coming from a Snap background, because a lot of the play is more face up on the board, so the depth tends to come from the idea of thinking a couple of turns ahead. It's a little bit chess adjacent in a way that a lot of the plays on both sides are face up, and your maneuvering has to do with maneuvering around what they could have going on. I really must say though, after experiencing Marvel Snap and now this, I think the small deck sizes in card games is really, really fantastic. I think this game has variance, like any card game has variance sometimes. He says as his opponent plays Misty. But a lot of the variance tends to be more front-loaded as opposed to back-loaded. It's the average deck size in other game. A lot of traditional paper card games have like 40 or 60 card decks on the bigger side. I think we're dead on that heads on the Misty. Speaking of, sometimes you just die. The combination of the heads on the Misty with us never drawing a Weezing means we're done here. You have any Alakazam decks on your YouTube? Yeah, I have Mono Psychic Alakazam on the YouTube side, and I have Greninja Alakazam up there as well. I agree. Misty is the only card in Pokemon Pocket I kind of wish they'd rework. What was it? Hearthstone is 30 card decks. Runeterra was 40 card decks. Snap was the first one to really cut it down to 12. Pockets is a little bit bigger at 20, but I think that's mostly acceptable. It's like Mono Blue Belcher, Manny, is basically what the deck is. Deck size in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links is 30, but ideally you want to use. So just to make sure I understand it correctly, you're saying you can play more cards than the minimum in Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links? So the minimum is 20. I actually think that's one of the singular worst kind of designs you can have in 2024. I think letting people play a variable amount of cards, but it's basically always going to be strategically optimal to play the minimum, is bad design. Oh, losing my Weezing here is sad. Yeah, there's been enough people at TCG Player QCOs where I've been playing. Nailed it. Easy game. Average red card doing actual nothing. I'm gonna be a little bit quiet, chat, because I found delicious food. We'll keep playing, but I'm gonna munch. Is it worth playing dual energy decks? Can you look at your screen for me? Just look up. Here's an interesting question about my two-color deck. Am I supposed to play this dark energy on Coughing? I think so. Because next turn I could only go to Ivysaur anyways. And it was going to take me another turn to get to Venusaur where I need 4. I think I'm gonna have to make a video where I talk at length about why ranked ladders are predatory, and I'm happy Pokemon Pocket doesn't have one. Because it's really interesting to me how people keep coming in and asking for the predatory system. If you're someone that feels like you need ranked and you need a way to grind to give incentive for you to play, you just don't understand the loop that these other games have you on that are pretty unhealthy and manipulative. If playing the game because you're having fun isn't enough reason to play the game, you should do something else with your time. Like, refocus. We used to only ever play games because we found fun in them, gamers. The only reason that's not the case anymore is because it became more profitable for the game to manipulate you. What if the fun for you is the grind? Then you can grind 15 XP. And there's plenty of other games where you can grind endlessly. That'll manipulate you and let you do exactly what you want. Two Ivysaurs and 9 cards. 2 Professor's Research and 9 cards. Assuredly, we find one eventually. Unless you're a professional gamer getting paid, grinding is an absurd waste of time. I agree. Learn to find joy in other parts of the game other than The whole idea of Pokemon is proving you're the best trainer. So therein lies the misunderstanding of the system. Your statement implies that ranked ladders measure your skill. Ranked ladders in games like Marvel Snap or Hearthstone or Fortnite or League of Legends largely don't measure your skill. They measure your ability to play the game a lot. Ladders aren't skill testers, they're engagement drivers. They exist to encourage you to play the game more. If we top deck the Ivysaur here, we actually win the game because of the X speed. Perfect. And for reference, that's not to say that people at the top of ladders in games aren't good players. They are. But it is to say that just because you're ranked number 1 doesn't mean you're meaningfully better than the person who's ranked 10,000. You probably just play a whole lot more of the game than the person who's ranked 10,000. Oh, I guess if they go Aerodactyl, they could get us here. Oh my gosh! I forgot they were an Aerodactyl deck. That's funny. I might lose. There's no dark energy gamers. Ranked ladder is coming though. I wouldn't be surprised if ranked ladder is coming. However, the asset pack that people are passing around, saying that they are ranked assets are making a lot of assumptions. There is very little guarantee that those assets are guaranteed to be for rank. GG, opponent. I made a mistake while I was chatting and stuff in my face, and they capitalized very well with their Aerodactyl. We lose when we lose our last Pokemon. I would not be surprised if they had ranked in the works, but I think I've seen the asset pack that people are passing around saying it means ranked is coming. Those in no way, shape, or form guarantee that ranked is coming. If you want, by the way, to prove your skill and measure that you're a consistent good player, tournament settings, like we have lots of for Pokemon Pocket popping up already in the community tournament sets, are a much better measure of skill than endlessly grinding. Go put up some top 16s, some top 32s, some top 8s, some finals appearances in a tournament where you can't just grind it endlessly, you actually have to consistently perform well across the event. Much more skill testing than a ladder playing 12 hours a day and your number goes up because you played for 12 hours. Ooh, Weezing on 1 is really good. Just gotta dodge the Misty Flips. You think a chess-like ELO system instead of the current rank system would hurt Snapper Pocket? 100%. I think a true ELO measure on a ladder means that it's optimal for you to get to a certain ELO and then stop playing the game, which would hurt these games' incentive to keep you grinding, so they would never do it. The reason why ladders are not ELO-based is because under ELO, it is game theory optimal to stop playing at a certain point, and the ladders only exist as an incentive driver. Yeah, Limitless TCG is the site I've used to play some tournaments on. I'll be playing a Limitless tournament tomorrow morning, most likely. Yes, the Alakazam Greninja deck is up on the YouTube. So let's put some damages on this Articuno, huh? I don't know if we're gonna be able to push through their Misty Heads here, but we'll try. So ELO and MMR are generally used interchangeably. However, the thing you need to understand is that most ranked ladders in games don't give you your ranking position based on your MMR/ELO. Your position rank is detached from it because, again, the incentive under those systems is to get you to play more games. So if they were directly tied, it would result in people playing less games. I don't know that I have a path to victory here. Them having the first energy advantage and getting an extra energy from Misty means that they're just really far ahead of us in terms of tempo. So Wizard of Oz, pay no attention to the MMR behind the curtain, yeah? Yes, there are MOBAs like Dota and Deadlock use an actual skill-based ranking for players. It's not just a hamster wheel to run on to get prizes and to grind. And in those games, you hit your appropriate play level, and then you stay there forever until you actually improve, which most people don't. Yeah, we actually, for people, we talked about Marvel Snap a bit, but I played Magic the Gathering for forever. It was the game that I reached full-time content on. And something that happened in Magic's history is they used to use ELO for rating players, but the result was exactly what I said would happen if you used it on a ladder. People stopped playing games in tournaments at a certain point, because it was more likely that your ELO would go down if you were playing in the tournament than it would be to go up. So it's just never correct to play a tournament. Once you hit a certain peak. Yeah, paper Pokemon TCG has been having increasingly big tournament sizes. I follow a lot of the Pokemon play people on Twitter, and like every other month for like the last year, they posted, this is our biggest tournament ever. 2,000 players, 3,000 players, 4,000 players. Like, tournament paper Pokemon is huge. For people asking me for comparisons to other card games in paper, I have no idea. I don't play the other card games or follow them. Hoping to draw X speed next turn so we can get the coughing up into the active spot. Pokemon TCG did ELO at one point in the early 2000s as well, and there were people who would start 1-0 or 2-0 at Nationals, their ELO would lock their Worlds invite, and they drop from the event. Yes, that type of behavior is not behavior you want to incentivize. There's X speed. Yeah, these decks where you're gonna have the wrong Pokemon to start half the time, they really need 2 X speeds. Being able to switch a rule like this is so strong. Even in the games where you start coughing appropriately, X speed has such good utility in the late game. Every paper card game I've ever played or seen always has designers that say something like, we're gonna make our game affordable and accessible, but Paper Pokemon is literally the only company I've seen execute on that promise. It is the only TCG that I've ever seen that consistently has cheap, accessible cards. And part of that is because of the IP as well, right? Like, there are more people chasing Pokemon cards for the sake of just collecting pocket monsters that they love than anything else. It'll be difficult for other IPs to do the same. Is Sabrina them here? And if they put the Nidoran male up, I think we might do something cute and not knock it out. Because if I knock it out, they get a free retreat essentially back up into the Nidoqueen, which can knock out my Weezing. And if I toggle poison here, they'll take 20 on the 10 on the pass and 10 on the pass back. Which sounds appealing. Yeah, this might be too cute, but I think it's right. Chuki with the absolutely massive gift bomb. Happy Friday to you. Thank you for the 20 gifted subs. That's huge. Someone in chat said, I saw a lot of people are mad about the increase in Hourglass prices. I was wondering what your take on it is. I think it is incredibly misleading to say that they increased the price of Hourglasses. What they actually did was add a new recurring thing that's more expensive while leaving the base Hourglasses that were already in the client the same cheap price. Saying they made them more expensive is not true of what actually happened. The Nidoking art is great. I think I'm just Kogaing and cracking them with the Venusaur. Yes, the cheaper ones are a one-time deal that's designed to make it so new players get cards faster. And then the more expensive ones that will be recurring every month are for the regular players that are here to stay. The cheaper Hourglasses to start are there to make the player onboarding experience get more cards faster. Yeah, I think 100%. After you buy the item cards that you need to play with, you should spend your things on pack Hourglasses. Definitely. Oh wow, they have Weezing in their Nido deck on top of the Nidos. That's interesting. I wonder if they're not playing full lines. They're done here. Monster Venusaur is too hard to overcome. Yeah, I'd agree that that's the order. Good items, pack Hourglasses, Wonder Pick Hourglasses, anything else. The Nido deck should offer, but unfortunately, I don't think there is a good deck that plays Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Dark Energy on one and a Coughing Weezing, it's like Christmas. Recommendations for deck building. I'd recommend checking out my best non-EX Pokemon video, where I kind of highlight some of my favorite cards to build decks with. And give you a good idea of which Pokemon I think are pretty playable to mix and match with. In general deck building advice, once you know which of those cards are playable, is I'd recommend having 5 to 6 basic Pokemon, with 2 of them being just basics, 1 or 2 of them being just basics like Kangaskhan or Farfetch'd, and then fill out your other 2 lines, then fill in items after that. Oh, we are gonna eat it to a red card with this opener. Donor, thank you for the 21 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Basically, the same hourglasses cost 50% more for free-to-play players. I always think the framing on stuff like that is so interesting. Because, no, they didn't increase the price for just free-to-play players. And no, the same thing that cost the base price is still there for everyone. So they didn't increase the price at all. They added a new thing with a different price that refreshes. Good try though. That's a good way to frame it if you're looking to be mad. The base thing is no longer there for you. Did you already buy them? The base thing always had a limit. You just already bought them. I'm gonna get rid of you at this point because you came back and lied. It never said it was going to refresh. Actually, this is the funniest way to end this game. Koga, we're out. Actually, had a limit on them from the start, and then you bought them. Someone asked, what do you think of the fossil lines? I think Kabutops is unfortunately not playable in a world where Mewtwo and Charizard are 2 of the best and most popular decks because they one-shot Kabutops. I think Omastar has a ton of potential, and we're going to brew with him later in the stream. We have some viewer submissions for Omastar. I think Omastar's lockout ability gives it counterplay into those heavy single hitters. Thoughts on Melmetal? I think Melmetal suffers from the same issue I just talked about with Kabutops. I think heavy investment Pokemon, i.e. lots of energy like Melmetal or lots of evolutions like Kabutops that just die in 1 to Mewtwo are a tough sell. Aerodactyl might be playable. I wouldn't be surprised if Aerodactyl is good. I'm not a big fan of Hypno. I think the 25% chance to do something is too low for putting 4 cards in your deck. I got paired against Jeff at Arcade Rush. Yeah, I play a good bit of Arcade Rush in my off time. Play a couple a day usually. Budget Pidgeotto decks. Yeah, Blaine Pidgeotto is a lot of fun. I've got a Blaine Pidgeotto deck on my Pocket YouTube channel. I will say, while I've liked this deck, it felt reasonable, I've definitely felt clunky only having 4 basics. It's reminded me that I like 5 and 6 basics in a lot of these decks. I might be right to cut the Sabrina for a Kangaskhan. How are you holding up mentally going into Tuesday? I'm fine going into Tuesday, chat. Harris is going to win Texas and maybe Florida. It's going to be an early, quick night. We'll have to stay up to watch congressional seats, but get out and vote. Make sure you bring your friends to vote. It's going to be wonderful. Ted Cruz is going to lose his job. That's a big hope. Harris is gonna win, but I really want Ted Cruz to lose his job. I'm just gonna leave here. Our opponent's DC'd. I don't want to wait around. Mr. Something, thank you for the over 2 years. Welcome back. Is running a one-off stage 1 viable? Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna get one more good game in with this, and then we'll switch to the next deck. When you read polling data, you need to understand that polling data is collected from people who answer phone calls from unknown numbers or click on links in their text messages from people that they don't know in 2024. And then I want you to stop and think about the types of people in your lives that would be likely to do those things, and then acknowledge the type of bias those polls have to have because of that factor alone. Until they figure out a way to meaningfully poll people under 40, like, they just don't. It's like, I don't understand why anybody's paying attention to them. All right. So we're going to X speed out. Put an energy on here. We're going to evolve into Ivysaur. We're going to lose to a Sabrina. How would you determine who's going to win the election? I'd count all the votes after the voting is done. I'm a traditionalist, so you know. Write that down, chat. All right, come on, Vidu. I need a hard carry. Dead. All right. Let's run a Twitch ad. We're gonna play a Kingler Seeking deck next to flip some coins. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. We'll catch you on the flip side of these adverts. Flips, baby, coin flips. Yeah. Do you want to keep this one in the editor? I might want to keep this one in the editor. We had some decent games in there. Something else I can delete instead. I need like 30 more deck slots in this game. There's so many decks to build. They're gonna add more cards to this game, and I'm gonna need like 80 deck slots. Do you like the Electoral College? I think there's a significant chance that the election rules that white slave owners wrote 200 years ago for the United States were perhaps not the ideal way to run a country in elections. I'm gonna put that take out there. Strong possibility. I have not seen anything to confirm that Sean Murphy, and basically everybody accuses everything of being AI art that's computer generated art in 2024. It's really annoying. This application really needs a way to import deck lists. The lack of the import is so annoying. Who owned the slave ships, though? Oh, look at that. I know a bad faith conservative lead-in when I see one. Be gone, interloper! Cruz, thank you for the half a year. She ate that, welcome back. That was the ranked mode is coming, chatter. It's so funny how when you're gonna put forward a talking point like that, you're also likely to say silly things that are gaming related too. Unironically, the lack of critical thinking skills that lands you in the conservative space often mean you're gonna end up being worse at video games. Potions and a couple of Misties for our final coin flips. Lovely. All right, are you ready to flip some coins, gamers? Most skill-based deck in Pokemon Pocket. Actually, I'm gonna show some of these cards big because they don't see a ton of play. I actually think Seeking is pretty close to a playable Pokemon Pocket card. So the 100 hit point things that do 40 for 1 energy, I think are really solid. And the expected damage on Seeking is 40. You win 1, you lose 1, you win 1, you lose 1. And then Kingler is actually an interesting one. So this one always does 80. And then in the event that you win 2 coin flips, it does 80 more. So what's the expected value on that? Your floor is 80, and then 25% of the time you do 160. So it's like a 100-ish for 3 damage. Yeah, EV is plus 20. But your high swings are gonna be solidly high, right? And then obviously, Coin Flip Extraordinaire Misty lets you juice up your water Pokemon ahead of time. 3 retreat is insane. Why would you retreat, you coward? Just stay in and win your coin flips and knock them out. Treating. Just hit him for 160. It's fine. Kingler's here to fight. He's not Wimpler, chat. He's Kingler. King of the pocket monsters. Kanga, lovely. We're ranking 2nd as well, which is great. Mama gets to start throwing hands on the first turn. This deck is the coin flip simulator. I prefer skill flip simulator. Thank you very much. Let's get ready to Misty! They already red carded us, and I want to be able to, like, Misty next turn if we draw a Krabby. Alright, Mama, show them how it's done. I accept. If Dina doesn't add a Misty coin in the near future, they're less competent than I gave them credit for. Facts. Curious, and I haven't checked today. Are we picking up folks from the front page? Yeah, I've had almost 150 new followers today. Appreciate folks that are stopping by and decided they want to come back again. If you're enjoying the vibes of the channel, you've been hanging out for a little bit, make sure you tap that follow button. I'm going to be live a little bit this weekend as well, but you'll always find me here Monday through Friday during the week, working a normal work day, or about 9 a.m. Cornfield time, so about 3 or 4 p.m. Cornfield in the afternoon. We're going to be playing a bunch of pocket monsters here on the regular now that this is out, and we'll also be looping in some Marvel Snap again next week. That's a good question. Do I need to tag the stream as gambling while we play this deck? Are you about to get flagged on Twitch? Alright, we really want to draw Seeking or Kingler. Yes, tomorrow night will be an evening stream. The creator tournament that Dexter and Spraggles are putting on will be at 7 p.m. Central Saturday night. Hail to the king, baby. Potion doesn't do anything for us here, unfortunately. Is there anything in this different from the regular TCG or the old Pokemon TCG? Yeah, it's a whole new game, XZS. There's some similarities, like attacking with Pokemon and getting knockout points for getting them, but the decks are 20 cards. There's no energy in the decks. This game, Pokemon Pocket, is essentially someone asked themselves the question, how would we build Pokemon TCG as a modern card game in 2024? And I think they executed on it really well. I think they did a good job of keeping the core bits of Pokemon TCG's gameplay that have always been good. Ooh, that's cute. They wanted to not let us get him. All right, and then I'm feeling. Oh, I don't have another energy. I'm dumb. I thought Kingler was ready to go. Kingler's 3 to attack. Sure is. All right. Mistakes were made. Pokedex, generally speaking, is not worth playing. It only sees play in the opponent's deck because they're playing 2 EXs and 18 trainers. That's a pretty big miss on my part. Should've just hit him with the Kangaskhan. Would 2 energy decks alternating energy types be too good? I think so. I think these decks should have a dash of inconsistency by virtue of what they're trying to do. Sir Mist-a-Lot, which one were you again? Were you the Mew deck? Because I'm not sure that I can build around Mew. I meant to go back and forth with you, and I missed it. It's just not really a playable card. It's like a weak promo for a reason. Sunset Bleach! Thanks for the 42. Oh yeah, this Kingler's about to pop up and end the game here, gamers. They're gonna tap this Goldeen, and my Kingler's about to get us 2 knockout points. Misty. Is the ratio of energy split based on the card's deck? No, it's just 50-50 every turn. And I think having it not be guaranteed is fine, but I think there should be some sort of pity or limit. Like, you should probably only be able to roll the same energy like 3 or 4 turns in a row before you're guaranteed to get the other one. There are 2 Sabrinas in this deck, I think. For what it's worth, Wootball, I think 2-color decks are incredibly competitive in Pokemon Pocket. Oh my gosh, they red carded away my potions. Unfort. Guy requests a steel deck. Yeah, we could do something with Bisharp. Boy! 1 Snoot Boop. Good night. Give him the claw. Daddy's home and he's had enough of your crap. Alright, that's their first knockout point. I even made the huge mistake this game with my X speed. We're still getting up thanks to the clamps. Okay. All right, one more seeking in 6 cards, or 2 heads on a Kangaskhan, one of the 2. Goldeen. Seeking! Seeking! Good night, Misty Cheese. So long, farewell, I'll see you and good day. Most skillful match of Pokemon Pocket you'll ever see. Is this game a collecting game first? It's a collecting game, but it has a fantastically fun and deep combat game in it as well. There are lots of community tournaments being run for it. Actually, if you're someone who's jamming on Pokemon Pocket, by the way, is there still space in it, or they hit their cap? There's a Pokemon Pocket tournament with a $300 cash prize split among the top finishers happening tonight that's free to enter. It currently has 727 people signed up for it. So you could say that there's a little bit of interest in competitive Pokemon Pocket. It starts in about 5.5 hours. There's the link. Couple 2, 3. I really don't understand the people that play these Articuno decks. Like, it's gotta be boring, right? So you're in tournaments for the next series. I will not be playing the event tonight. I think I'm gonna play one tomorrow morning. There's one at 7 a.m. tomorrow. I think I'm gonna wake up and play. Executor, Weezing, Erica's, and Koga's. That honestly sounds kind of sweet, Matt. Yeah, we could do that. My 2 favorite stage 1s together? What could possibly go wrong other than the alternating energies? Tempest and me, thank you for the 23 months. Welcome back. Cynthium with the 92-month resubscription. Yeah, I want to call that out too. Not only is Incendium resubscribing for 92 months, chat, that is a 92-month Prime sub streak. For over 7 years, they have showed up every single month and resubscribed here. That's like a holy forking shirt balls amount of months. Assuredly, I will draw a Misty and also flip heads, yes? There's not a way to auto prime sub. Daddy Bezos wants to make sure that you're coming back and clicking it every once you're only doing what you watch. So if they put up the Staryu, Mama Khan can hit the 25%er and get a knockout point here. Never lucky rubber ducky. Hey, Drayden, speaking of primers, thanks for the baker's dozen. 13-month streak, ain't no slouch either. So those prime subs all really add up. They're the singular biggest chunk of any of my income in a year on Twitch. So appreciate the folks dropping them off. Giovanni in my future. There's not. No Giovanni is good for us. It means I'm going to have time to set up this Kingler. And we actually have 2 chances to flip 2 heads now. Because if the Kang hits 2 heads, the Kingler can brick. It's fine. Kang is walking so Kingler can run, chat. Kingler's about to bust in bust in and crack out the double heads here. Clear this Articuno in one. We're building suspense, okay? It's better television if the Kang misses. Kingler has enough HP to not die in one to this Articuno. But they have 2 knockout points, so we do need to hit here. We need to get Crack-a-lackin'. My king! My king! Diva, that's all, folks. Wrong 25%. Accurate. Jolteon Wiggly sounds great, Grindle. I've been streaming for a while today, so I got some slots. Krabby having a retreat cost of 2 is unfortunate. I need a professor's research here, so that way if we find Misty, we can try and Misty next turn. Sucks if we get red carded, but... Oh, they're dark grass! I wonder if they're Venusauring. I'll be going back to splitting my time with Snap next week, Fitz. I posted a loose schedule in the announcements channel on the Subs Discord server. So Monday will be a little bit of each. All right, Misty, do the thing, girl. Yep. See, she listened, Jet. I asked her to do the thing and she did. Weezing. All of our bench Pokemon only take an energy, so I think I'm continuing to invest in this Kingler until we go down. Go to 20. Give them the clamps. We go to 10. We die on their turn. Drawing Krabby is a reason to not have played Kang. I could have put an energy on Krabby this turn. Oh my gosh, I keep doing that. I feel bad now. I messed that up in the other game too. My brain keeps defaulting Kingler 2 to 2. There's a parallel universe where we hit on our Misty and only needed 2. I make a good effort to not worry about things I can't control. Tuesday is gonna come and go. We'll talk about how we feel about things once we know. Seeking into turn 1 execute could definitely break our way. Hit that head so we get to scramble their eggs before they can evolve it. What is this deck called? Skill-based gaming. Alright, 66% to get a crab. Alright, I would like 1 scrambled egg, please. That could be the whole game, honestly. They have no front line without the egg. They put this up because they plan to retreat to a different egg or because they plan to crack me for 40? Well, I'm really surprised they didn't retreat. They must have the Ivysaur, right? So we're gonna go ahead and potion here, so that way on the off chance that we miss here, they can't knock us for 16. Can you please stop telling people to play more basics? It makes it harder for me to win. Oh gosh. Don't do it. Don't do it. Payback for a scramble in their first egg. I need a crab, chat. Crabby. Crabby. One snoot boop, please. Yep, that's Erica. So they need to not only get through... They need to not only power up the Venusaur, they need to also live the Executor. Because if we get the Executor knocked out, they lose. Grindel, thank you for the submission. Appreciate it. Alright, Mama, throw some hands here. What's the time on? I have one after this Grindel, and then you'll be up after that. The breed, sure. And for my next Kangaskhan... We finally drew the Krabby. Which means their Sabrina gets a little annoying. Alright, if they knock us out without healing, the Sea King can finish the game. You know what? I should have potions. That way when they X-speed, the Venusaur can't kill the Kangaskhan. Yep. They misclicked! Oh, honey, they misclicked! Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Alright, Seeking, time for your specialty. Let's scramble some eggs. Ow! Never lucky. Alright, I think I'm done losing flips with this deck. It's time for our ad break. Our ad break! And then our next one. G opponent. Alright, gamers, we are going to be playing some Executor Weezing next, is a fun mashup that's been submitted. Let's go ahead. Thank you for the Biddies race car. Let's run some Twitch ads, and we're going to build and play that when we return. Thanks everybody for hanging out for some pockets today. Stand up for a little bit too here, I think, gamers. I've been sitting for a while. Gotta keep our up and down going so we can do a long stream day. I like the record to reflect, we played that deck for 40 minutes and we didn't win a single Misty flip. My average Misty experience. What do we think? Oh, I probably don't need Duck and Kinga. I was wondering where all my slots went. We still had Kinga in there. What's my extra energy? I'm extra card. A Giovanni? Or a potion, maybe? All the full art supporters look gorgeous. Part of the reason I'm pulling up Mewtwo packs, I'm hoping to look into a Koga. Such a good job with all the art in this game. Speed. I don't think I need X speed. We have Erica, we have Koga. I guess it's useful for retreating at the last minute with the 3 energy ones. Yeah, 1 X speed's probably fine. That's close. Put our players on here. Oh, you know, we haven't checked in a minute. Should I look for... I should look and see if our special Wonder Pick is back yet, huh? Looks good, Gunny. Thank you. There's our freebie. Easy game. Do you think the HP difference between EX and regular Pokemon is too drastic? No, I think their game balance is really good. I think, genuinely, I think Pokemon Pocket's first set is one of the best balanced set ones I've ever played in a digital card game. I think there's a handful of cards that are probably a little bit too weak, but I think there's a lot of things at the top that are competitive. Yeah, so it was a Pikachu pack, Chansey, not a promo one, so it doesn't count. No Dratinis, no Frogadaires, no Executors. Sedge, other ones I'm waiting on Cosmetics for. I like the idea of this, Weezing Executor. They're both cards that I like. This deck really prefers to go first, as opposed to going second, but Farfetch'd is good while going first and second at least. Got that going for us. You lose your packs if you open them every 24 hours. Yeah, you can only hold 2 packs at once. So if you want all the free packs, you gotta log in once a day and grab them. The premium pass can build up 2 packs. So you won't miss any extra on there if you log in every 2 days, but you'll miss the 2 of the free ones on the in-between. Ah, chat. Who would win? Genetically engineered Pokemon perfection? Or one leaky boy? Actually, with the Executor and Grass Energy in play, we're gonna swap out next turn for sure. Says local man about to be red carded. Yeah, I need to commission an animated Link slapping emote. Just haven't had time. Things will slow down a little bit next week. It's been a busy week for me. Getting all the YouTube stuff together, among other things. Oh, that reminds me. My editor sent me a YouTube video forever ago, and I downloaded it and just didn't upload it. Oh, we have a trainer tier list video for the Pokemon Pocket channel today. It's the best pack opening for your start to start with. That one right there. No Gardevoir on curve is lovely. They can still have it next turn, though. Is there any reason to Erica now? I don't think so. We are still on the Twitch front page for another hour 15, although it looks like they probably moved us to one of the back slots. There's like 6 or 7 different slots on the front page, and they don't keep you in the most forward ones the entire time. We get to clear this now because of the Gardevoir draw. You have 2 potions? Just 1 potion. You're still dead to both my things. I get 2 knockout points with the duck here. We are ahead. I guess attacking with the duck means if they have Giovanni, they get us. Yeah, I guess maybe I'm supposed to put the Weezing up because now I lose to Giovanni. Because they Giovanni and then they Gardevoir into... They Giovanni knock out the duck and then the Gardevoir lets them knock out the Weezing next turn. Yeah, Mewtwo next play 2 Giovanni. I should have played around in here. GG, opponent. I have not seen the piece of content that you asked about in chat. I haven't watched a ton this week. I've been so busy making my own stuff. You show Gengar. Gengar is unfortunately not a very good Pokemon Pocket card. If you want to see a little bit of gameplay, there's a Gengar Fearow deck up on my YouTube channel, but truly I don't think any Gengar decks are competitive at the moment. Yeah, I think Dathos, I think Pokemon Pocket's gonna have even higher normie penetration than Marvel Snap did. And that's saying something. I think Marvel Snap had higher normie penetration than the average digital card game, and I think Pocket's gonna be even more than that. I don't think the free-to-play model has anything to do with normie penetration. I think the gameplay and the IP both do lifting for making it more accessible to people who are not gamers on average. Yeah, I would believe that that's the least bad way to play Gengar. You play it with aggressive starters, then finish with Gengar EX. It's an egg. Put the extra dark on here, because I'm going to need to retreat this at some point, and I don't need it on the execute, I don't think. Fidget is good versus Dragonite. Get out of here, Weezing. I've got baby dragons to slap around. Accurate. There's a grass energy on top of my energy zone here, so this seems good for us still. I think we basically always want to start on non-EX Pokemon when possible. I want to give my opponent as few knockout points, especially when they're at 30. If they were at 40, I might consider putting the EX out, but the fact this is the guaranteed KO regardless. Seems like it's probably good. I pulled 4 Frogadaires and 2 Greninjas, but no Froakies. I'd just spend your 70 pack points to be on your merry way. Oh, I forgot to attach an energy. That could matter. Might want to be able to retreat at some point. No, I'm only on 1 Sabrina, so I don't think I'm supposed to use it to pressure. I think Kangaskhan is likely very reasonable in Charizard and Mewtwo as a backup plan. I think that's something more people should experiment with. No Dragonair for them is real unfortunate. 110% should have had 3 energy on here to be able to retreat it. I guess it's worth noting that if this Executor had been the EX one, we would have crunched through them already, yeah? So them doing this damage here sets them up so that way if they top deck Dragonair, they knock us out. So we're going to go ahead and Erica to make sure we're above 80. We've been patient with our Sabrina here, so even though they get to retreat here, we're going to get to pull it right back up. Crack it again. I assume they have a potion. I guess they're just conceding. Maybe they thought they were a coin flip here, but I'm gonna duck leg and wait. Would you have retreated there if you had the extra energy? No, I don't think so. The Wonder Pick system is a really interesting integration of pseudo-social elements while also giving you, like, a semi-targeted way to get cards you want. It's a pretty elegant design. Most Charizard decks have 2 red cards in them. I'm not going to Professors here, because my deck is better against red card with 2 Professors in it. There are different cards in the different packs, Spur. I have a breakdown of which packs I think are the best and which cards are the ones to think about getting in each and why. What deck has the best Mewtwo matchup? I think like the Weezing Arbok deck is up there for Mewtwo matchups. It's numbers line up well and it has a weak disadvantage. Punish it away for not playing the research last turn. If I would have played it last turn, I could have researched again this turn to dig deeper for the Weezing. Argue Alakazam Greninja does awesome against P2. It's okay. I don't think it's bad there. I think the Alakazam Greninja deck has a good job of having pretty even skill-based matchups. That's one of its upsides. I don't think it's kind of Jundy. It's like not polarized in any directions, I don't think. Our deck is probably 0% against an active Charizard. We do not have any big bursts, and they're just going to burn us down if they hit on curve. Guaranteed to be an egg. This is statistically probable to be a Weezing. Maybe they won't have their Charizard perfectly on curve. What crushes the Charizard deck? Pikachu EX has a pretty favorable Charizard matchup. Moltres is weak to lightning, and the Pikachu deck puts out enough damage before the Charizard can get together. The Pikachu deck is also significantly more consistent than the Charizard deck. No Charizard yet. Oh, it's really frustrating. Crack up for 60 here. I don't have another Sabrina though, so this doesn't really help us. $11 cards to a deck. If at any point they find the Charizard, I'm just gonna burn us all down. Got 180 health. Yep, they're bound to find a research to get to Charizard, or the actual Charizard eventually. It's 4 cards. Go. In theory, our deck should have pretty decent Pikachu and Mewtwo matchups. So we apply pressure pretty quickly. Pikachu especially, his deck, all of our Pokemon other than Farfetch live a 90 hit. Yeah, I like 2 regulars there for sure, Silence. The list hasn't changed for what I've been playing. For coughing. Executor's not bad if we get to keep it. With the X speed here, we can retreat the duck back, and we flip heads on the Executor, and we put the Caterpie down right away. Caterpie here. Interesting attack. Grabs a random grass Pokemon from your deck to your hand. Oh, they're playing it as a Venusaur setup. I've seen some folks do this. Coughing. You have a spending guide. It's really straightforward because there aren't a lot of crazy bundle deals in this game. It's buy the pass and buy the daily login pass and then buy the $13 worth of stuff at the top. And then after that, whatever your budget is, the $100 thing is the best bang for the buck necklace. Off to my 2 least favorite things for my job, fire someone and then conduct group interviews. I assume those things are potentially related. Good luck, Godspeed, Duck. Why is Mama Bear so busy? Were they on the teacup rides? Did you buy the Gardevoir cosmetics? No, the ratio of gold in the Gardevoir package means it's bad currency value, i.e. worse than buying currency at $100 a pop like I normally would. And I wouldn't use any of the Gardevoir cosmetics over these dark Pokeball ones. I like them better. So I'd pay for the cosmetics if I was going to use them, but I like them less than the ones I already have. Is that a Chansey on their bench? Sure is. Alright, well, with that retreat out, we are definitely Sabrina-ing up this Venusaur. This is an illegal Pokemon pocket card, mood. Alright, can we put enough damage on the plant monster before we get through it? Charizard and Venusaur almost assuredly tougher matchups for this deck. We have small, efficient attackers that get hit and won by Charizard and have a hard time getting through Venusaur healing a bunch. We gotta kind of get under them. Based on everything I've seen from the auto deck tool in this game, it's atrocious. Maybe even worse than Steps. Equally bad? At a minimum, equally bad. Is that how we needed the Executor hits to go? Maybe I should have put the energy on Executor here, actually, so I could get poison. We have not hit Omastar yet. We are going to have a Jolteon Wiggly deck after this, so we're going to be doing Omastar after that one. Oh, you know what, too? With the Executor EX in my deck, I definitely should have... I should not have evolved the second one. I should have left it the ability to be Executor EX. To finish on that. Oh, the plant monster never dies. Why is it so tanky, video gamers? In fighting type decks, the best EX decks had a Marowak Sandslash deck in it, I think is alright. Alright, toggle the poison. Koga was a nice draw here as well. We'll be able to pick this up next turn before it gets cleaned out. Very low probability the opponent's deck has a Giovanni in it. You're kidding me. Well, me, I guess. Alright, I need coughing so we can get involved into Weezing ASAP. Only played one Erica. Assuredly, they don't have room for more Ericas, right? With Giovanni? No. I don't know if you can beat this here. There is a very real chance we cannot beat this Venusaur. This Venusaur. Oh my gosh! They have Butterfree! Oh, we're definitely dead if they have Butterfree. Butterfree heals for 20 a turn. So they'll heal 50 a turn if they have Butterfree. Holy. How many cards are they must have just they must not have playsets. They must be on singletons for a bunch of it, yeah? I assume you don't put Metapod in your deck without Butterfree. Yep, there she is. In a very different metagame, Butterfree is a very good card. It heals all your Pokemon for 20 every turn. In reality where we live, you just lose to Charizard. But in a world where there's lots of cheap things dealing damage like our deck, it's pretty strong. You just never know that this Venusaur has been poisoned for 800 turns, yeah? Even if I hit every head here, we're done, yes? And anytime we don't hit heads, they stay exactly the same. Did you put it? Some tough matchup variants here. That's a reminder of why just playing the straight up best decks will let you win more. Hit some matchups that were polarized against us that Pikachu would have just devoured. What do you use your gold on? Use your gold on buying packs. Get more cards. Burst, and we have the grass energy with the Executor. Exactly what we're looking for. They have first energy advantage, but our egg's gonna get stompy right away. Stop leaving Snap forever. No, but I'll never have to read your messages on YouTube again because you're now banned. So long, entitled gamer. Oh, sorry, I forgot to end the turn while we were nuking someone. Why did it end? I was done. Gives me the bad idea to run Vaporeon with Butterfree. Listen, if one unplayable card is bad, two of them must be perfect. What would you consider to be the worst Pokemon in this first core set? Definitely Snorlax. Okay. Not Ditto. Ditto serves a purpose. In a really inbred meta game, Ditto could be a good card for mirror matches. I think there's merit to a couple of the different packs. If you want my thought on the best packs and why, check out that one there. Some of it is subjective, though. Kind of got to think about what cards you're interested in opening. There's Coughing, which is lovely. Right, if they have Gardevoir, they can knock out the Executor, but Weezing will be able to finish the Mewtwo on the backswing. If this game had sideboards, then it would be a beast. Yeah, I agree with that. Do they have two Gardevoirs? Or are they just like retreating here? They might be retreating. This red card is why we didn't use the research. Red card is worse if I wait to research. Really surprised they... I'm really surprised they, what's it called? They left the 30 hit point one up. We do a video talking about the worst cards? Probably not. Finally remembered to hit publish on my YouTube video. If you want my thoughts on the best and worst trainer cards in Pokemon Pocket right now, check this one out. You're a little late, Erica. Good little duck. Put this on the Executor so we have flexibility to retreat it down the line. I'm gonna put Coughing up front, so if we top deck Weezing, that's our best. And if we miss on the Weezing, we'll attach the Grass Energy and retreat back to Executor. Two Weezings and 5 cards, 40%. They're bricking on their Gardevoir still, but they've seen fewer cards overall than we have. Research twice. Ah, we're done, right? They have not said whether or not they will ban or buff/nerf to rebalance, but I think regardless of which of those two things they're going to do, I would expect they will make changes far less frequently than the Marvel Snap team does. Unfortunately, this build felt just a little bit clunky. Having two, I'm glad we tried this, because honestly, this was something I'd been thinking about wanting to try, just because I really like both Weezing and Executor as far as cards go. But I definitely hurt in a number of those games having just redundant roles, right? Like, we consistently had an early attacker, but we never had a big finisher in games like that to clear out the second one, and then other decks that are like setting up a big attacker were able to pressure us out consistently. We have not gotten to Greninja Brooks just yet. We got a few things in the tank. The next of which is a Jolteon Wiggly deck. Let's go ahead and tap some ads. We'll get to that next. Hey, Grindel, are you in chat? If so, could you DM me the deck or like a screenshot or something? Because your, when you pasted it like you did into the comments message, it gets all butchered. You have me on Discord, right? Jolteon is quite good. I actually might put a flare on Jolteon. I like them. I like them just the way they are. Oh, 0 regular Wiggly is interesting. You're just playing it for the finisher. I like Zebstrika. Blitzel Zebstrika are real good. Speed, 1 Sabrina, 1 Giovanni. Jolteon, that's a good question. So Jolteon flips 4 coins and does 40 per heads for 2. So average of 80, swings high to 160, swings low to 0. You didn't include Fossil in your trainers video. That's because they're not really trainers. Basically Pokemon. Letting nerds point out that they're not there will be free engagement. Because of the 4 coins, yes, yeah, you're more likely to get 80 with Jolteon than you are to get exactly 30 with Kangaskhan, because it's 4 coins instead of 2. What's your favorite Dragonite pairing been so far? So, we actually played Greninja Dragonite this morning, and it felt really good. I liked it a lot. Fun mix of cards I like. Outside of that one, more straightforward, traditional, I like the Kangaskhan Farfetch build. Two Kangas in there, I think. I think it was 2 Kangas. Alright, let's play some Jolteon Wiggly here, huh? We're also only playing 1 Dragonite in the Dragonite Greninja deck. Mostly leaning on Dragonair, with the occasional Dragonite as the finish. You have to pay to get into the community tournaments. You do not. They are free to enter. We're going second, and we have Kangaskhan on 1. Oh, baby. Mama's about to throw hands. Sounds like a snap. Yes, it is definitely a snap. 25% of the time they lose on turn 1 here, chat. 1 Snoot Boot, please. I really don't like the Articuno water decks. I think Articuno is an embarrassing and awkward card in every game where you don't flip at least 1 heads on Misty. I would much rather play Misty with cards like Starmie and Golduck that are good even when Misty doesn't work. Let's play these out so we don't get them red carded away. Kangaskhan balancing out our opponent's atrocious luck. So I'm in a couple of Marvel Snap content creator group chats, speaking of emotes, and someone in one of them mentioned that they turn Marvel Snap sound off and they have a sticky note over their monitor where the emotes appear, so they literally just don't know when they're getting emoted. And I was like, that's hilarious and also very depressing that you have to do that because Second Dinner refuses to put auto-mute emotes in their game. It's actually like 5-head brilliant. But also like, please Second Dinner, let us opt out of being harassed in your video game. That would be great. I don't know what Dugong does. I think it has some awkward 3 energy attack if I recall. Feel like I periodically go back through the cards and see Dugong and go, yeah, that one's not playable. Is it 90 for 3? 90 for 3 sounds okay-ish. Yeah, most of the water Pokemon have overcosted attacks to try and balance Misty a bit, which is sad. That is 90, that's okay. It puts Kang and Jolteon down in 1 here. Little. So young. Clarity, that is unsweet. You want to put Jolteon up instead of Kang? I would have to flip 3 heads with the Jolteon. Whereas this way, when they knock out the Kang, I'm very likely to clear the Dugong. I don't think they're gonna get us on the backswing, so I'm gonna take the Dugong and then get their next one. But I guess the Dugong's only giving me 1 knockout point here, right? I want to be honest, Chad, I have a new respect for Dugong after this game. I suppose we did also flip four tails in a row on Kangaskhan to start. With weakness, only 2 heads is needed. No, each heads is only 40, and then weakness is an extra 20 total, not 20 per heads. Wait. By a Dugong. Soloed by a Dugong. What a BMing turd. I can't concede while they're waiting to Misty Flip. God, just ball movements everywhere. I don't always skip pressing thanks after a match, but when the Misty player BMs me at the end after my Kangaskhan flipped 4 tails in a row, certainly gonna pass on it. Bizarre does not have a mobile app. I will maybe try it when it has a mobile app. 99% of the games I end up trying off stream are mobile games. Way more. I'm at my computer all day for work. If I'm gonna do something for fun, it's gonna be while I'm walking around usually, or sitting on the couch. Misty really is the hell of a pocket, right down to the BM it is. Yeah, Dugong's got some interesting breakpoints. 120 health means it survives a hit from Pikachu EX, even with weakness. People ask why I don't play PC games. I tell them it's because I work at a computer. Yep. Exactly that. Doing well, Draconic. Hopefully we'll be doing even better after this Jolteon lands a couple of hits. Alright, you owe me after last game, girl. Any thoughts on Dragonite plus Evolution? So the problem with Dragonite and cards that take 2 energy to attack is Dragonite needs 4 energy givers. So putting 2 energies on Jolteon means you're not attacking with Dragonite until turn 6, which is an eternity in Pokemon Pocket. I love the confidence of this Erica. This Erica says, I don't think you can flip 2 heads a second time in a row. Or they just know they're gonna flip 2 heads. Alright, they missed. So this potion is them this Erica is them betting that I'm gonna brick again. Assuredly, we can't brick 3 times in a row, right? Coolio. Coolio! %, chance there should be more rewards for winning games. Gamers and wanting to endlessly grind their video game like it's a second job. Don't do it. Have a heart. If you don't find playing the game satisfying because they are fun, you should play something else. Need 1 heads, chat. Alright, cool. Yes, Jolteon is very good. I think Jolteon is super underplayed. 80 on average for 2 is above rate. It unfortunately dies in 1 hit to Pikachu EX. But when it hits hard. I've been enjoying Pocket because there are days where I don't feel like playing, where I can log in, get my rewards, and go next. I completely agree. The way Pocket is structured, it can literally never feel like doing chores. Which is incredible design. You'll never have to groan and go, I have to log in and play against Erishim today. Because I need my credits, otherwise I'm gonna fall behind. Or, there's a feature location. I don't really feel like playing, but I should do my dailies. I think the way Pocket systems are currently designed, it very intentionally is difficult to min-max the fun out of playing Pocket. As I often say, gamers love min-maxing the fun out of their video game. And it's the game designer's job to make sure that the optimal thing is fun to do. I think the biggest thing about Pocket's economy, all details aside, is that you can't, what's the word I'm searching for? You can't really shoot yourself in the foot with Pocket's economy the way you can with Marvel Snaps, right? There's no, oh, I spent my spotlight keys wrong, or oh, like the only mistake you can make with the economy in this game that I think is easy for people to avoid is you can open too many packs that you have 3 and 4 star diamond cards from. You could not realize you should be moving packs. But I think even I'd bet even my 10-year-old will be able to figure out, oh, I should move on from the Charizard packs. I have a lot of the cards here. I think I have enough viewer submissions to get me through the end of the stream at this point. Dance. Honestly, though, I think I might play the Greninja Dragonite deck in the tournament I'm gonna play tomorrow morning. If there's good games there, we'll get some highlights from it. I really like the build. I agree with you. It feels fun and interesting. It felt like it was powerful. The Weezing budget deck's been a ton of fun. I like that one a lot too, Keef. One of my favorites for sure. But even if they giant bloom, Wiggly is still finishing the Venu. So we're good to go here. I just needed one successful sleep out of 2 turns and we got it. Yeah, they could have retreated to the Lilligant, but that's like not winning them the game long term, right? Yes, the Wonder Pick event is you get free Wonder Picks periodically throughout the day. It's like once per hour or so. Reminds me I should check mine. Something useful in there. I would love to start Zebstrika when going first. Pokemon that love going first are stage 1s with 1 energy attacks like this. Hopefully they're playing Charizard or something we can pressure. Tasty. Charizard's almost always a red card deck, so I'm not researching on one here. Putting damages on their one in the back here. I think I'm supposed to not play the Blitzball just because there's a Kangaskhan in my deck. And I might want to be able to put that up at some point. I think if you're done opening Charizard packs, crafting Kangaskhan is a fine choice. Holding up the one on your bench, bud, but I'm gonna attack the one on your bench if that's okay. Opponent heard the meta deck was Moltres Charizard. Got mixed up on which Moltres. Yes, I agree that evolving the front Charmander here is probably a mistake for the opponent. should have left it unevolved, because I wasn't attacking it anyways. And they would prefer to have a 1 retreat cost on it. Yeah, the Wonder Pick event is explicitly for the promo versions of those cards. This build's playing 7 basics, which is interesting. I'm a big fan of play more basics, but I'm not sure. 7 almost feels too many. I feel like 5 to 6 is the sweet spot. Your Pokeballs get pretty unpredictable with that density. Don't mind me, just continuing to strike Charizard in the back. So if they don't have a potion and they retreat to the Charizard, my Wiggly gets to knock it out 1. Which is pretty bad for them. Potion. I mean, against a deck that wasn't playing Zebstrika, powering up the Charizard in the back seems fine. But our deck just, like, has a plan for this. Yeah, both my Jolteons in the bottom 3 is big sad. So they need potion number, I was gonna say potion number 2, but they're actually through both of those. So if they take the Zebstrika off the board, the Wiggly just puts down the Charizard, then we're super far ahead. That is definitely a bad energy to attach for them, unless they're retreating. Some questionable sequencing decisions here for sure. I am in the TCG player queue. It literally doesn't matter. Everybody thinks there's this made-up fantasy land where their opponents are never going to make mistakes and they're only going to play good decks, and in every TCG it literally doesn't exist. In fact, I think one of the singularly most puzzling / baffling decisions they made in terms of design in this game is there's 0% chance we should have 2 different queues. There should be one queue with MMR based matchmaking. Alright. Let's fry us a pigeon, huh? Weak to lightning. So long, buddy. Yes, multiple queues only make sense if you're gonna make one of them ranked. I agree. You like this deck a lot. Yeah, I think it's solid. I think Wiggly EX is a very playable, good Pokemon pocket card, and so is Jolteon. Second, we basically never want to lead with Jigglypuff in this deck. Our game plan is make them knock out 2 single prize Pokemon and then finish on Wigglytuff as a big finisher as an EX. There we go. Thank you for the 15 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. You see the video about using fossils to minimize the number of Pokemon in your deck? I think the #1 bad deck building thing people are doing right now is not playing enough basics, and I think using fossils to play even less basics is just leaning into that issue even more. It's also crazy to me how many people have brought up, oh, did you see this? Like it was this crazy innovative thing to act like we should be doing. Not to lean on you specifically, Polycrest here, but you're probably like the 20th person to bring it up today. Jolteon, no card draw is sad. No Jolteon, no Zebstrika, no card draw is sad. I'm gonna put the EX out just to make red card less appealing. Is there a big ramp up time for someone who never played Pokemon games? The biggest thing to ramp up in this game is just learning the cards. Anytime you learn a new card game, you gotta learn a new card pool. A lot of the skill and sequencing comes from knowing the cards your opponent's deck can be playing, so you're able to play around them. Alright, so Eevee's going down, and they have early Gardevoir. So we have a path to victory here, but it involves winning a bunch of Wiggly flips. Yes, I agree the onboarding in this game is very good. It does a good job of teaching you the basics. So Wiggly does 80 and guaranteed puts to sleep. They're going to knock out Blitzel and take their second match point, and then so long as we win a couple of sleep flips or the opponent loses them more specifically, we'll be good to go. Oh, I guess because they have the other Gardevoir here, even winning a sleep flip's not enough because they have the second Mewtwo queued up in the back line. Yes, Giovanni and weakness do not impact things that flip coins multiple times. So Jolteon only ever gets 20 from weakness and only ever gets 10 from Giovanni. Hey, Bean Sallow, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Second. Oh, I'd love to open on Mama Kingo. We got a couple of wins to start, Grindle. Paralyze is very similar to sleep, except it's guaranteed to go away after 1 turn. Basic, play a research. I was gonna flip 2 heads and put this Jigglypuff in a trash can. Yeah, Jolteon's really solid into Mewtwo, because it takes 2 hits to get knocked out, and the chance for a super high roll is solid. Speaking of super rolls, it's a super roll in one direction. I'll leave it to the viewer to decide if it was high or low. The folks that are hanging out today, by the way, you're passing by looking for something to watch for the Twitch front page and you stumble on in here, consider tapping the follow button and coming back. We're here doing strategy card game content 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. Also do some weekend hours on occasion, but I do have 3 small children, so often weekends are more family time. We're playing a lot of Pokemon Pocket with this releasing, and then we'll be playing some Marvel Snap here still, as well as a regular. All card games and strategy games in Hooglandia for the most part. Siglet. Is it a high, low, or a low roll? Depends on who you're rooting for. That's true. The magic card building up on the bench is potentially scary. Gyarados is a bad Bama Jamma if left unchecked. I think my one thought on this list, Grindel, is that 7 basics feels awkward. I feel like I'd either commit to the Kangaskhan's and cut the Zebstrika's, or I'd give up the one of. Like, do you think one Kangaskhan moves the needle on your Pikachu EX matchup that much? If you think your Pikachu matchup is hard, I'd just play 2 Kangs. You clear room on your bench other than your active Pokemon dying. You cannot. Yes, there's a choice from that perspective too. I haven't been hitting much Pika. Yeah, I'd believe that. There's definitely been more Mewtwo anecdotally. Or do a high roll, yeah? Good night, sweet prince. The upside to cutting Zebra for Kang is you'd gain 3 item slots, right? Which has a lot of value. The question on Zebstrika is, do you think your Charizard matchup is serviceable without it? It might be with Jolteon pressuring Moltres. Does he do 10 damage if you get Tails there? No, the Giovanni does not do damage if you get 2 Tails. Back out of here. Jolteon average hit ends the game here. above average. Hard to tell if the opponent was cooking or just baked here. No, Gyarados takes full 4 water. Gyarados in general is ambitious, I agree with that. Card seems really mediocre outside of Misty rolling a bit high, and if you're rolling high with Misty, you might as well. Might as well play something else like Articuno. I have not interacted with any of the non-English language cards. I think some people said they translate when you put them in your actual decks, which seems fine. But I believe it keeps them separate in your collection, so your collection can be, you could have like one of each language Charizard or each card if you wanted. That'll be good for collectors to chase that are into that sort of thing. Hopefully there's an EX Gyarados that's playable at some point. I don't really think there's anything they can do to fix the current Gyarados. I expect it's probably just bad. I have some paper Pokemon in other languages and it's novel. Yeah, foreign language cards are super common novelty in paper collecting games. Weezing Arbok, very reasonable Pokemon Pocket deck. Someone mentioned earlier, or asked earlier, what's the best thing to beat up Mewtwo? I think this deck that the opponent's playing, Weezing Arbok, is excellent at doing that. Generically good cards that also happen to have a weak disadvantage over the psychic stuff. German Lieutenant Surge is named Major Bob. That's hilarious. So this means I get to live to attack again, which sounds lovely. But that doesn't matter because we're just going to flip 3 heads and put them in a box, yeah? Oh, I got so excited to start. Rip. Get any success with Hypno? I don't think Hypno is a very good Pokemon Pocket card. Having a 75% chance to do nothing does not seem very good. When you should switch from one pack to the next really just depends on how many 3 and 4 star unique cards you're missing out of them, and which ones you really want to play, and like what your pack points look at. There's literally nothing else to do with hourglasses other than use them to open packs. You should use your resources to get stuff, yes. I don't think not seeing Jolteon is so much people being allergic to coin flips as it is people just don't like playing off-meta things. They'd rather just wait and be told this is what I'm supposed to play. You wouldn't want to accidentally play something bad. I often tell people that if you aren't building bad decks periodically, it means you aren't brewing enough. Most decks most people build are going to be bad. Embrace it, it's okay. Yeah, that's true too. The established electric deck is Pikachu EX, and Jolteon doesn't work there because EV doesn't power up Pikachu cleanly. It's unfortunate that we're trading even here. Although worth noting, the opponent needs 2 energy to attack with the Arbok. Yeah, most people don't build their own decks, and so if other people aren't working on it, they're not going to have anything to copy. Just be rolling off the Twitch front page here any minute as we hit the 2 o'clock hour here in the cornfields. Appreciate the folks that clicked through from there and considered sticking around. Never understand why people don't want to accidentally build something good, because they have to experience failure on the in-between. Failure's not fun. So I think the game plan here, they've already played a potion. I think I Zeb Strika the Arbok in the back. And then we just spread damage out all of these so that way Wiggly can kill anything in one. And then they're going to put the Zeb Strika down and take their second match point. And then Wiggly is going to clear the Arbok and give us our second, and they'll be ready to one-shot whatever's behind. This is the downside to this line. I think that gets us, gamers. Yeah, the opponent's deck loves to play 2 Sabrinas. Yeah, I should have just put the Zeb Strike up as bait and put the energy on Wiggly. When do you think they'll add trading? There's literally no way to know that. Ideally, it would have been in at launch. The fact that it's not there makes me think they have some type of technical hurdle they don't know how they're going to overcome, or they don't know the details of how to make it make money for them. Either way, it's just like an indeterminate amount of time. Alright, so what's the out here? It's Wiggly puts their thing to sleep, and then we can retreat back off of the Wiggly. Because it'll be slept. Yeah, I would assume they have a bunch of economists running a bunch of numbers on what we can afford to do or not. Yeah, so we talked a little bit about it, Grindel, but just to give you a concise wrap-up here, I think my primary takeaway here is that 7 basics is too many. I think you should almost never have more than 3 Pokemon lines in a deck. I think I'd be inclined to get rid of the Zeb Strikas and play 2 Kangaskhans and then just, like, go up trainers. Just, like, play a couple of potions, another X-Speed, or another Sabrina or something. Inclination here. Alright, we need to tap an ad roll on Twitch. And when we return, we're gonna build a steel deck, it looks like, is our next one in the tank. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. A non-EX Wiggly. That's not a bad idea. I've enjoyed one non-EX Wiggly in my other EX Wiggly decks. That could be a good shout too. Sometimes you just want to crack for 60 for 2, and Wiggly's your only option. I don't see people using metal decks. Yeah, metal's a little underdeveloped right now. We've queued into a lot of off-meta things, though. And honestly, Meltan is really good against not Mewtwo. He says it's the only Q's into Mewtwo for the next half hour. And Bisharp Poliward are pretty reasonable. This is a double Kangaskhan deck. Play some potions. Play some X speeds. I just closed on the same thoughts we had, Griddle. If you go back, I did a little bit more formal, but I think I would try a non-EX Wiggly. I've really liked that in other builds. And I would probably play 2 Kangaskhan and then a couple more trainers over the Blitzels. So minus the Zebstrika plus Kang, plus non-EX Wiggly, plus 2 trainers of your choice. Skarmory is not in this game yet, but I would expect... I'm hoping the second set has a bunch of Johto Pokemon in it and fleshes out the Steel types more. I would love Scizor and Steelix and Skarmory, stuff like that from Gen 2 would be great. Are there actual 0 Johto Pokemon in this game? There aren't any, are there? I thought we had at least 1 from every gen. But you're right, there aren't any in here, are there? That's really interesting. No, I bet we're gonna get a full Gen 2 set. If they're smart and they keep leaning into the nostalgia appropriately, I bet the second set is full Gen 2. They want to keep harpooning millennials. Speaking of millennials, chat, the regulars in Hoaglandia's off-stream time noticed I put a channel up in the Discord server last night. Elections are coming up in the US on Tuesday, November 5th, and I have partnered with Next Gen America to help people get easier access to voting information, such as finding their polling sites and others using the Vote bot on Discord. So pop on into the Hoaglandia Discord server. If you still haven't made a plan yet to vote on Tuesday, if you live in the United States, and Votey can give you a hand getting some voting information. The Hoaglandia Discord's also great if you want to keep up with tabs on my content. I've got an announcements channel in there that'll let you know when I'm going live with different stuff and other things that are going on in Hoaglandia. Guy knocked on my door yesterday and asked me for a donation for a community swimming pool. I said, here you go, and handed him a glass of water. What's going on, Dookies? Thanks for the 12 months of the dad joke. For Kangaskhan. Looking for Kangaskhan. Oh, you know what? This build probably doesn't want a Giovanni. Probably throw another Sabrina in that slot. Unironically, if we don't hit Kangaskhan next turn, we're dead. Pikachu's gonna burn Meltan. Oh, now I need Kangaskhan and... I need Kangaskhan and an X speed. Yeah. Oh, I can evolve. Do I just evolve to buy time? Hey, good game, Swifty. You played really well. Yeah, I think we just like put this up and let it soak some damage and build up the bench here. Oh, you know what? I shouldn't play the other Panaward art because if I draw another Meltan, I would want to play it. Part of Steel's problem in this current metagame is that Bisharp is a deal 70 for 2 that dies in 1 hit to Pikachu EX. The deal 70s for 2 I think are very reasonable in Pokemon Pocket. But that 90 hit point breakpoint is such a big deal against Pikachu EX being popular and powerful. Wait, what? They're... Okay. Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Take a chance on me. Do 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 do. I mean, all things considered, this game went from we can't possibly win to them red carding us and us now having a, you know, snowball's chance. I don't know that we could really ask for more. Ooh, the metal attack sound is not what I've heard very often. That's a very good tactile audio design. So they're debating, do they want to trade Pikachu EX for the Bisharp? This pause for the cause here. They don't. Interesting. Oh, I guess playing the Melmetal out was bad here, right? Oh. Or the Meltan. Why aren't they attacking the Meltan? That's confusing. I was like, oh, I messed up because they can knock this out in two with the Blitz with the Zebstrika. They really don't want to give up any knockouts. Really surprised they didn't just let me... Really surprised they didn't just let me take the knockout on the Blitzel here. Yeah, honestly, Ruray, that's my biggest sticking point with Snap at this point. I think a lot of Snap's gameplay is pretty alright, but it's just so annoying that I don't think they can even literally change it or fix it. Like, it's so sigh-inducing to queue up against Aeroshim. And I don't even think the deck's too powerful. I just never have fun when I play into it. The further you get into Series 5, the less fun Snap becomes. I mean, I think that's just the part of the that their current metagame isn't good. They've struggled in terms of formats being good post Aeroshim. How do you decide between Executor EX and normal Executor? The main deciding factor is, do you plan to follow up the Executor EX with a 1 knockout point Pokemon or a 2 knockout point Pokemon? If you're a deck like Venusaur EX, for example, where you're just gonna go EX Executor into Venusaur, and they're only gonna need to knock out 2 things anyways, then you play the EX. But like the Greninja Executor deck, for example, often wants to only have 1 knockout point Executor into 1 knockout point Greninja into another 1 knockout point. Yeah. Honestly, this game was really close considering how bad it looked at the start. Shout out to the opponent's red card for giving us a chance. Is anything weak to Steel? There's a couple of Fairy-type Pokemon that are weak to Steel. Clefairy and the water Pokemon. There's a water Pokemon. Snom lines, yes, Snom. Frostmoth, yeah, that one. That's the one. Dreaded Blaine deck yet. We've not played Blaine today, but in general, I've played Blaine before, and it's very solid. Blaine's one of the handful of decks that's putting up results and taking names at the early community tournaments. I am not playing this game on PC. I'm playing it on my cell phone. I am streaming from a PC, though. Magic of USB-C, all things are possible. I have a video about a Blaine deck. I do, yeah. You can find Pidgeotto Blaine deck on my Pocket YouTube channel. My solo on deck for today. I'm not playing in a tournament today. We've been live for almost 9 hours. We'll be live for a couple more hours. I'm not playing in something tonight. I'm playing something tomorrow morning, though. I'll keep an eye on the tournament tonight, though, after I sign off. There's currently 758 people registered for the event tonight, so I'll be curious to see how many of them actually show up and play. It's a free-to-enter event, so I imagine somewhere between like 25 to 30% of them just won't check in. How can you watch the tournament? So another content creator, Ursi Day, who's a Pocket creator that I've raided a couple of times. If they're on when I sign off, we'll probably raid them for their event tonight. Not sure what time they usually go live, though. They'll be playing it. And they'll try and recast other people who are casting the event, but there's no official spectator mode. So it's like kind of scuffed to run coverage for events. When you join the tournament, LimitlessTCG.com has a bunch of different tournaments on it. The one I'm going to play tomorrow morning probably is on there, as well as Ursi's tonight. It's free to make an account on their thing and jump in. All of the tournament stuff is fully automated through the Limitless website, so runs pretty smooth, all things considered. Well, I'm really surprised they just left the Frogadier up. I don't think I'm putting the other Kangaskhan out because I wanted to not take damage from the Blizzard on the Articuno, ideally. I like Pidgeot Arbok. I like the Pidgeot Blaine deck. They have the Frog on curve here. We could be in trouble. It's a draw 2, so Greninja's likely. Kangaskhan is one of the many reasons why Charizard is a fantastic first back. Yeah, there's the Greninja Water Shark. You gets to put 20 damage into anything. So my Kangaskhan is now dead, and my Melmetal looks embarrassing. And I give this, like, 2 more fat L's before we throw it in a trash can where it belongs. We'll probably reject metal submissions moving forward. Just not very real. Yeah, Ninetails plus Blaine dealing 120 is a really good stat line / breakpoint into Pikachu EX being one of the better decks. Yeah, for Pocket Viewer decks, digital, I mostly do submit like 1 or 2 Pokemon lines, then I fill in the details. We can't make everything work, but some of them end up just fine. Gengar Psyduck. That sounds bad. The Charizard list on your YouTube, most up to date. I like the Rapidash Charizard I have a video of, but it's worth noting the more popular meta Charizard decks are only playing 2 evolution lines, just Charizard and Moltres, so you can find an example of that type of build in the best DX roundup video here. Lost my X speed, so we're probably torched. I think Starmie Golduck is the best way to build water aggro. I really like Starmie EX with Greninja. Are there any decks that don't run Professor Oak and Pokeball? Not any good ones. Good. All the good Pokemon Pocket decks currently are 15 cards. You're playing 2 Pokeballs, 2 Professor's Research, and 1 Sabrina and everything. I'm playing EX, Stormy EX, Greninja, and Farfetch'd. Yeah, it tracks. You think it's not worth running 2 Sabrinas? I think in a lot of decks, running 2 Sabrinas is good, but I think every deck does not want to run 2 Sabrinas. I think basically every deck in Pocket, sans maybe some Pidgeotto decks, want 2 Sabrinas. But even want 1 Sabrina, but even most Pidgeotto decks, I think, want 1. So it's not that 2 is bad, it's just that 2 isn't an auto-include. You think that every single deck having those 5 cards is a design problem? No, I don't think so. I don't think Pokeball and Professor's Research define how the decks play out, so it's fine to have overlapping support cards in all the decks. They're tools that add consistency and utility. Which is a key difference. A card would only be problematic as an auto-include if, like, the same colored Pokemon was in every deck. So every deck had Greninja. That would be problematic. Swifty Snorlax, thanks for the Prime. They could have just made deck sizes smaller and cut those cards. It's not exactly the same, though, right? Having a virtual extra copy of all your basic Pokemon in a 20 card deck is not the same as having 2 of each basic Pokemon in a 16 card deck. Jeff, be careful, you're dangerously close to saying Farfetch'd is problematic. I mean, the duck is quacked. Clearly. I think in general, you should open packs in Pokemon Pocket that have cards you want to play. Oh, come on, Kengo, we're due for a double heads. Oh, this is a really rude / heads up play from the opponent. They tapped the Kangaskhan, so I don't have a Pokemon that can survive 90 from Pikachu EX. I'm shocked how many playable cards this game has. It feels like every game I have a chance. Completely agree, Lost Axiom. It's literally the best balanced set one I've ever touched in a card game. They did a phenomenal job. Oh, they don't have another bench Pokemon. That's tasty. They did a phenomenal job, ignores Misty. I mean, your comment implies that Misty doesn't work exactly like they want it to. Like, it's very, very possible. Like, I don't like Misty's design, but I would assume Misty is accomplishing their design goal for the card. I was never drawn to the Pokemon IP, but this game got me hooked. What's going on, Choice? Thank you for the almost 4.5 years. I think that's going to be the story for a lot of people, unironically. I think this game is going to make Pokemon fans out of a lot of people who are just card game enjoyers previously. Just a legitimately good digital card game. All right, they're through 2 Sabrinas here. Hey, what's going on, Clark Confidant? Yes, this is the new Pokemon digital card game on mobile. Pokemon reimagined for the 21st century. Oh, I had Giovanni with the Bisharp. I had Giovanni with the Bisharp. Oh, and they have Zebstrika. No. All right, well, I would like the record to reflect Melmetal has never, in a single time in its life, been useful. And all it does is distract me from actual victory. Alright, our deck won. Our Bisharps and Kangaskhan's won that game. I did not. Have you considered jumping into the full Pokemon TCG? Now, full Pokemon TCG has no metrics for anything related to content. Making content is my job. Making regular Pokemon TCG content would not allow me to feed my children. I think regular Pokemon TCG is all right as a game. I think it's interesting enough that I personally would enjoy it, but there's just no numbers or reason from this is my job perspective to engage with that. Selfish children wanting to be fed. Can you believe sometimes they want to be fed 3 times a day? It's like, didn't we just feed you? Alright, I was gonna try with Farfetch. I'm gonna play one more with the big middle dork since we should have won that one, but poor Melmetal just ate it. Pidgeot, Bisharp goes Tracy. There just isn't a compelling reason to play Bisharp over Sandslash if the rest of your cards are colorless. Sandslash is kind of just the better card. I guess Sandshrew is slightly less aggressive than Pawniard, but that 10 extra hit points on Sandslash is so good. Yes, Sandslash also hits for weakness more often in a Pikachu EX world. Very, very accurate. And past all of that, the weakness to grass is less detrimental than weakness to fire. I'm cutting for 30. I honestly can't tell if Raydad is paying people to AstroTurf Twitch streams or if there's actually just organic interest in the Bazaar. Call me freaking jaded, I suppose. But it's been enough to the point where it's starting to feel AstroTurf generally. If they're gonna build up Snorlax, I'm gonna build up Melmetal. Guilt-free. After you, man, it's been a solid day, Duck. Oh, that link had a referral code in it? Oh, I'm gonna ban them. Just followed the channel to post it too. Feels super AstroTurfed. What's AstroTurf? AstroTurfing is a term that is most often used around politics, but it has a general meaning, which is paid people acting like they're doing something organically. fake grassroots AstroTurf. Because AstroTurf is the name of fake grass that gets used in places. Blastoise building up in the back. So, we're gonna see kind of the traditional problem with Melmetal here. Which is to say... Do I do this, and then X speed, and then finish this with the Bisharp? Because the Blastoise is going to start cracking for 160, meaning my big investment just goes down in one hit is the issue here. With this line, so long as they don't play something big out onto the bench, Sabrina wins, right? Yeah, the best way to put into perspective how long the Bazaar has been in development, it both added and removed NFTs from the game during development. Because it was in development when that was the hype thing to do, because NFTs were going to be the next big thing. But then it also stayed in development past the point where it made sense to have those because every reasonable person knows they're a scam. Loving the creative decks in your pocket channel, playing only the EX decks was quite boring. I agree. The non-EX decks tend to have way more dynamic and interesting decision points. We won a game, chat. All right, I'm gonna give it one more because we won a game, and then we're gonna build some Omastar. I think is my plan. I'm playing an him in a little bit. I think that card's pretty solid. Nine hours straight of a mobile game is crazy. I think the quantifier you decided to put in there is interesting because including the word mobile in your statement implies that 9 hours would be less crazy if I was playing a different kind of game. I think it's 2024. I'm not playing a Snake game for 9 hours. Most games that play on phones, like Pokemon Pocket, are just regular, good, high-quality games. I think my favorite thing about my wife's name is the 800 ways to spell it. For reference, her name starts with a K and ends in just an I. Although, the most amusing part of her name is, like, when my other family members would be messaging her on Facebook, and, like, they'd type her name wrong while sending her a message in the chat window that has her name at the top of it. Just like, oh, boomers. Oh, boomers. I just got back from voting in Minneapolis and heard that 25% of people, of the registered voters, had already voted. That's awesome, chat. When we all vote, we get the best results in a democracy. If you don't have a plan to vote on November 5th yet, you should pop on into the Hoaglandia Discord server and give VoteE a message. Our election information bot friend can help you find things like your polling place or check your registration or other things of that nature. Shout out to Next Gen for putting that together. No matter where you are, you should be voting. There are national elections this year that are important, but there's also a lot of local elections that matter a lot for you too. In fact, I would go so far as to say for many people, your local elections could matter even more than the national ones. You should make sure you take a look at county board positions, mayors, etc. There are often people or elections that run local that can be decided by single digits worth of votes. It doesn't typically take a long time. Do a little bit of research and get involved. Also, as a plug for the Discord in general, I've made part of the Hoaglandia Discord open to everyone, not just supporters and subscribers. Access to that voting bot, as well as the voting information bot, and then my announcements channel, and notifications for when I'm going live or changing content, are access to anyone. If you want to get status updates on Hoaglandia content without using a platform like Twitter, you can get that through my Discord server now. Yeah, a lot of the updates I've seen on various social feeds, Jay Wayne, is cracking. We're cracking early voter turnout records in most states. Are you on Blue Sky? I made a post on Twitter last night when I was talking about opening up my Discord server. My dear gamers, I am far too old to move to another social media platform. If at some point Twitter finally shuts down, I'm not making a Blue Sky. I'm not going anywhere else. I'm just gonna be on Twitch and YouTube and Discord, and that'll be enough. The last day of voting will be Tuesday, November 5th. And we will know some of the results that evening for races that aren't close. However, races that are close, that'll need to count absolutely down to the last one, because they can be small margins. It can take a week or two to get through all the ballots, because they have to count them, either machines or by hand. It's not digital. You can make posts on YouTube as well. Yeah, I use the community posts on YouTube sometimes, but not super frequently. The interface for YouTube posts is really clunky. Powering up this friend. I think they used 2 Sabrinas already, yeah? No, just one. Interesting. There are no official plans for a ranked mode to come to this game, and honestly, I hope they never add one. I think making people feel compelled to play games through predatory hamster wheel methods is awful, and I think it's great that Pokemon Pocket is telling you you should only play games if you're having fun playing games. I think Aerodactyl is more playable than it looks, but I think it's probably not a top-tier competitive card. Aerodactyl's really solid into stage 2 Pokemon specifically, so looking at Metadex, it's really solid into like Charizard, but it comes up a bit short against things like Pikachu and Mewtwo. So, if Pokemon Pocket's metagame shifted a little bit, I could see a world where it ends up being a staple, but I don't think we're currently living in one, if that makes sense. It feels like more of a card you play in reaction to what other people are playing, as opposed to like generically powerful metagame card. Speaking of metagaming, chat, you could have played around these Twitch ads by subscribing, even for free with your Amazon Prime sub, but you didn't, so we'll see you in 120 seconds. We'll be playing some Omastar when we get back. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. I also do not think there should be more rewards for battling on average. If you attach too many rewards to battling, free-to-play players who don't enjoy battles will feel compelled to battle, and that burns people out. Just play the game for fun. It doesn't need to be a hamster wheel with a constant carrot at the end. I miss people playing games for fun. You dabbled in any Brock decks? Yeah, there's a Dark Brock deck I liked up on my YouTube channel. Think it's all right. Howdy, Fabian. Welcome to Hoaglandia. If I put some flares on my full art EVs, we haven't played a lot of Jolteon. Might flare the Jolteons in the EVs. Souls. And put the other Kanga back in. No, Omega! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs! Sorry I almost missed that. Good evening. Thank you for the support. That's very generous of you. What do we think, chat? Hearts or flowers or stars? Lean towards the stars, actually. You don't know what to replace red card with in Mewtwo. There's so many good cards you can put in Mewtwo. You got my preferred build of Mewtwo. It's here. Normally when I'm tied between a few, I just go with the one that's cheaper, so I can save my dust. The hearts feel like a good vibe for Eevee. I think the hearts are a good Eevee vibe. It's an adorable little critter. How did the whole community get tricked into playing red card? I think the Pocket community got tricked into playing red card because a card with red card's text box would be very good in paper Pokemon. And people building decks just didn't adjust for Pokemon Pocket. Have I spent money on this game? Of course. Hundreds of dollars. full-time. We're a full-time mobile game stream, chat. We spend money on our games. Holy. Are we doing the big one? I think we're doing the big one. The lightning bolts, though? The lightning bolts they're all right. I think I want the big one, though. I really like the circle flares. They look good. I have the circle flares on some of my water Pokemon in blue. I need one more Jolteon to get up to these, though, right? Because I only have 3 more, and I have to buy the cheaper ones first. I could just get 2 lightnings and be done. Yeah, I was gonna get 2 lightnings and be done. On the non-full art cards, you have to buy your way up to the highest flare. On the full art cards, you could just skip to the highest ones right away. I was like, which one's that? Oh, I haven't checked my Wonder Pick in a minute. So do you actually play other people, or is this a collecting game? Yeah, all the games we've been sitting here playing are against other people. We'll be jumping into another one here in a second, after I finish my flares. We finished our Dragonair flares, so I don't need that. Looking for Froakies and Executors and full art Weezings. Doesn't look like any. There is a solo mode here that you can play against AIs for prizes and to grind up some free-to-play rewards. I've ignored most of those because I don't get joy playing against computers in games like this. I want to play against people. So, Helix Fossil here, praise the fossil, evolves into Ammonite, which evolves into Omastar. If you'd like to be injured and reminded how much your back probably hurts right now, you should look up how long ago Praise Helix was a meme on the internet. It's been a while. Does this game have a skill ceiling, or is it like a toddler TCG? When I win the game, this game is skillful. When I lose the game, it's a toddler TCG. Nice and loaded up there on the Ammonite. Good old-fashioned Misty High Roll. So Omastar, I think, is an underappreciated card in the current metagame. Ancient Whirlpool locks the opponent's Pokemon out of being able to attack the following turn, which means they have to retreat or do nothing on top of it dealing 70. Quite a potent attack, downside being you gotta evolve up to this stage 2. You can obviously be good at this game because I keep losing. Yep. if you've ever wondered how we got to where we are in the United States today, here is a real quote from a real Wall Street editorial article supporting Donald Trump. Mr. Trump was too undisciplined and his attention span too short to stay on message, much less stage a coup. Ah, yes, the truly straightforward, wonderful support of the candidate. Couldn't have been possible that we staged a coup. We're not competent enough for that. Too incompetent to have done something that awful. Truly qualities you want for a person who decides who to nuke. Yep. One of the last times I broke my rules and decided to engage with a conservative, one of the pro-Trump things they said to me was other countries wouldn't have messed with us when Trump was in charge because he was too unstable and they wouldn't know what he would do in response. And I was just like, you do hear how that's a bad thing, right? Like I would say that and have it be detrimental and be like a reason why you shouldn't want him to be there. But it's like, you just said that to me unironically and you're like, this is why he's our guy. Because the unstable is a feature, it's not a bug. Alright, so I think I retreat the Omastar back to the Kangaskhan rather than knock out the duck and then give up the Omastar to the Articuno here. Yeah, it's like exactly that's worse. You do understand how that's worse, right, meme? It's just like, oh gosh. Omastar actually only needs a single water, like Greninja, which is why I think it's appealing for potentially playing in two-color decks. Jolteon also only needs a single lightning energy. So another candidate for this is solid in a two-color deck. Are you saying it's Weezing time? Unironically, Weezing Omastar is probably fine. The energy generation is random each turn, so there is some variance when you're playing a two-color deck like this. The water evolution is Vaporeon, which we actually have a singleton copy of in this deck. It is a 130 hit point, 120 hit point, deal 60. I think Dragonite's very powerful, potentially one of the best finishers in Pokemon Pocket right now. A video has surfaced saying that packs with bent borders have better cards. Do we have any analysis on that? Honestly, I'm freaking shocked it took this long for there to be which pack are better conspiracy theories if we're Pokemon Pocket. Very, very surprised. Oh, I guess this thing's just gonna blast us for 100, right? I think we're done. I guess I should have knocked out the duck. Yeah, I think our Kang hitting 4 tails in a row put this away for us. Yeah, make sure you're holding, if you tap the bottom left-hand corner of the screen while holding the right and making a circle with your other finger, you're more likely to open a Crown Rare. I heard that one. Pretty sure that's correct. Is there an official way to play this on PC, or are you just using an emulator? That's what we like to refer to as a leading question in the biz. It comes with the implication that I am currently playing Pokemon Pocket on PC, to which the answer is I am not. My assumption was because you are streaming, people stream phone and console games all of the time without playing those games on PC. If you open a pack next to a truck in Cerulean City, you'll be guaranteed to get Mew. Data scanned! I'm gonna be honest, I don't really want to play a game against someone who's playing Ninetails Gardevoir data scan. I'm just gonna go to the next one. You still haven't gotten a Chansey pick? Oh.
I got the bonus picks, but the bonus picks don't count.
Oh. You're so unlucky. I think I've only got one of them too. How long does the event run for?
13 days.
13 days?
What should I do with my Pokegold?
Buy packs.
Is that all I can do with it?
Or these cosmetics. Those are your choices.
They're stupid cosmetics.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of them.
I just picked a roll.
I would. I assume there'll be more of those you could wait for, that maybe there might be one you'd like eventually.
I used my Google Play Store credit to buy the coupons that were like half price compared to dollars.
Oh, I forgot. When do those expire? I need to go ahead and buy those.
I don't know. And there's a 7 times play points boost.
I need to make a note to do that. I keep forgetting.
There's a 7 times play point boost too.
Yep. Buy pocket stuff in the store. We have our Omastar line. I have Kangaskhan already. It could be right to hold the EV, but it's worse against a red card. Let's see if Kanga can high roll here a little bit. Good night, little Pete Lily. We done here?
I got
We're done
Birdie.
here. Ooh, Moltres.
EX.
The purchasable hourglass only reset monthly, so that means if I bought everything in the store, I can't obtain more packs outside of the 2 daily for a whole month. That is correct.
Somebody said that your daily earnings, if you played everything every day, you wouldn't be able to buy out the store.
That sounds right, but there's extra of those tickets inside of like the missions too. And I expect the missions say they're set specific, so I bet every new set will get new AI missions where you get more of those resources from. Would be my expectation. Guess we just start building up the Omastar. This card is like unbeatable for Venusaur, because Venusaur just wants to solo, and then this makes it not attack. So, the rough math on free-to-play is that we expect a large set the size of Genetic Apex every 90 days based on data mines. So free-to-play players get 180 packs from that method, and then, I don't know, probably another 20 or 30 from in there. So I'd wager free-to-play players probably get somewhere between like 90 and 95% complete, depending on what their opening variance ends up being. We don't know. There's supposed to be smaller sets of promo cards or something releasing in between those big sets every 90 days as well, and we don't know how acquiring those is going to factor in. And that's also before we account for how trading could factor in. We have no idea how big those smaller sets will be, or that detail as well. People keep asking me for detailed opinions on the economy, and it's really just shrug is the answer, because we don't have detailed information on it. It just doesn't exist. This Kangaskhan can miss every coin, and they're still pretty dead here. The Omastar is going to show up, and it literally says they just can't attack next turn, and they don't have any bench Pokemon. They're probably playing one of the greedy 4 basic builds. They're just, like, completely ranched by this card. Gonna put him down in 3 turns. No, ancient whirlpools, please. We die to 2 Sabrinas. How? They still can't attack if they Sabrina us. Like, Sabrinaing us doesn't mean they can magically attack. You gotta understand, Richos, that a lot of media and YouTube make money off of clicks, and if they're misrepresenting the truth to make people mad, it makes more people click and watch, which in turn makes them more money. I am eternally thankful that Twitch is my primary platform and not YouTube, so I can just, like, be honest in my YouTube videos and not worry about them performing kind of mediocre. Rather than having to misrepresent things to pull in good numbers every single day. Yeah, they basically have to be able to retreat into something that's big enough to attack, and they're gonna have a hard time doing that in their deck. My Sabrina should mean we're just done even if they retreat here. Yes, I have a dedicated Pokemon Pocket YouTube channel that you can find here. X speeds, have they played any? None. Eagles, thank you for the 17 months. Welcome back. Well, I guess I only have 1 knockout point, right? I was about to say I just get to knock their thing out, but... which I do. But that's fine. The Venusaur can't knock me out next turn. We have 1 copy of Misty in the deck. So the Erica here means they're technically not dead to the Sabrina, but like they're not winning the game after we Sabrina them and then lock the Venu out of attacking again, right? What do you think about Mewtwo decks? I think the 3 best decks that we're aware of in Pokemon Pocket right now are Pikachu, Mewtwo, and Charizard, and not in any particular order. Those are the ones that have consistently been putting up solid performances at the community events we had before the launch, and I expect they'll continue to do so post-launch. Persian is good. I think if Persian had 10 more hit points, it would be solid. But as is, it's not particularly great. I think Hitmonlee is a really underexplored and underappreciated Pokemon Pocket card. It's very good against things like Charizard EX that gets to poke Charmander off while they set up their bench. Yeah, I mean, they're just like taking game actions that lets them stall, but they can't actually win the game. About Starmie. I think Starmie's alright. I think the fact that Pikachu is really popular makes water decks a little awkward. Does Jolteon hedge against in this deck? Jolteon is just a generically good Pokemon Pocket card. It deals 80 damage for 2 energy, and Lightning is all of the bird's weakness. What do you think is the best flavor of Greninja? I don't know. It's so hard to pick one. Unironically, a video I think I'm going to post at some point on the YouTube channel next week is going to be called 40 Flavors of Frog, all the ways to build Greninja. I think Greninja is unironically one of the most flexible cards in the game. You can build it with just like almost every different partner. Victory Bell is not a playable card. Its ceiling is too low for how many hoops it has to jump through. A stage 2 has to be really powerful to be worth investing in, and Victory Bell does not make the cut. I think the primary problem with Beedrill is that Kakuna dies in 1 hit to Pikachu EX. If you're interested in my favorite personal builds of the EX decks, I posted that the other day. You can find them here. The Mewtwo matchup is one of the reasons why I think Jolteon is solid. Jolteon's on average 80 damage for 2 energy means it knocks out Mewtwo EX before Mewtwo EX knocks out it when you have the first energy advantage. Which feels good. I do not think Hypno is a very good card. So no, I have not tried to work on it all yet. Dragonite Starmie. I think it's hard to play a card that wants 2 energy to attack in front of Dragonite, because it means you're not going to get your Dragonite active until turn 6. Ooh, them having to spend an energy to swap this out is huge. If we hit Jolteon next turn, it's incredible. 3 looks at 2 cards. Come on, hit me, dealer. Oh, it's so unfortunate. Next can take 2 colorless, so if there's a water underneath here, we're okay. The question is going to be, do they have Gardevoir on curve? If they have Gardevoir on curve and Giovanni, we're going to be in trouble here. Not have the second energy for free and a way to deal 60. Honestly, even if we hit the Jolteon at this point, if there's a water energy under this lightning, I think we're going in on the Omastar. Water energy. And it's so unfortunate, and this is just the downside of... This is the downside of being a 2-color deck. If they don't have it all there, or I hit a water energy, we might still be in that game. Because if there was a water energy under that lightning, I could have put the lightning on my Ammonite, evolved it, they knock out my Kangaskhan, and then Omastar gets to come up and stop the Mewtwo from attacking again. But unfortunately, on top of them high rolling, we also low rolled it at 3 lightning energy in a row. 4 lightning energy in a row. The Eevee died with lightning on it as well, right? Tough beat. With Heatmore is interesting. Fortunate that we don't have any lightning. I guess I can put this on here. And then if Misty hits with Vaporeon, we could be good next turn. The 80 hit point Mons that attack for 30 seem like they have potential if their super effective matchup is common. Yeah, that's a good take. I like that. I was a little nervous about this game not having ranked mode at first, but after playing it for a while, I'm having plain old fun. Agree. And I unironically hope they leave ranked out of it at this point. The seal's for 30, which is kind of sweet. This card also has a ton of HP for a stage 1. 130 is a lot. Very, very tanky dork. One shot, and one shots all their fire Pokemon here too. You have a Vaporeon carry game. They don't know we're a 2-color deck yet. Yeah, I think the other option for that shell is Executor Bandana. It's a good intuition. If you wanted to play a water deck without Misty, is that feasible? Yeah, I think that's fine. I think like Starmie EX doesn't need Misty. I think if my goal was to build specific decks with specific cards, I would focus on a specific pack that has them until I had those cards in my collection. Yeah, Vaporeon carry game there. Yeah, they had a little bit of a misclick, but I think they were dead anyways. I'm gonna play a little bit more with this. It's felt all right. Tap the add roll button, and then we'll see you some more in 120 seconds. We'll throw the deck list up on screen here for people who are curious. Don't go anywhere. Thanks for hanging out. Deck view? What do you think is the best Greninja deck? I like Executor or Alakazam the most. And full art Alakazams are missing Kadabras and a Frogadair. Gotta spend them pack points. 210 pack points. Yeah, I think Poliwrath is bad for a lot of the same reason that Melmetal is bad. Just is too much investment for a card that goes down in 1 to Mewtwo EX. $300 cash prize tournament that kicks off in 2.5 hours on Limitless is up to 766 signups. Can they break 800 in the next 2 hours? I bought my second Pikachu EX with pack points. I was done with that pack. Otherwise, was itchy to start building Mewtwo. 100%. I bought 2 different EXs with pack points and then ended up opening them organically within the next 2 to 3 days because that's how variance goes. The kind of 2 litmus tests for the current Pokemon Pocket format are, does your finisher die in 1 hit to Mewtwo, and does your starter die in 1 hit to Pikachu EX? If the answer to either of those questions is yes, you need to have a really good reason for playing that card. And Omastar is a good example of this, right? Like Omastar dies in 1 hit to Mewtwo, and it's our finisher. But it has an attack where when you switch it up and it attacks Mewtwo, Mewtwo can't just one-shot it right away. It's another reason why Wiggly EX and Vileplume are good too. They die in 1 hit to Mewtwo as finishers, but they can sleep it, so they don't necessarily lose it. Those are kind of the things you need to think about. You can find details on Pokemon Pocket tournaments on the Limitless TCG. You can check them out. That was like a command for them. Pocket. Find events to play in here. As a Magic player, I hate no mulligan. I think no mulligan is fine. I think your decks that feel like they need a mulligan probably aren't built well. They'll build your decks better. Sometimes you're gonna brick, but sometimes you brick in Magic with a mulligan too. Dugtrio top tier confirmed. I think Dugtrio is a very playable card. Cards, how do they do? Yeah. I don't know if my body is ready to never see another lightning energy and just not be able to attack with Jolteon, but I definitely want to put an energy on King to start attacking on one. Definitely want to put an energy on King. Worth the investment. Oh no! Never gonna see a lightning energy chip. I think Jolteon is definitely the best evolution, although if I'm being honest, Vaporeon's growing on me the more games we play with it. Almost gonna throw hands and hard carry this game. Alright, cool. Jolteon flips 4 coins for 2 energy and does 40 damage per heads. So an average of 80 with a spread up to 160. You know, maybe I should play the other Jolteon out to play the Jolteon out to play around red card. The problem is if I play it out and they could play it out and then play around it by not killing the Kangaskhan. I want them to kill the Kangaskhan. If we run average on this Jolteon, the game is over. Yes, I have all the functional, mechanically unique cards in pocket in my collection. It is a little unfortunate that the fact that I took 10 damage on the bench means their Blizzard knocks out Jolteon in one. But, you know, 75% of the time we win the game here, yeah? I'm not playing Marvel Snap today. I will definitely be playing in Marvel Snap in the future. J-Rock, thank you for the 67 months. Welcome back. I think that's my least favorite thing about being a primarily one-game streamer that I'm hoping to break out of by expanding into Pokemon, is playing something else for another day or two, and you constantly have people come in and just be like, oh, do you not play the other game anymore? It's not possible to play more than one game, streamer. Well, it's worth noting our viewer count is artificially inflated today from being on the front page. To be fair is fair. That being said, the viewer count while playing Pokemon Pocket has been very similar to the viewer count under Snap. We've been averaging somewhere between 12 and 1,400 people during the day, which is solid for my channel. I'm putting it on the Helix fossil. It's close though. On average, this ends the Articuno in 2. Could high roll and end it in 1. It'll do, pig! Super effective. Jolteon's so good. That'll do, pup. That'll do. That was a very clean win. They did a whole lot of nothing other than making us shuffle our hand back in. We're going first. I think we start with Mama here still. Jolteon heard you were starting to like Vaporeon more and needed to prove a point, dude. I'm not sure if I want a second Eevee or a second Kangaskhan, so I'm gonna vibe on my third bench slot for now. I think there's a lot of ways to play Jolteon. Like this deck, we're playing it with 2 colors because it takes the colorless energy. I also think you can very easily play Jolteon inside of a mono lightning deck. If you check out my Pocket YouTube channel, there is a single prize Vaporeon deck, or Jolteon deck up there that's all mono one-hit lightning things that I think is real solid. Would you recommend holding Pokegold for the next set? Only if you have every card you want out of the current set. Why would you save resources for the future if you don't have the stuff you want now? Speed is lovely. Gives us time to start building up our Omastar on the bench. That'll do, mama. Thanks for the knockout point. That's how I spend my paycheck. Yep, this is not general financial advice. This is mobile game personal enjoyment advice. I think Charizard EX is better or worse without the Rapidash package. I think it's more consistent with the Rapidash package. I think you could also experiment with trying Kangaskhan in that deck. Debating if I want to play out another basic here. The answer is no. I also don't want to evolve into the Vaporeon because I might want a Jolteon if we draw it. Mama is putting hands on these people. Psychorues, thank you for the 34 months. Appreciate that. Welcome back. That means we do this. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Put the energy here just to be set up. Hey, Renee, thank you for the Prime support. There's a ton of great people you can send that to every month. Thanks for sending that this way this month and keeping me around. See them retreat here. Really? Okay, they're taking the trade. So that's their first knockout point. The other Eevee out now. And then they can put the Mewtwo up and get a knockout here. But then Omastar blocks it out from attacking again, and they have to retreat it. Jinx does 20 extra per energy on my character, which is a total of 90 here to Vaporeon, so still not lethal. End up in a spot where they can't knock me out with Mewtwo's regular attack, which is nice. They just start building up the second Ammonite line? I think I do. If they knock us out with Jinx, we finish our third match point with the Omastar. They can switch to the Mewtwo and knock us out with that, but then the Omastar says, hey, Mewtwo can't attack again. Omastar only deals 70, so retreating is not a good play here. We lose the Omastar, the game's over. This is an interesting line. I think this is really good for us. With the second Omastar ready to go, there's no reason to. There's no reason to even use the XP, because the Vaporeon's just not coming back up. There's a reason not to use the X-Speed. The only reason to use the X-Speed is if I want to be able to attack with Vaporeon again in the future, and I think with the two Omastars, that's unlikely to be something I want to do. The Jolteon's actually kind of a good draw here, because it means when they put up this other Mewtwo and clear my Omastar, I can threaten to deal 80. They haven't used a potion yet though, right? They're running out of resources. They get their second knockout point here, but then I have another Omastar on the bench. We clip them down to 10. Huh, am I supposed to put the Omastar up, or am I supposed to take the 75%er to kill with the Jolteon? How do they beat me if I Omastar? I don't see how they... No. Well, I was about to say I don't see how they beat the Omastar. Yeah, we waited too long and the game decided for us. That's fine. Wait, 75% of the time. Oh, no. Cool. Alright. I don't know. It might be right to Omastar. I don't know. We went 3/4 of the time with the Jolteon. It's just, the thing about the Omastar versus the Jolteon there, we have to be pretty sure the Omastar is 100% to take that line over taking the 75%er. Right? Oh, we're 50%. It was 80. We needed 2 hits. I'm wrong. No, wait, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits. 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits, killed them. 0-1 didn't. What's the spread on that? I should know that offhand. 80, 120, or 160 did it. 0, 0, and 40 did not. Yeah, I don't know what the permutation is that they beat the Omastar, and my brain can't come up with it in the short term. I don't know. I'm gonna put this game in a YouTube highlight, and someone who has more time than me will tell me what's correct in a YouTube comment. Because they want to feel smart. Did a Jinx plus a Psychic do it? No, because Jinx plus Psychic only does 90 to Omastar, and the Omastar was full on the bench. Yeah, Omastar's ability says the defending Pokemon can't attack, so they have to retreat to be able to attack. But they could have retreated for the 2 energy, put up the other Mewtwo, and then... Wait, is that the line that beats us? They could have retreated for 2, put up the other Mewtwo that was on 80. The Mewtwo on 80 can attack because of the Gardevoir plus their energy for the turn. That puts the Omastar to 90. And then the following turn, they can retreat that Mewtwo back into Jinx, and then the Jinx cracks us for 90. Would have been 2 permutations over 2 turns that beat it. We'd be able to set up to retreat out of that, but at the same time, that just puts us in the same spot where Jolteon has to win 2 coin flips again, right? We end right back up in a spot where only I have a 90 hit point Omastar up that's gonna die to Jinx, so I need to retreat to the Jolteon and flip 2 heads. Which, that sequence also gives them another draw to hit a potion to get up to 100 on a Mewtwo. So giving them a chance to hit a draw to make it so 2 Jolteon heads doesn't work is not ideal. Hey, Hellstrix, glad you've been enjoying the YouTube stuff. Been enjoying putting together the details. My editor's been absolutely killing it with the graphics. I think we have easily some of the highest quality Pocket stuff on YouTube. Yeah, no room for Giovanni in here. Another Jolteon enjoyer. Played Weezing Alakazam. We played a couple of games with it the other day. edit your own YouTube videos, you pay an editor. No, when I say editor, I mean a different person. Not enough hours in the day for me to stream what I stream and then also edit. Think about Golem decks. I think Golem is maybe better than his play rate implies, but stage 2 Pokemons have an inherent amount of risk that makes them a little inconsistent. I think I'm putting Kanga out. I think we're X-speeding out of the EV into attack with Kanga here. Yep. Alright, gamers. We dodge. We dodge a Giovanni, we can dodge a ball. I don't think I'm supposed to Vaporeon Misty with the rest of the Omastar line in hand and just needing a fossil. Jolteon off the top could also be good. Is Dragonite too slow to make work? Dragonite is a very competitive card. You can find a couple of builds of Dragonite that have been highlighted over on the YouTube side. It's really solid. No Giovanni here is huge. Means that my Kang gets to buy me an extra turn. Suffering. No fossils in our top 14 cards is so brutal. We are on 2 Jolteon and 1 Vaporeon. Why not put the energy on the other EV? Because I want to be able to Jolteon and there's not a lightning energy coming next turn. Well, this worked out about as poorly as could be. Oh my god, Vaporeon has a retreat cost of 2. Oh, I did not realize that. Alright, we're dead. Marginally better variance and other decisions. We could have won that, I think, but mistakes were made. Today I learned. Misty on the Eevee first. You cannot. Misty only hits water Pokemon. And I feel like 70% of your decks have Kangaskhan. Unironically, one of the best cards in the game. Best card in the metagame too. Like the fact that Pikachu is so prevalent means Kanga is favored over Farfetch'd when it comes to colorless starters. If my deck doesn't have Weezing or Executor in it, I play Kangaskhan typically. Sick Pokemon in my Pokemon Pocket deck? Never. Kangaskhan is one of the many reasons why Charizard is one of the best first packs you can be opening in Pokemon Pocket. Something to be aware of is you are starting. Oh, another water on top means I can't put an energy on Eevee, hoping to hit Jolteon. Peeking behind the curtain. What on God's green earth does that mean? Oh, do I have my browser on still? I do. Yeah, I was just banning someone on YouTube real quick. Comment reply that needed to be fragged in perpetuity. Apologies for the surprise Jeff in the background. Normally I have my audio set up so you don't hear audio sounds that play in my web browser. But we played the Salt video earlier, so we're still toggled. I'll say it's kind of sweet. We've been off the front page for, gosh, almost 2 hours. We still got a good chunk of extra people floating here, checking out some Pocket stuff. If you're enjoying the vibes of the channel, don't forget to follow and come back again sometime. We did have a great Halloween Tank Magic. Thanks for the 17 months. Let's discard this, which does not give them a knockout point, but it does get this up. It's a little bit sad, but not the end of the world. I want to try and KO this before they find Weezing. We hit that knockout there and be in a good spot, but missing it probably means we're torched. I think Sabrina's the other one of. I'm gonna run to the bathroom after this game and I'll put the deck list up then. Play one or two more when we get back, I think. Enjoyed what we're doing today. They continue to brick on Weezing, and we have an average variance with this Jolteon. We might be okay. on, Jolteon! Freaking lightning nerd. Lightning nerd dog! Ah. They have Weezing this turn. We're gonna need to draw the other Jolteon right away. Yep. Is it? We Sabrina up the Arbok, and then they can't Koga the Weezing without drawing another basic? Hey, congrats on your promotion, Tick Magic. Love to hear it. Alright, we might have a line here still. Vaporeon only needs 1 water energy. And Eevee shouldn't be knockoutable here. So Eevee's gonna finish the snake, and then Vaporeon can duke it out with the Weezing, hopefully. She heals for 30 every time she hits, in addition to being chunky. They could be sitting on a Muck here. Muck plus Koga is gonna... Well, I guess they need 3 energy for the Muck, so we got a minute. Set optimistically, counting the turns. What? Friendo. That's super aggro. Do they must not realize that... I mean, if I have Jolteon, they just lose their thing on the spot. Vaporeon's a little less good. But still pretty good. Evolving removes poison. Heal back up to the full 130. It's a shame we had to tactically bin the 1 fossil we drew this game. They could also Muck plus Koga retreat. Yeah, that's a good shout. Yep, okay. They only need 1 more knockout. But they need to put an energy on this, and then it's 3 energy on Muck to attack with it. Forever being retreat 3 is abnormally high. Yeah, it's to help balance Koga being so good. Almost assuredly. They haven't played any Sabrinas yet, is concerning. Assuredly this finds me a fossil, yes. They played both Kogas though, right? They sure have. Oh. I also only have 1 knockout point though. So they go to 1 energy on Muck. I knock out Weezing. They go to 2 energies on Muck. We're in an okay spot overall. Taking 50 a turn cycle effectively with the poison, but we're healing 30, so we're effectively taking 20. Oh man, the potion is huge here. All right, finally, there is a Helix fossil. They have a Muck. They played 2 potions. Do they have another Coughing Weezing? Are they on 2 Arbok, 1 Cough? They gotta be on 2 Coughing Weezing, right? Right? They've gotta be on 2 Coughing Weezing. What are these other cards? Am I playing around items here still? If I go up to 80, I go down to 70, I die to the Arbok. I'm supposed to knock them out with the Ammonite, right? I'm supposed to knock them out with the Ammonite? And then they switch up, they crack the Ammonite for 60, and then I Omastar and lock them out of attacking? They haven't played a Sabrina yet. If one of these 2 cards is Sabrina, we're in trouble. We're actually just dead if one of them's Sabrina. Sabrina pulls up the Kangaskhan and locks it in. They're tanking. They must not have it, right? I think we're done here. I think we're done here. Omastar is such a powerful finisher. So they can't attack next turn. And they can retreat to the Muck, but the Muck can't attack because it needs 3 energy to attack. Yeah, Omastar is really punishing for their high retreat costs. I think there's a good chance their last 2 cards in hand are Weezing Coughing. X speed, really? Really strange build for them. I wonder if it's budget or if they like the choice that they've made. Because they're explicitly not playing a second Coughing Weezing, and they're only on 1-1 with the Muck too. Which, to be fair, I like 1 Grimer, 1 Muck as well, but only having 1 Weezing seems very, very strange. Really good back and forth this game. Omastar is so much fun. Alright, I want to throw the deck list up. People are asking about some of the one-ofs we're playing. There's 1 Vaporeon and I think 1 Sabrina. Mostly 2s. Let's see if my memory is good. We'll throw it up while we run some ads and I run to the restroom. Catch you in a minute. Looks like my memory was... Oh, wait, there's 4 one-ofs? Oh, yeah, there's 1 X speed, 1 Misty as well. Here, babe. You have some page with builds. I do not. You have to manually update them. When decks get posted on the YouTube channel, they'll have links in the video description, but I don't update it live while I'm streaming, so we just play too many decks. Mods, I would like to set the precedent that people coming in and having their first message be a conspiracy theory about something nonsense is just bannable here. Even if it's a harmless conspiracy theory, like, my bent quarter packs are more likely to have rare cards in them. It's utter bunk. People who are gonna believe stuff like that are gonna be more likely to believe other silly things and spread terrible things. Or just don't make good community members. Alright, I'll play a couple more with this. This is a sweet mix of cards. And Ghastly Rolls is an interesting combo. They must be finishing on Gengar EX, right? Because you wouldn't need Gardevoir to ramp up regular Gengar. Have a Mewtwo in there too, or just the Ghastly line? You have Mewtwo as well. This is always so puzzling because it's like, what is in your deck list that you have room for Ghastly, Haunter, like Ralts, Mewtwo, and you still had the bandwidth to red card me? Like, what aren't you playing? These can't possibly all be 2-ofs, yes? But like, the red card's the big question, right? Like, even just Haunter line, Gardevoir line, and Mewtwo is a lot. But then on top of playing all of those Pokemon, there's also like a mediocre trainer that backfires and gives me a full Ammonite Omastar line, right? Yeah, like, are they not playing Research? Are they not playing Pokeball? Like, something's gotta give, yeah? I'm not playing my Research here because I already have my Evolution in hand, and there's a non-zero chance with the deck building they've shown us so far that they're playing a second red card. So I'm just, like, not incentivizing them to play it if they draw it. I think Weezing Kabutops is bad for 2 reasons. One, Kabutops is just a bad card in general because it dies in 1 hit to Mewtwo. And 2, they're both cards that only want 1 energy. Generally speaking, your Weezings and your Executors should be setting you up for bigger, like, 3 energy finishers. Like, for example, I think Omastar Weezing is actually something I want to test as well. Because Omastar is the type of finisher Weezing could help you set up for. Like, I feel like with what we've seen, if they're playing 2-ofs of their evolution lines, like, they must just not have... There's no way they're playing 2 of all the stage 1s and stage 2s, right? Wonder if there's a card you can play with Omastar to punish them switching out. Someone else mentioned they were playing Pidgeotto with Omastar, which seems neat. It's just a lot of slots. Although I guess it's not that many more slots than this deck. Because our Eevee line is taking up 5 slots effectively, because I have 2 evolutions. Yoink goes. Thank you for the prime. I appreciate it. So again, Omastar cracks this Mewtwo for 70, and then they can't attack next turn. What's going on, toddler girl? You're adorable in your dress. Inko, thanks for the prime. By enjoying Pocket, I have been. Wanna come say hi? Are you gonna be a good listener for skating tonight?
Hi, chat. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you tell me when I stand, right?
Yep.
Well, I'm past on you, or when I'm by you.
Yep. When you sit by me, you're the same height.
Yeah.
You have heritage in the Netherlands. Your surname sounds Dutch. Somewhere at some point, I had family from the Netherlands, yes. Many generations ago, though. My ancestors immigrated to America a long, long time back. These 2 and 3 energy retreat costs just absolutely hate playing against Omastar. Are there subs older than your kids? There are plenty of subs older than Haley. Because Haley, how old are you?
4.
4. Haley is 4. I don't have any subs older than my older 2. My older 2 are 9 and 10. And my channels... Actually, I guess, do I have some subs older than Declan? I might have some subs older than Declan. Definitely not older than Jacob. Okay, I love you, but if you're gonna make noises like that, you gotta go upstairs. You're gonna leave for skating soon anyways. It can continue stalling, but we've gotta be about done here, yes? Cat said you're a little T-Rex. Are you a little T-Rex? We do like dinosaurs.
Dinosaur boat. Dinosaur boat. Dinosaur boat. I'm a T-Rex.
You're making Omastar look real good. I think Omastar is a very playable guy. I think Omastar is the one non-EX Pokemon I missed in my non-EX roundup. Talking about ones that are good. I think it's probably the best card that didn't make the cut in that video, and it probably should have. Yes.
I was listening at school.
Listening to what?
Listening at school.
Oh, you're a good listener at school? That's good. You should always be a good listener at school. Be a good listener at skating too. See you after skating, baby girl. Mama got owl and cat pajamas. Lucky girl. Owl pajamas. Sorry, cow pajamas. Yeah. Boo. That is the sound a cow makes. Bye. All right, are we playing a game, Misty, or are we done here? Get to play a game, exciting! Eevee and Jolteon, please. Like half. That'll do, Pig! Thank you, opponent. Appreciate it. I would not expect our opponents playing Aerodactyl. A lot of people are playing the fossils as just filler inside of the 2 EX 18 trainer deck. Get these out because they're definitely a 2x red card deck. How do you spend your shop tickets? Getting more booster packs. Why does a support card feel unhealthy for deck diversity? Can you articulate yourself? A support card, like Professor's Research, isn't a defining characteristic of a deck. It just makes all the rest of your other actual defining characteristics happen more consistently. Kangaskhan is definitely the best lead in the game. I think it's matchup dependent. I think there's definitely matchups where Farfetch is a better lead. But Pikachu EX is popular enough that Kang is. Kang is real good, yeah. I guess if I would have put the second energy on Jolteon, my X-Speed top deck would have let me switch to Jolteon and knock them out. Untapped does support pocket decks. You can find Untapped links to my pocket decks in most of my YouTube video descriptions. It just doesn't support auto-uploading because there's no extension for this game. I have to manually update them. Regular classic Pokemon TCG does not have any content metrics and is not sustainable for me to feed my family. I don't envision I will be playing it anytime soon. I'm gonna wait on the Vaporeon, because if I low roll on this, I'm gonna want to be able to draw a Jolteon. If we high roll on this, the game is over. We don't even need a high roll, we just need an average roll. Isn't the fact that all decks are 18 cards plus 2 Professor's Research kind of a problem? Instead of me agreeing with you that it's kind of a problem, can you explain to me why it's a problem? Hey, good game, Jordan. Yeah, the Koga back and forth was really solid. Instead of just expecting me to agree with you, articulate your position. Explain why it's problematic. I think a lot of it is people who Marvel Snap was their first card game. And in Marvel Snap, the way things are structured, if the same card is in every deck, it's kind of problematic there because of the way the structure of the game plays out. But Pokemon's a fundamentally different kind of game. That's a more traditional card game. So that is not the case here. Where just because a card is popular doesn't mean it's problematic. They've already red carded me twice, so I don't have to play around it. Yeah, I think that's a good comparison. Professor's Research is very different than like when every Marvel Snap deck was playing Chavez, is a good call out. I actually kind of hope they don't come out with supporters that compete with Research, because every deck in Pokemon Pocket would probably play 4 copies of Professor's Research if they could. So I think there would have to be 6, 8, or maybe even 10 copies of Professor's Research adjacent cards before you decided, I'm not going to run all of them and be as small of a deck as possible. I actually prefer Starmie decks without Articuno. I think Articuno is clunky and bad. Alright, well we're gonna keep this one in the deck editor. I liked this deck a lot. I think it's the best pairing for Starmie. I had Starmie Greninja in my EX decks roundup. I think that's solid. I played a little bit of this shell with Greninja and the Jolteons. I like the Omastar a lot better for sure. Clear this one. Would anybody fault me if we tried a different Omastar deck for the next one? Are we bored of Omastar? Can I play another one? I'll play another one. I kicked them for default players, so I don't accidentally kick them out like that constantly. I really don't like Meowth. I think you'd rather just have Farfetch'd dealing damage than Meowth turtling around and drawing you cards. Meowth is clunky under perfect conditions, and there's too many red cards being played to really consider playing it, I think. I think with Weezing, I don't need Kangaskhan. So I think I'm gonna take another more aggressive card here. Duck, and then Potion or X Speed. Honestly, I might just want a Giovanni for more damage. We're pretty aggressive. Just more closing power. Cosmetics real quick. No way to Shellionaire. Slow and steady, pull on those bootstraps, gamer. Have you played Blaine today, or is he not competitive? So those are my two options. If I played Blaine today, he's competitive, and if I haven't, he's not. One thing, my dear gamer, you should take to heart if you're going to be watching this stream, is that most of the decks we are going to play on this stream are going to be bad. Because most of what we spend our time doing here is working on new deck ideas. And most new decks are going to suck. Jeff, did you eat waffles for breakfast today, or do you hate pancakes? Ah, they freaking got me. Immediately having regrets. No Weezings, no fossils. I am really sad. You don't have the option to build 20 card decks, just 18, just like Magic had with Mental Misstep was good. You basically played 56 cards plus 4 Misstep. So, there's a difference between an auto-include in your deck being Mental Misstep, a card that interacts with your opponent, and a card in your deck being Professor's Research, a card that makes your deck more consistent. It is not comparable when a must-play card is something that adds consistency versus is disruption. So Professor's Research existing makes every other facet of your deck more consistent. So it's not true to say, well, if every deck's gonna play Professor's Research and Pokeball, we should just not have those cards and have 16 card decks. That's not true. Those two things are not statistically equivalent. And you'd be right to say that it's more comparable to Gitaxian Probe, except you're missing the fact that Pokemon Pocket has clearly been designed and balanced from the start around Professor's Research existing, whereas Gitaxian Probe was added 25 years after Magic the Gathering was created, and the core of Magic the Gathering was not designed from a deck building perspective around the existence of that powerful card. I don't think an auto-include is all things are not equal across every game. The comparisons to the other cards from Magic are not one-to-one and don't make sense when compared to Research. Is red card to balance Research? I mean, people playing red card makes Research a little bit more skill testing. I think I'm actually gonna time you out. Saying that the game isn't balanced because they haven't made balance changes yet. It is genuinely insulting to the game developers that work on games like Pokemon Pocket to imply that they haven't spent tons of hours balancing their game before it released. I actually have lost count of the number of times I've said verbatim at this point, Pokemon Pocket feels like one of the best balanced set ones I've ever played. And it's not one of the best balanced set ones I've ever played because the developers set all the numbers at once and then never changed them before the game went into open release. I'd wager 100, possibly thousands of hours were spent balancing this game prior to release. I would agree with that. I think that's a reasonable reasonable expectation slash theory. I agree, Nobin. I was super skeptical going into this game whether or not it would be good enough, interesting enough, fun enough to be a regular part of my content, and I was so excited when I played it the first session, and I was just like, wow, this is just like really good. They clearly were cooking here. Want you to know that pairing two of my current favorite Pokemon in Pocket, Jolteon and Omastar, has brought me joy. I'm glad you're having fun with it. And like, that deck felt really solid. It's definitely going to get a highlight on the YouTube side here before long. It's probably more balanced now than it'll ever be. I also think that there's a good chance that is true. It is easier to balance games with smaller card pools almost assuredly. Oh my god, I just dragged that energy onto Weezing. That's easily gonna cost us the game. I just misclicked while I was looking at chat. I dragged it up a little bit too far. The game really needs an undo energy play button. The number of times where I just like fat finger it onto the wrong character is too high. Alright, they got 3 heads to balance out their 3 tails. Unironically, being a turn behind on the Omastar here probably makes or breaks it. See, I suppose, but... Yes, it is. I almost made that comparison too, Duck. I almost called out that it was like Snap lacking the undo end turn for forever. And yeah, right, like right here, right? If I wouldn't have misclicked, I would be able to put up Omastar and attack with it this turn. And then they're just torched. The Omastar would be attacking now. I can put a win column for this deck, even if I mucked up the details. Sedge. Omastar dealing 90 lines up so well into Charizard. It's fine. We're gonna draw Weezing, and we're gonna win this game anyways. Unlucky. Like, got 2 free turns and an extra knockout point because of it. A YouTuber put out a clickbaity video talking about how playing fossils in your 4 Pokemon decks lets you beat Sabrina's. So a bunch of people are doing that now. Are we torched? I think we're torched because they picked up the extra knockout point. Yeah, so if I hadn't had to give them the coughing point, I could have switched up the duck and knocked out the fossil, and then had the Omastar finish the Charizard. But because I fat fingered that energy and we had to give up a point to make up for it. Oh yeah, that's so funny. That explains, I just did a quick YouTube search. The video title of telling people to put more fossils in their deck is one simple trick to win more at Pokemon Pocket with the YouTube thumbnail, play like a pro. It's been a while since I really dug into YouTube content for any games because I stopped watching a lot of Snap YouTube content because most of it is just formatted like that, but man, YouTube is such clickbait nonsense. It's so eye-roll inducing. One simple trick to win more. All the Pokemon Pocket players hate it when I tell you this trick to win more. Does that make it any less relevant or true? Yeah, I think it's mostly nonsense. For reference, during Pokemon Pocket soft release, people were talking about doing something similar and then it quickly disappeared then too. It's just there's a whole new audience of people who have never played before who now get to experience that. I don't know, it's clearly subjective, but if I was a gambling man and I sit here playing a card game so very clearly I'm a gambling man, I would bet we won't see that take over the decks that are performing well in tournaments. We'll see. We're gonna have a few big tournaments this weekend with lots of players in them where people can prove themselves and put up or shut up. Yes, I've also had to tell people that there's no way to cheat and get rare packs. It's all nonsense. Also bunk. I have one X speed in here. I don't think I'm playing. Am I playing the coughing out? Or do I want to leave room? Do I want to play the duck out? I guess I don't have to decide right now. I don't have a dark energy anyways. And putting either of them out lets the Articuno start hitting them, so it's probably fine to just not do for now. Am I saving Weezing? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm just letting a coughing die here, actually. Their fossil die? It's close, though. Maybe I am supposed to let the fossil die, actually. So it's a liability with all the blizzards they're gonna throw around. fossils do. So the intended game piece purpose of the fossils is they evolve into cards like Omastar. So Omastar evolves from Ammonite, which evolves from the Helix fossil. With the primary difference being from a regular basic, they can't be your guaranteed basic in your opener, and you can't Pokeball for them. And then the other upside that they have, or thing that they do, is you can't retreat them, but you can choose as a game action to discard them while they're in play. Your opponent gets a knockout point if they knock them out, but they don't get a knockout point if you choose to discard them. Yeah, I think Magic Arena was Wizards of the Coast's opportunity to re-envision Magic as a different game. Yeah, that's just never gonna happen. Missed their window. Jeff, what do you think of the politics stuff and anti-Semitism happening right now on Twitch? I think a lot of the time, whenever people talk about the atrocities that the Israeli government is committing inside of Gaza, people try and frame that as anti-Semitism. And that is very much not the case. And that's not to say anti-Semitism doesn't exist, but it's to say there are a lot of bad faith actors framing things that are not that as that. It is okay, and I would go so far as to say even right and just to be critical of the atrocities the Israeli government is committing. Dude, I mean, potion doesn't even really help them, right? Like, they potion, and then, like, they still just can't do anything? They still can't attack? They have no energy on the back one, so they, like, have to have a high roll Sabrina here? And even if they high roll Sabrina... Actually... I was gonna say, do I Sabrina them so then Weezing or Farfetch can finish the Articuno? But that would lose to them having Potion. So I think I'd rather lose to them high rolling a Misty than lose to a Potion. They're probably playing 2 of each. I think red card is the most overrated card in Pokemon Pocket. It's not close. It's not a particularly good card, and people are playing a ton of it. Yes, they also can't Misty and Giovanni, so they shouldn't be able to do anything here, right? Because they're out of energy. Omastar is so funny against this cheesy deck. This deck our opponent's playing in general is it sees way too much play for how terrible it is. What about just retreating and knocking it out with the duck? Yeah, maybe that was the line. It can be fine too. I think most of the roads were leading towards room there. Similarly, our stream time is leading towards these adverts. We'll see you in 120 seconds. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. Appreciate people chilling this afternoon. I'll throw the deck list up here on screen for people that have been asking. All those roll. Omastar's a great Pokemon Pocket card. Playing these last 2 sets have definitely convinced me of that. What do I like best today? I liked the Jolteon Omastar deck a lot, and I liked Greninja Dragonite a lot. I'm gonna play one of the pocket tournaments on Limitless tomorrow morning. And I think I'm gonna play the Dragonite deck, the Dragonite Greninja deck in it. Double Starmie Omastar has been good for recently. Yeah, I think that build's solid too. Leading on an EX has some different liabilities, but it's a consistent heavy hitter, especially with Double Misty. The full art Alakazam goes really hard. It's one of the, I think the full art Alakazam is one of the best pieces of art in the game. I think Greninja Dragonite is the best build at the moment. I think I played it for like 45 minutes and have no idea. They have not officially announced anything about card releases. We have data mines about some promo cards that are likely to be coming. Yep. Fully agree, Double Spin. The data mines imply that we'll get smaller sets, but we don't know exactly how big in the middle of December, and then another bigger set like Genetic Apex at the end of January. So, cards every 6 weeks, alternating small, big, small, big. Do you think there is a lack of communication or roadmap or something? I think more communication would be great, but I also think it's very typical for the video game space for there to not be a lot of communication. I think especially people who are Marvel snappers are going to learn with Pokemon Pocket that the average video game developer does not communicate much. Second Dinner has their ups and downs and their problems or whatnot, but they communicate way more than the average game dev does by a significant margin. Snap/Second Dinner are above and beyond. And that's not to say I expect Pocket and Dina to be bad at it, but I expect them to be more typical case in the space as opposed to being exceptional. Yes, and honestly, you can see from how Snap has had to interact with the community why other games don't give much information like I don't expect from this game. Every time the Snap team missed a deadline or a feature ran behind, the community cried like perpetual children about it. There is a lot of downside to communicating to your player base in advance, and there's honestly minimal upside. Is the unfortunate reality. Yeah, I mean they could surprise me. I would be happy to be pleasantly surprised. But I also just like don't have a lot of expectations. Is there a YouTube video somewhere of this 2 Articuno deck that has like 100,000 views on it that I didn't see? Because holy crap has it been the most common thing in our matchups tonight. And it's just so boring. It's okay to play against because our decks are interesting and have choices, but like the gameplay they generate is just so whatever, for lack of a better term. We have the Koga here, so like they're gonna crack us for 40. I'm gonna Koga the Weezing back. We're gonna play it back out. We're gonna put a Dark Energy. We're gonna crack them again. We're in a pretty good spot. Great. We still have a Koga. 2 of them in 14 cards. 4 draws. Nailed it. I think it's a unique take compared to what everyone else is doing, even if it's boring. I don't know that I agree with that. I guess if you're just coming into Pocket, it kind of looks unique on the surface, but that was like this was like the day one deck building for the closed whatever. Was we're gonna do this and it's busted. It's not busted. How is this different from the TCG that's been out? The deck building is completely different. There's 20 card decks as opposed to 60. There's no energies in your decks. You played 3 knockouts instead of 6. Functionally very, very different. All new cards, digital only stuff. This game is essentially what happens when someone asks themselves the question, what do we need to do if we want to rebuild Pokemon TCG for the 21st century? I guess the breakpoint here is a little awkward. I'm tackling them, they're going to 20, and then they attack me and go to 10, so my next attack gets blanked, which is unfortunate. But once we clear this first Articuno, the what's it called is pretty solid. This means the second Koga's a pretty live draw. I couldn't Giovanni to kill them. I drew the Giovanni off of Professor's Research. The opponent's deck plays like Hella from Snap. It's a little high rolly and requires no know-how. Yeah, it's accurate. Got me. Yeah, Omastar makes their deck look embarrassing. I mean, it is embarrassing, but Omastar makes it look extra embarrassing. It's like, no bench Pokemon, eh? What if your only active couldn't attack? Oh no, not 20 more health! How will I win the game now? Please, no, don't stop. I am not surprised that someone who's playing this deck is sitting here taking game actions while they're deterministically dead. If only they were running Dome Fossils, I wouldn't be able to win. Pokemon Pocket players hate this one trick. Put more Dome Fossils in your deck, chat. You'll win more. I watched it on a YouTube video. You spin those tires, baby. A Sabrina and some prayers. I'm not putting any Pokemon out. We're done. Why does a fossil counter Sabrina? It doesn't really. It depends on what your knockout points look like, but in a lot of situations it doesn't. And they take up a valuable deck slot. Rather than putting fossils in your deck, you should probably just be playing more basics like Farfetch'd and Kangaskhan. All right, gamers. It's 5 o'clock here in the cornfields. I've been streaming and playing all day. I appreciate folks that stuck through the end today. It was really awesome. Getting to spend some time on the front page. We had almost 250 new followers. I would love it if some of y'all would come back again sometime. I'm going to do some sporadic streaming over the weekend, doing some more Pocket stuff. And then on Monday, we're going to be doing Pocket and Marvel Snap every day moving forward. You'll always find me here Monday through Friday during the week. I typically stream from about 9 a.m. Central until about 3, 4, or 5 p.m. Central in the afternoon/early evening like we did today. If you're someone who's been chilling and you haven't tapped that follow button yet, consider doing so and coming back again sometime if you enjoy strategy and card games. I'd also like to give a shout out to our voting bot that we have in the Discord server now. If you live in the US and you haven't currently voted already or don't have a plan to vote on this upcoming election day on Tuesday, please consider getting some information about your local elections and the national elections and make a plan to go vote. While not every state allows same-day voter registration, a lot of them do. If you pop on into the Discord server there at that link and message the Votey bot in the voting information channel, it can help you look up information about your locals and find out if you can still get registered if you're not, and learn about what things and issues are going to be on your ballot. It's not just the national elections that'll be coming up. There's going to be a lot of local ballot initiatives and things in a lot of places, such as school board elections, among other things. So it's important that you look up and find out and make informed decisions on those things, because local things are going to impact you and your community. So thanks everybody for hanging out. As always, I am signing off. I'll be back tomorrow night, 26 hours from now, 7 p.m. Central. The community, some of the content creators of the community, myself, will be having a content creator tournament with a unique Conquest double deck for each player format. So I'll be live with that. Dexter and Spraggles will be doing an overall broadcast on their channels. So if you've got notifications on, you can know when I go live. But I'll be back live here again in a little over a day. If you're looking for more Pocket stuff from me, by the way, I posted a trainer tier list talking about the best and worst trainers in Pokemon Pocket, in addition to all the wonderful deck guides and deck list videos and EX rankings and stuff on the Oaklandia Pocket channel. I appreciate the folks that engage with that. I'm done spewing about myself and the election. Let's go ahead and read someone here. Azul streaming Pocket. Gamers, Azul is a Pokemon TCG professional. It's been a while since I watched Pokemon stuff, but they're an old Pokemon hat, and they've been doing Pokemon stuff for a long time, and I'm sure they're gonna have a lot of great things to distill inside of Pocket knowledge. So check them out. I'm gonna raid you over their way if you're looking to stay on Twitch tonight. Very, very good competitive player in regular Pokemon TCG.